Chapter 1, Dimensional Shop, Strong Buying and Selling System. In a not-so-obtrusive corner, a handsome-looking man is eating watermelon beautifully, and the fans in the store are sweeping him away from the scorching heat. Ling Yun looked around with plain eyes. Has been in this world for a few days, and from the joy at the beginning to the blandness now, he has gradually understood the conditions of the world. Unlike the previous life, something called supernatural power appeared in this world. This is something that suddenly appeared in this world 600 years ago. It will give ordinary people superhuman abilities and awaken superhuman powers. People who are in will be called transcendents, which means, beyond ordinary existence. Of course, not everyone has this opportunity. For example, Ling Yun did not succeed in awakening. Without the awakening ability, he had to drop out of high school and inherit the small shop left by his parents. Standard settings such as orphans are just daily. There is no awakening ability. Ling Yun doesn't care too much, it's enough to have a small shop barely make a living. He has no lofty ideals. Isn't salted fish fragrant? Isn't it fragrant to chase him after eating, drinking, and playing games at home? That's right, you're not mistaken again, the traverser is here again, but this time he's traversing with the body, not the soul, although Ling Yu doesn't know how he replaced the original Ling Yun in this world. The sun was shining outside, so Ling Yun, who was eating the watermelon, couldn't help but sigh what a normal afternoon it was, but it was just the next moment. A loud noise suddenly exploded and shot a figure on the wall of a community opposite the men's shop. A flawless bombardment hit the ruins next to the shop. Again. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun shook his head speechlessly. Ahem. After a few seconds of silence, a hand slammed out of the ruins, pushing the heavy cement board away. Revealed a grey-headed and grey-faced young man. If it was the former Ling Yun who saw this scene, he would be scared away. But from Ling Yun's plain eyes, it is not difficult to see that he is obviously immune to such terrifying things. This is already the 20th time, 20 times. Instead, how could others not adapt after 20 times? Ling Yun was already unable to complain. Well, boss, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again. Ling Yun was already quite familiar, and calmly ate a mouthful of watermelon. Today is the 4th time. The young man's face stiffened, and then he smiled awkwardly. That's not because the ability is too difficult to master. Ling Yun smiled helplessly, handed over a piece of watermelon and asked, "Do you want to eat melon?" Seeing the watermelon handed over, the young man's eyes lit up, and he ran over, "Then I'm welcome." But when he was about to take it, Ling Yun's hand suddenly shrank. "Hey!" The young man was taken aback. Ling Yun looked at him a little disgustingly, and pointed to the sink in the store, "Go and wash first." Ha ha ha. The man continued to smirk when he heard the words, but quickly ran to the sink. Outside the shop, 2 people are sitting on a small bench eating watermelon. Ling Yun pointed to the 4th floor of the building. There was a very obvious hole on it. I think you should wait until you fully grasp the power before you fill it up. Otherwise, I will come here a few times a day, and I will be wronged for the money. Hey, isn't it difficult to master abilities? Only perfect control abilities will be appreciated by those good universities. And my abilities are the simplest use of gas. No matter how hard you practice, it will be really cold. The young man smiled bitterly. Doesn't he know how much money is spent? The rich can only rely on technology to become stronger, while the poor can only rely on mutation to become stronger. Ling Yun remained silent and continued to eat melon. In this world, it is a 12-year compulsory education, from elementary school to high school. Students will be taught about abilities from elementary school. Performed the power awakening ceremony in high school. Written exam in this world is part of it, but more importantly, it is the exam of abilities. You only need to pass the written exam to get a good college exam. Ability is the most important thing. Even people with powerful awakening powers are directly sent to be sent directly. As for those who don't have the awakening ability, either go to ordinary people's university, or just drop out of school like Ling Yun and go home. That will be the case for today, thank you for the melon. After eating the melon, the man stood up, said to Ling Yun and trod away. He had to bypass the entire complex to go home. I feel like I can continue to eat melon tomorrow. Ling Yun said in a fishy voice. I really don't know what the Transcendence body is made of. I have fallen off and on the 4th floor 20 times, and they are still alive and kicking. Strength. Ling Yun couldn't help but think of the scene of himself when watching anime before, as Ling Yun could not help but raise the corners of his mouth when he looked at the man's back. The system has finished storing energy and is beginning to bind. Suddenly a cold mechanical sound rang in Ling Yun's mind. The binding is complete, the dimension store will serve you wholeheartedly. You can be a copywriter who was sent a blade, you can be a manga artist who was beaten up, and of course you can also be an exploited pot seller. Ling Yun, I am a collection of 3 major novels. This system is just a shop, and it will not prevent the host from selling things. Of course, all these things must be in the system's lottery. Ling Yun was a little speechless. How do I feel that it is strong selling, you black shop? This system maintains a fair and open credit concept, please don't insult me with a black shop. I do not believe. System. A series of ellipses flew across Ling Yun's forehead, but fortunately, Ling Yu didn't want to get involved with the system. Is there an attribute panel and novice gift pack? Name, Ling Yun. Age, 18. Identity, dimensional shop owner. Ability, none. Strength, rusty iron 5, it's that can be corroded by mud. Looking at the introduction of strength, Ling Yun exploded with a number on his forehead, and said kindly, open the newbie gift package to me first, otherwise I can't help it. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package and getting the title of jar seller. After this title is bound, the host can only buy jars in the future. Ling Yun angrily rubs the head of the system dog, don't you say you are a black shop, buy and sell. Host, do you know how to draw comics? Host, do you remember the plot of a novel? Stop daydreaming. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can concentrate on selling the jars. Maybe some comics and novels can be opened in the jars and sold to you. Ling Yun. Although you are telling the truth, why am I listening so angry? Bind. Although very speechless, it is always good to have something to sell, and he does not read novels about selling jars less, maybe he will be able to open some jars in the future. Bind successfully. After the cold mechanical sound, the snacks and daily necessities on the store shelves slowly disappeared, replaced by cans of different colors. The original old shop has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The outside is plain and flat, but the inside has more than doubled. The whole shop has become spotless and quite open. There is also a self-portrait of Ling Yun on the wall of the shop. Wait, wait. Where are my things? It has been placed in the system space. Hey, that's okay, how can you say that those things are also money? By the way, the system, is the time in the system space static? Yes, the host. Then the feeling is good. Ling Yun nodded. If you go to play in the future, you don't need to worry about the freshness of the food. My lord, please get ready to start business. The system reminded me. Wait, the system, can you change the manager of the shop to your highness? Ling Yun's little vanity exploded. No problem, your highness. Well, let's start business. Ling Yun's voice fell, and the door of the shop was opened. It's just that Ling Yun was stunned when someone walked in. Chapter 2, Little Xylan. I came here in his teens. He had beautiful purple hair, but it was messy. At first glance, he didn't take care of it properly, and he was wearing a sick coat full of stains. Under the purple bangs, Ling Yun could vaguely see those golden eyes. Xylan. looked at the girl Ling Yun in front of the door and shouted. Xylan, the second lawmaker who collapsed the world, but in her current state, she should not have become a lawmaker, but she must have been taken into the Babylon Tower. The girl raised her head subconsciously when she heard someone calling her name, but when Ling Yun saw her little face, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. Ming Ming has a pair of very beautiful eyes, but not the slightest focus, and the white and tender face is full of dust. Ling Yun turned and walked out of the counter, holding a towel in his hand, and gently walked to the girl's body and squatted down. Just as she wanted to help her clean up the stains on her face, Xiao Xylan couldn't help but step back. Although there is no in his eyes, his body is still wary of strangers. Ling Yun was not worried, and quietly stared at her. I have to say that Xiao Xylan's eyes are really beautiful, as pure and flawless as gems. Can you tell my brother what happened? Ling Yun said softly, trying not to surprise the little girl with his tone. As if feeling the kindness of Ling Yun, Xylan's eyes flashed with no light. Bella, Aurora, Agatha, and Galena are all dead, I buried them myself. As she said, the girl cried and turned into tears. I don't know if it's because of the system, Xylan just feels that it's very kind here, which can let her release her inner pain. Ling Yun suddenly, it seems that it was an experiment in the Tower of Babylon. Xylan and some other orphans were brought back to the Tower of Babylon by the mandate of heaven to study the stigmata. On the way, apart from Xylan, the other friends died because of the power that could not bear the stigma or collapse. And how are those researchers willing to deal with those failed items? They can only be buried by Xylan himself. No one can understand how painful Xylan felt when burying her friend with her own hands. I have to say, that fellow Otto is really a lunatic, no wonder so many people like to wear hats to him. Gently wiped away the tears for the girl, Ling Yun took the towel in his hand and wiped the black little face clean. Xylan looked at Ling Yun like this, since she was young, no one has treated her so tenderly except her mother. Ling Yun helped her dry her face repeatedly. System, help clean up. Warning the host, this system does not accept miscellaneous tasks. Call me Your Highness. Your Highness, this system doesn't. Let's just clean it up, don't forget about your strong buying and selling. Ling Yun interrupted the system before he finished speaking. The system emits a beep in a short silence. Completed. In the next moment, Xylan just felt cold all over. Under Ling Yun's gaze, the messy hair instantly became orderly, and the little Xylan who was a little grey-headed instantly became white and tender, and even exuded a faint fragrance. This. Xylan's eyes were staring at her hands, and there was a strange light in her eyes. Well, Xiao Xylan, do you think it's amazing? Let's open a jar with everything you want to know. Ling Yun waved his hand, and in Xylan's shocked gaze, a simple and peculiar jar flew out of the counter and slowly fell into Ling Yun's hand. I have no money. Xylan said honestly. You don't need any money, just treat this jar as I gave you. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled and passed the jar into Xylan's hand. Xylan stared at the jar in her hand blankly, tears couldn't help streaming down for a while, and she held the jar tightly in her arms. Thank you, this is the first time I have received a gift in my life. I will treasure it. Ling Yun's face was stunned. What? Looking at Xylan, who held the jar tightly in his arms, Ling Yun was distressed and funny again. I opened it for you, not for your collection. No, this is not for collection, this is for smashing. Ling Yun explained. I don't want it. Xylan refused decisively. Xylan, don't you want to know what's in the jar? The contents of the jar are the real gift I gave to Xiao Xylan. Ling Yun said coaxingly. Xiao Xylan looked at Ling Yun and then at the jar in her hand. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth one last time, then, can we keep the jar? I want to keep this jar. Ling Yun smiled slightly, of course. Ling Yun lightly tapped the jar with his hand, and the next moment a neat cut appeared on the jar. "Okay, you can open the jar." In an instant, 3 light balls, 2 blue and 1 purple, flew out of the jar and landed in front of Xylan. Ling Yun's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This luck was against the sky. The collapse can be mastered perfectly. Second collapse manga. Liuchi dress set. Are these 3 of light a gift for me? Xylan looked at the glazing ball in her hand suspiciously, and looked at the information marked on it and asked Ling Yun. "Oh? Good luck, very suitable for you now. Xylan, crush these 3 of light." "Well, good." Xylan nodded cutely, and stretched out her white tender hand to catch the first ball of light. With the sound of pop, the ball of light shattered. Then, in Xylan's surprised eyes, a ray of light flew out of the light ball and penetrated into Xylan's body. "Ugh!" Ling Yun laughed. "Don't worry, this is the perfect mastery of collapse energy. It can allow you to perfectly grasp the collapse energy in your body, which means that no matter how much collapse energy enters your body in the future, it will be perfected by you. Assimilate and master." "Hey!" Xylan was surprised, and quickly checked her body, and found that the restless collapse energy in her body was flowing in her body like a meek kitten at this moment to improve her physique. Is this a preparation for the lawmakers in advance? Ling Yun thought secretly. Seeing the spirit of the ball of light, Xylan couldn't wait to smash the second one, and all of a sudden, a painted cartoon fell into her hands. You reading www.yunsha.com. This is me. Xylan looked at the cover of the comic and was startled. With golden eyes and long purple hair, Xylan recognized it at a glance. The second collapse. It's just that she trembled when she saw the cover font. The terrible collapse I believe no one in the world of collapse does not know. The horror of the first collapse is still vivid. But why is she on the cover? With curiosity, Xylan opened the comic. The colorful comics immediately attracted Xylan's attention. As Xylan flipped quickly, scenes from the comics fell into her eyes. Bella, Afrola, Agatha, Galena. When seeing the 4 familiar people in the picture, Xylan was a little excited. When seeing Cecilia's behavior in the imaginary space, Xylan's eyes were full of memories. After a long time, Xylan closed the comic in her hand. Her eyes are very firm. Hey, brother, thank you, let me know this in advance. Ling Yun glanced at Xylan in surprise. Xylan's heart was stronger than he thought. What do you think? It's not hard to see that Beng Bao is using you. Ling Yu was a little curious about what decision Xylan would make. I don't care about profit or not, I want revenge on the fate of heaven. Beng Bao can perfectly master the power that can help you master the law practitioner, so that you will not be affected by the will when you become the law practitioner. And my name is Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Thank you, brother Ling Yun. Xylan thanked her sincerely. Well, there is one last ball of light. I believe you will like the last gift. Ling Yun smiled and touched Xylan's head. Chapter 3, Points. Okay. Xylan nodded cautiously, crushing the third purple ball of light. The ball of light began to emit a dazzling light, and then it kept getting bigger, wider, and deformed. A few seconds later, the golden light disappeared, replaced by a very gorgeous dress. Laura's dress, the clothes made by Beng Huaneng after Xylan became the Laura of the sky. Note, this dress is different from the automatic manufacturing of Xylan. The wearer can increase the critical strike by 50% under the blessing of the system. Oh, a good thing. Ling Yun's brows twitched. Obviously he was also surprised that Xylan could drive such a European thing. 50% of the crit is not terrible. Was a little surprised at the same time, it was a purple item after all. Xylan looked at the clothes in her hand with her lovely eyes open, a little surprised. It's the clothes I can make with Beng Bao. Ling Yun smiled and explained the ability of the clothes. Xylan nodded thoughtfully. Although she didn't quite understand what a crit was, she knew from Ling Yun's tone that this dress should be very powerful. But Xylan doesn't really care about how strong she is. She clasps the clothes in her hands very hard. This is the first gift she has received in her life. Even if she doesn't have any ability, she is happy. Thank you, brother Ling Yun, I like these 3 gifts very much. Xylan looked at the delicate clothes in her hand with a smile on her face, and said happily. The icing on the cake is not as good as giving charcoal in the snow. The appearance of Ling Yun in despair made the cold heart of the little girl feel warm again. Ling Yun smiled and touched Xylan's little head, pointed to her white medical gown, and pointed to the bathroom behind him. Please change this dress. Put on the dress. The girl has to dress up. The ones that are beautiful are good looking. Xylan happily took the clothes and ran away. Looking at Xylan, who was so happy because of a little something, Ling Yun felt a little pain in her heart. She is still a child, and an ordinary girl at her age is not a treasure in the palm of her parents' hands. This suit is a typical princess dress, which is not difficult to see. When Xylan was young, her mother should often tell her some fairy tales about princes and princesses, so the clothes made are princess clothes. Listening to the sparse sound coming from the bathroom, Ling Yun couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. He began to ask some basic information about the store. System, can you adjust the probability of the items in these jars? Sorry, my lord, the system does not have the right to adjust the contents of the jar. The contents of the jar are purely a matter of personal luck. How much does a jar cost? This system supports points, a jar of 100 points. The point is the original integration of the world. Every person in the world will have a source point, but there will be more sources like the protagonist. Can I get points through other methods? Ling Yun asked. He opened a store, and naturally hopes to have repeat customers, otherwise he can't let the group of consumers sit and eat, so he will have no money to make, and no money to make means he can't improve his strength. Guests can earn points by beating other people in the original world or selling items unique to their world to the shop. That's not bad. Ling Yun nodded, at least so that he doesn't have to worry about not being patronized by guests. By the way, is there a grade for the jar? Your Royal Highness, the jars you sell now are the lowest level jars, and higher level jars will appear after the store upgrades. The system explained patiently. This way, it feels good, then I have to take good care of those gods. Ling Yun's mouth showed a profiteer's smile. System, English fruit like me. Ling Yun, go. Release task, sell 10 cans and get an exclusive can, purple guarantee. Listening to the task released by the system, Ling Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh? It's a task. Crunch. The bathroom door was opened. Ling Yun turned his head to look, his eyes lit up instantly. 2 feather-like ornaments are tied to the ends of her hair. Under the pure purple hair, it is a white face that is so exquisite that it seems to be ingenious. Golden, glittering with beautiful pupils and delicate features. Snow-white skin, under the slender neck, a short white one-piece skirt wraps Xylan's small body, covered with 4 long purple skirts, and the skirts are decorated with golden patterns. Dark long gloves, pink fingers, 2 purple flower buds on each side of the waist, low heels with purple-pink edges. Looks like the princess in the fairy tale in people's minds. Although Xylan hasn't developed well yet, her figure is also extremely perfect. It's okay. Xylan looked at Ling Yun with some expectation. Ling Yun laughed and gave a thumbs up, like. Hearing Ling Yun's affirmation, Xylan showed a smile. The smile was so beautiful that Ling Yun couldn't help but stare at it for a while. Ahem. Ling Yun made a fake cough to cover up her embarrassment, and when she looked at Xylan again, she found her blushing blush. Ling Yun is curious. Hey? I'm sorry, right? Why are you blushing? Xylan's psychology? I'm so ashamed, why stare at people so much, but it feels a bit happy to be looked at by him. Well, it's Ling Yun after all. At this moment, Xylan is no longer obsessed with the death of her friends. After reading the original book, she understands that she can resurrect them as long as she becomes a discipliner, so the feelings buried in her heart begin to emerge gradually. Ling Yun had no idea how much his previous actions had left the young girl's helpless mental power. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. What's the matter? Blushing, do you have a fever? Ling Yun asked caringly, holding out her hand to check the temperature of Xylan's forehead. For a while, Xylan was stunned. The warmth from her forehead made her feel unusually comfortable. It's nothing, that, brother Ling Yun, can I come often in the future? Of course. Ling Yun laughed, retracted his hand, took out a card and handed it to Xylan. The warmth of her forehead disappeared, making Xiao Xylan's heart a little lower, but she quickly returned to normal. This is the pass for this shop, you can come anytime as long as you have it, and it also records your points. How many points? Xylan shook her head cutely. Xylan turned out the card, and in an instant, the number of points displayed on the card, 1,000. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a rich little woman. Ling Yun teased when he saw the capital 1,000. Well, brother Ling Yun, don't make fun of me. The red face is so cute. People can't help but take a sip. Ling Yun smiled and continued to explain, the points can be used to open the can. It is the can in your hand. A can has 100 points. Ling Yun also talked to Xylan about the method of earning the origin. However, Ling Yun didn't notice a gleam of light in Xylan's eyes after he finished talking about the method. By the way, I opened a big bargain here, how about 10 jars giving you 800 points? Suddenly Ling Yun seemed to have thought of something, and said. System, profiteers, even the little girl's money is cheated. Ling Yun, shut up, I am giving Xylan more life-saving means. Chapter 4, The Returning Boy. How about? Xiao Xylan would like to come and try the European style. European gas. Xiao Xylan pressed her finger against her chin, especially questioning, but nodded out of trust in Ling Yun, let's do it then. Ling Yun's expression instantly became weird. Girl, what you said is very thought-provoking. Our store is guaranteed purple for 10 consecutive years, and the big bargain for opening is 800. Ling Yun said. Xylan, give me the card. Yeah, here. Ling Yun crossed 800 from the card. At the moment, there are still 200 points left on the card. Ling Yun returned the card to Xylan, and when he reached out, 10 simple jars flew out of the counter. Xylan looked exactly the same as the jar she was holding in her hand, but she still hugged the jar in her arms very carefully. This was of no value. This was the first gift of her life. Ling Yun smiled and watched Xylan still holding the jar, and reminded, little Xylan, there is a card space in the card I gave you. Everything you get from opening the jar in this store can be put into the card space. You can put the comics first. Put it in with the jar, or you won't have your hands to open other jars. Okay. After Xylan was done obediently, she opened her big golden eyes, looking expectantly at the jar suspended in front of her. Is that these jars in front of me have opened something that can change my life? Crack! Without asking Ling Yun again this time, Xiao Xylan controlled the collapse energy in her body and crushed the first jar. In an instant, 3 light balls, 1 blue, 2 white, flew out. Red Wolf's Pan, a pot that has been strengthened by the rules can withstand a missile strike. A new set of NANA, how can I just have clothes? Girls are still developing. Crystal X60, a collection of 280 can be used to supply a crash. Puff. Seeing the second one, Ling Yun almost slobbed. Xylan's face was a little red, and she hurriedly put the white object into the card space, and then went to the bathroom to try again later. I've been watching my mother wear it, but I don't know how it feels. Xiao Xylan secretly observed Ling Yun's face, a little happy. Immediately opened the second jar, the third, all the way to the ninth jar. But this time, it seems that Goddess of Fortune no longer pays attention to the girl. It is all white and green. This time there is no blue. The crystals have made up enough for 2 supplies. Also obtained more than a dozen detonating charms of Naruto world. Luck can be said to be okay, it is very useful for Xylan now. Detonation talisman can already be used as a grenade. As for the 2 expansions, you may be able to draw good things from the collapsed supply warehouse, such as stigmata and weapons. Of course, stigmata and weapons are of course the most suitable, similar to Xylan's sublimation set or the key of nothingness. Well, Xylan, there is one last jar. Yet. Xylan nodded, her face was not frustrated at all, she didn't care whether the things she was driving were good or bad. Because she has no concept at all, such as the division of white, green, blue, and purple, she doesn't understand at all. Oh, there is also a set of clothes, which makes Xiao Xylan happy for a long time. New clothes are a luxury for her, and of course she is happy to be able to produce so many beautiful clothes now. I don't know if this system is deliberate, but Xiao Xylan is extremely happy because it keeps producing white and green items. Is this the kind that counts money for you even if you buy someone? Ling Yun maliciously guessed. Finally, Xylan smashed the last jar. This is. To the surprise of Ling Yun and Xylin, a purple ball of light actually lay quietly between 2 white of light. Is armor, lady, mist-wrapped lady, ... Xylan looked at the blue folding fan in her hand and read it unconsciously. Congratulations, Xiao Xylan. Ling Yun couldn't help but congratulate when he looked at the folding fan in Xiao Xylan's hand. To be honest, I was shocked that Xylan was able to draw his armor. Ling Yu, the lady with his armor foggy, this is an armor that can kill people invisible. Its water control ability is full of bugs. As long as she has enough combat experience, now Xiao Xylan can go to single-handedly challenge the S-level Valkyrie. This folding fan is a special armor from a world called Infinite Stratos. It contains the Is armor called the Lady of the Mist. You can turn it on by sending the collapse energy into the fan. Is armor is a super combat weapon in the world of Infinite Stratos. It is an armor specially made for women. It contains enough abilities to fight against Cecilia Shaniat, the strongest Valkyrie of Destiny. Ling Yu explained to Xylin. What? After receiving Ling Yun's explanation, Xiao Xylan's calm face finally showed a huge change, her eyes fixed on the blue folding fan in her hand. The power of Cecilia, but she saw it in the comics, but she was able to fight her? Hey, wait, don't open it here, or my shop will be scrapped. Ling Yun saw Xylan's thoughts and quickly stopped. The shop has been enhanced by the system and will not suffer any harm. Ling Yun rolled his eyes, you shut up. Crunchy. Suddenly, the door of the shop was opened, and a figure that Ling Yun was very familiar with walked in from outside. Manager, I'm here to buy a pack of instant noodles. Fuck. What's going on? I just left the shop for a while, how has the shop changed? It was the same young man who came in, but he was dumbfounded the moment he came in. Silently exited the shop and glanced outside. Hey? That's right. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The young man walked into the shop again with an expression of doubting life. The inside of the shop has been enlarged several times, which is not visible from the outside. And some daily necessities and snacks have also been replaced with various jars. The man rubbed his eyes vigorously to see if he was dreaming. Okay, don't need it, why? Did you forget to buy vegetables and cook and come to me to buy instant noodles? Ling Yun spoke very skillfully. The manager, your shop has changed a lot. Zhou Nan touched his head, interpreting his embarrassed expression with an awkward smile. Ling Yun glanced at him speechlessly, and threw out a packet of instant noodles. Today is in a good mood, just treat it as a free gift. Ugh. was stunned when Jonan was about to pay. But when he glanced at Xi Lin behind Ling Yun, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful girl. But when he saw Xi Lin tightly pulling Ling Yun's sleeve, he suddenly showed a wretched smile, and said in a flat tone, I know everything, everyone is an adult. Ling Yun's face went dark. You can speak in this undue tone, believe it or not, I will throw you out. Okay, I will leave now. Jonan immediately planned to bugger. Wait, do you want to leave like this? Why don't you leave? Stay and eat. Jonan looked at Ling Yu curiously. You have this card. Jonan took the card, and saw that the word 100 appeared on the card. I don't know if it was Jonan's illusion. Ling Yun saw his eyes completely changed. How should I put it, it's like watching leaks. Chapter 5, Awakening True Powers. Well, the manager, the look in your eyes makes me a little scared. Jonan took a step back. Shut up, come and open the jar. Ling Yun's eyes widened and Jonan came over obediently. Big brother Ling Yun, who is he? Xylin, who had not spoken, said curiously, seeing Jonan gradually coming over, staring at her cute eyes. His name is Jonan, and he is a garbage awakener who lives on the opposite floor. It is called a social animal for short. After Ling Yun's explanation, Jonan's ruthless wiping gun fell. The manager, you have explained too much. I am also a glorious awakener, so how come I am a social animal? Do you know how high the salary of the awakener will be if they are employed? I don't know, I don't want to know, I only know that your dinner is instant noodles every day, I only know that you can't control even the most basic abilities, I only know that you even have the money to repair the wall. Stop! The store manager is wrong, can you give me some face in front of the little girl? Facing Ling Yun and Jonan retreated decisively, these are all dubious daily routines. Xylin still tilted her head. Obviously, she didn't quite understand the meaning of social animals, but she basically understood the meaning, that is, the uncle in front of her was very poor, and very poor. Manager, when did you switch to selling cans here? And this space is obviously bigger. Jonan asked the question from the bottom of my heart. Want to know everything? Just open a jar and you'll know it. Ling Yun smiled, and the leaks came. Jonan looked at the jar placed in front of him, completely unexpected that Ling Yun would suddenly let him open the jar. No, I don't have that much money. Jonan shook his head. This month's living expenses are basically used to repair the wall. Recently, I have to save money and use it a bit. There is no money to open some jars. This doesn't need money, you just treat it as if I gave it to you for free, of course, you have to give me the card in your hand. Oh? This was originally yours. Immediately, Jonan handed the black card in his hand to Ling Yun. However, he was greeted with a mysterious smile. No, this is yours. Jonan couldn't help showing the black question mark face when he looked at the black card that was reinserted in his hand. Xylin couldn't help but laugh while hiding behind Ling Yun. She knew about the origin. The original 100 points in this uncle's hand was just eliminated by Ling Yun's brother. Is this the legendary taker? Jonan didn't know the routine inside. After the result, he honestly said thank you to Ling Yun, which completely detonated Xylin's laughter. This makes Jonan a little confused. Manager, is this just like this? Well, smash it. Affirmed by Ling Yun, Jonan stopped being hypocritical and fell directly to the ground. Crack! The cracking sound of the jar sounded, and a ball of blue and 2 green lights jumped out along the crack of the jar and hovered in front of Jonan. The jar that fell on the ground also turned into a light spot and dissipated. Blood Vessel Awakening Potion, able to perfectly awaken the blood vessels to obtain special abilities. 1000 soft girl coins, give yourself a bite. Sacred Quartz X1, get 20 pots for 1 shot. Manager, is this? Jonan looked at the ball of light in front of him, and the introduction in his mind could not help but grow his mouth, staring at Ling Yun blankly. Jonan, sorry, I have hidden you for many years. In fact, I am a superpower that can reverse the universe of the sun and the moon. Ling Yun showed a deep expression. Jonan, manager, can we talk well? Our shop is a shop that spans the heavens and the world. The wealth of a country that is invincible, the power of invincibility, and the immortality that lives with the sky can be obtained in this shop, as long as you have enough points. The reason why I didn't show up in the world before was because I was waiting for someone like you. Ling Yun solemnly patted Jonan's shoulder and flickered. Xylan looked sideways. What should I do next? Jonan obviously didn't believe it, and pointed to the ball of light. Just crush it directly. The three light were crushed. Jonan's expression was dazed. He looked at the medicine in his hand, 1000 RMB and a sacred spar, and then at Ling Yun. He said in a somewhat unbelievable way, is this the legendary golden finger? It can be understood that way. No, you think too much, you are just a leak. Oh my god, am I going to be on the path of being human? Jonan said excitedly. He didn't read the novel less, and in his dream, he didn't know how many pictures, but now it is finally realized, how could he not be excited? That's right. Ling Yun nodded, with an extremely sure expression. Then this potion. Jonan quickly looked at the potion in his hand. It can help you awaken your blood, don't you always think that your abilities are too weak? Drinking this potion may be able to awaken more powerful abilities, such as air compression, weather mastering, such a big move that can control the weather. Fuck. Jonan was completely rotted by Ling Yun, looking at the potion in his hand as if looking at a ruined treasure. Hurry up and drink it. Ling Yun urged. And Jonan was also attracted by the bright future, and drank it directly regardless of the 3721. Next moment, Ling Yun covered Xilin's ears and let the system shield herself from the sound. What? A heart-piercing voice came from Wu Nan's mouth. Ling Yun looked at Jonan, who fell on the ground and shook his head. Tisk tisk, if you want to have strength, how can you not experience the wind and rain? Brother Ling Yun, you are really bad. Xilin, who was covered by Ling Yun's ears, also chuckled. 5 minutes later, Jonan lay on the ground and panted, his clothes completely soaked in sweat. Seeing the end of the blood awakening, Ling Yun took his hands away from Xilin's ears, walked to Jonan's side and kicked him. How do you feel? Manager, are you honestly speaking on purpose? Jonan gasped and said weakly. What is the most basic trust between people? I am your golden finger. How could I harm you? I always feel that you are not telling the truth. Jonan looked at Ling Yun speechlessly. Don't say anything, how do you feel now, do you have a new ability to awaken? Jonan was taken aback. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com flicked his fingers slightly, and suddenly realized that the airflow that is usually difficult to control can now be controlled as much as he wants. It's done. It's really useful. Jonan was so excited that she was speechless. Nonsense, I can't make you hurt for 5 minutes, Ling Yun rolled his eyes. Manager, can we not mention this? Jonan's complexion collapsed, and it was obvious that Ling Yun's words touched his young heart again, and he was sore all over now. You can't go out depending on how you look today, just eat with me. Thank you, the manager. Hey, what are you doing with my RMB? Jonan watched Ling Yun pick up the 1,000 soft sister coins on the ground and suddenly screamed. They were all opened with me, and I want to take them back? I am a loss-making business. Ling Yun's eyes widened, and Jonan dared not speak immediately. Xilin hasn't eaten yet, right? Let's go out and buy some food first? Come back to eat hot pot in the evening. Ling Yun turned his head to face Xilin softly. Hey? Hot pot? I heard my mother say that it seems to be a kind of delicious food. Xylan's big eyes shone with Shui Ling Ling, the expectation in her eyes was completely unmodified. Ling Yun smiled slightly, then let's go. In this way, the two left the shop holding hands in Zhou Nan's envious eyes. After a few minutes, Zhou Nan, who was lying on the ground, felt cold under her body, and finally reacted. He himself is still on the ground. Oh, oh. Can you help me to the chair before walking? Oh, I'll catch a cold like this. The sound of ghost crying and wolf howling caused people who occasionally passed by to retreat. The path that was originally empty is now even more empty. Chapter 6, The Transcendent Thief. Ling Yun led Xilin, who was in the LVZHE dress, walking down the street, and the rate of turning her head was basically 100%. There are not many beauties who don't have beauty, makeup, and pictures these days. A man would look at Ling Yun with envy, but with every extra look, Ling Yun felt that Xilin held his hand tighter. In this summer, the palms of both of them were sweaty. But neither of them chose to let go. Xilin missed the feeling of being led very much, while Ling Yun was a girl who enjoyed the young girl. In his previous life, he was a single dog crushed by his life. When did he come to talk about his girlfriend? Just as the two walked to the entrance of the mall, a fire broke out in the distant building. The dark smoke rushed into the sky. In the flames, a figure suddenly rushed out of it, still holding a box in his hand. The figure jumped up and jumped directly to the top of the 100-story building opposite. The next moment, countless police sirens sounded, and under the fast-moving figures, police cars were tracking differently. Are the Transcendents doing evil again? Really, the country doesn't care. There was also a riot at the scene, and the complaints of passers-by continued to be heard. Brother Ling Yun, what happened? It was the first time that Xiao Xilin saw this situation, and she subconsciously pulled Ling Yun's sleeve. It's okay. Ling Yun touched Xilin's forehead comfortingly, and looked into the distance. There are countless figures chasing behind the person holding the box. It is not difficult to say that this is another robbery incident by the awakened. Ling Yun has seen this kind of thing several times on TV. What is the easiest thing to change? That is the human heart. From an ordinary person with nothing to an extraordinary person with extraordinary power overnight. There are always some people who cannot bear the greed that power brings. However, Ling Yun also understands a little bit. Some people have been oppressed by life for a long time, and are unwilling to wait after gaining strength. Of course, I'll talk about it if I wanted to commit a crime. But I will have to wait a while to buy groceries. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as I follow Ling Yun, I will be very happy. Ling Yun looked at Xilin's dependent gaze and touched his nose with some embarrassment. Damn, these nasty policemen are everywhere. The running figures on the building looked at the four figures behind them and cursed inwardly. The laws on the Transcendent in the Dragon Kingdom are very strict. Ordinary people are the majority in any country. In order to protect the lives and property of ordinary people, the country has to make corresponding strategies. Extraordinary people must be restricted while possessing great power. Since you don't leave me a way to survive, then take you to die together. Suddenly, the man gritted his teeth as if he had made some decision. He stopped running and stopped on a building. He stopped. Good opportunity. The four chasing people saw that the man didn't even run away, and a gleam of light flashed in their eyes, suddenly speeding up. Hee, it's also a profit to bring 4 second tiers on the road. The man sneered at the four people who were approaching quickly. Took out a dark green dagger. What does he want to do? I don't know, stop him, it will change after a while. It is good. The four responded and each took out their weapons. Is a silver spear. The tips of the 4 spears glowed in different colors. Every transcendent who has awakened the supernatural powers, the reaction speed of his body has increased exponentially, and ordinary bullets have no effect on them. At this time, the people of the National Academy of Sciences developed a cold weapon called Extraordinary Weapon, which can not only store abilities in it, but also improve the combat effectiveness of the extraordinary. Is an item sought after by the vast majority of transcendents. Sorry, you have no chance. The man's eyes were sharp, and he directly cut his arm with a dagger, and countless blood flowed for a while. But it was very strange that the blood did not fall to the ground but was sucked by the dark green dagger. Not good. He is communicating with alien creatures. Suddenly, one of the four supernatural beings yelled with a splitting eye when seeing the man's movements. After hearing this, the others were shocked, and quickly stabbed the spear in their hands, trying to break this nasty call. Hee, it's too late, let's die together, the man yelled frantically. At the next moment, his whole body ignited spontaneously and turned into fly ash floating in the air. In mid-air, a dark green dagger was quietly suspended. Damn it! The extraordinary person who had spoken before gave a secret curse, quickly picked up the phone, and dialed a number. This is the headquarters, Constable Hiyu, please speak. A voice came from the other side soon. Help me report to the team leader, someone has blood stains summoning alien creatures. What? The person opposite was obviously shocked by Hiyu's words, and responded quickly, I will report to the team leader now. Please. Hiyu said. Captain, what shall we do next? Asked a police officer looking at the dagger floating in the air. Stay away from here first, and then evacuate the crowd. The next thing is not something we can handle. Yuyu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen a creature in a foreign land. Hiyu glanced at him deeply, don't worry, you won't want to see him again after you see it. Several people shot out quickly to evacuate the surrounding people. Hey? Why did those few people leave again? Xylan's curious voice sounded. Little Xylan, can you see what's going on there? Well, my collapse function seems to have enhanced my eyesight, allowing me to see clearly what is happening there. Did something happen? Ling Yun frowned. There is always a very bad feeling in my heart. Brother Ling Yun, there is a very uncomfortable force gathering there. Raised her cute eyebrows, Xylan said uncomfortably. After hearing Xylan's words, Ling Yun said in his heart, is something really going to happen? But it's not right. I have been in this world for several days, and I haven't heard of any supernatural events or anything other than supernatural beings. The news reports are all about transcendence. Could it be said that the high level of this world is hiding something? Ling Yun suddenly had a terrible thought. It would be horrible if it was really what I thought. Ling Yun let out a suffocating breath. What kind of horror is the thing that can be hidden by the top leaders of various countries? It's not good, brother Ling Yun, that thing has moved. Suddenly, Xi-Lin grabbed Ling Yun's sleeve and said. Something. Ling Yun cast his gaze towards the top of the building in the distance. Chapter 7, Ling Yun's Jar. Something big should happen next. Ling Yun frowned. This is not a shop. He doesn't have that invincible power. Outside, he is completely an ordinary person who can't resist even ordinary transcendence. Wait, shop. Ling Yun immediately sounded the task issued by the system, and immediately asked in his mind. System, I have sold 12 cans, 2 more cans than your task, this task can be settled. Congratulations to your Royal Highness for completing the task and rewarding an exclusive jar. System, wait, can I open a can in the system space? Yes. That's good. Ling Yun looked at the mysterious jar that appeared in the system space and heaved a sigh of relief. Hidden strength is an indispensable course for every protagonist. The jar shop and system are also his only cards. I just hope the system won't cheat me. Although the promise of the system is purple, Ling Yun is really worried about this system that even deducts the novice gift package. Big brother Ling Yun, what's wrong with you? You suddenly become so nervous. Xi-Lin, who was holding Ling Yun's hand, could naturally feel Ling Yun's strangeness. Nothing, don't worry. Facing Xilin's question, Ling Yu smiled and stroked her little head. Consciousness sinks into the system space, manipulating the spirit and pressing hard, cracks appear in the mysterious jar. Numerous golden lights overflowed from the cracks in the jar. The golden light shines on the system space, which all sets off the extraordinariness of the items in the tank. Looking at the golden light, Ling Yun let go of the worry in his heart. The light dissipated, and the golden ball of light quietly suspended in the air. Ling Yun touched lightly, and the light ball shattered. It turned out to be this. Ling Yun's face suddenly showed surprise. The core of the law, it is the core formed by the law of breaking the world and concentrating the energy of collapse in the body, so that the law can produce and control the beast and the dead. It has a complete understanding of after the interpretation of the thing, the ability to reproduce the thing with one's own power. I suddenly felt that I could single out the whole world. His Royal Highness, please stop daydreaming. Cut. But the system you gave me this, is it really okay? It won't affect the plot of the original world, right? Ling Yun, remember that this core is with Walter, is it really okay to just give it to yourself? To know the core future of the law of reason, it is a must-have item for the duck to advance to the duck. Your Majesty, please rest assured that the contents of the jar are completely independent of the rules and completely individual. This system resolutely puts an end to the second-hand market. What happened to the second-hand market? Do you look down on the second-hand market? Can you use second-hand dolls? Facing Ling Yun's questioning system, he uttered aloud. The system really stopped Ling Yun from asking. And many more. It's not right. Is labor and capital that kind of person? Why do we need to entangle this problem? System, please give me a rough idea, explain clearly. This system strongly detects that His Highness does not want this system to tell the truth. Ling Yun's face was extremely dark, but he didn't continue to talk with the system anymore. I won't break down when I use this. Thinking of Walter almost crashing himself while using the core, Ling Yun couldn't help asking. Please rest assured, Your Highness is all perfect products, and there will be no damage to the host's body. I still feel a little worried, it seems that I will have to smoke a pot with endless energy in the future. His Royal Highness's energy is completely tied to the shop. His Royal Highness's original energy is endless. As for the lack of energy, there is no such thing as life output. Forget it, you should call me the host. There is no respect in your tone. Okay, host. Honestly, this is a real novice gift pack. Ling Yun narrowed his eyes and said what was in his heart. System. Can we keep entangled with the topic of the novice gift package? Are the benefits provided by this system not enough? Send unlimited energy at the start. Fortunately, Ling Yun didn't bother with this matter anymore. When he put the core of the lyre on his chest, the red core slowly melted into Ling Yun's body for the next moment. At the moment when the core was integrated, Ling Yun felt that the shackles of his whole body were opened, the warm current flowing all over his body, and the physique became more and more terrifying under the control of the core. Then a lot of theoretical knowledge flooded into his mind. The painful Ling Yun has a sentence MMP that I don't know if I should say it or not. However, he became excited after the pain was over. He could make things like airplanes, tanks, and shells in an instant, and because it was made by the core, it was also attached with a layer of terrifying power. Now the weapons made by Ling Yun are completely useless. An extraordinary weapon comparable to powerful. Moreover, he has acquired a terrifying ability. As long as the level does not exceed the golden quality, he can reconstruct it with a glance, even if it is a golden item after a period of time, it can be reconstructed. This is the power that the law of reason does not possess at all. Ling Yun is regarded as a newbie gift package given by the system. System, I said, can we not mention this matter? It's always interesting. Now Ling Yun can also announce loudly, labor and capital can also destroy the world. To be honest, Ling Yun is a little bit thinking about whether to become an arms manufacturer. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Anyway, the energy is unlimited, it is better to make more money. Of course, this proposal was directly passed by the system. Xylin felt Ling Yun's change and looked at him with her lovely eyes. Xylin, who possessed Bang Hui can perfectly master, can clearly sense the powerful force flowing through Ling Yun, which clearly did not exist just now. But when I think of those magic jars, I feel relieved. How could Ling Yun's strength, who can have a magical shop like Pot Point, be weak? Hey? Why do I feel that there are more people? After fusing the core, Ling Yun gained a magical perception. Under his perception, the flow of people around has increased a lot. Does the supermarket have a discount sale today? No, the human breath on those floors has disappeared. Is this evacuating people? It should be related to the uncomfortable force that Xylin said. Ling Yun's eyes suddenly turned into a mysterious burgundy. Using his core power, he could clearly see the situation on the tall building a kilometer away. There are dozens of heavily armed figures standing in a row, holding cold weapons similar to long spears in their hands. Extending the energy of different colors on the spears formed an enchantment, shrouded a suspended dagger inside. It's not the kind of energy that the Transcendent possesses. What's the matter with this dirty, worm-like aura? Ling Yun narrowed his eyes. Although he was shielded by the barrier, he could still feel a breath that made him feel sick. Chapter 8, The Arrival of Alien Creatures. Very good, then just take this dagger seal back. Yu looked at the motionless dagger and lost a sigh of relief. Summoning alien creatures not only requires the performer to offer sacrifices, but also takes time to penetrate the world barrier to communicate with alien creatures. After receiving the information of the sacrificer, the alien creatures can follow the dagger to enter the world without any hindrance. After all, it was called by human beings on their own initiative, and the world barrier would not stop it. Seeing that the strength of the alien creatures connected with this dagger should not be very strong, otherwise the coveting of those guys for this world would have come as early as the moment the man sacrificed. At the moment when everyone was preparing to close the enchantment, the dagger burst out with an extremely dazzling light, and He Yufang's heart was raised again. An incomparably terrifying breath instantly blasted from the dark green dagger. Directly broke through the barrier and brought everyone down. Centered on the dagger, an overwhelming wind pressure erupted. Not good. Yu secretly said badly, and quickly got up from the ground. Everyone retreat. Yu roared, his legs exploded with terrifying force, and quickly grabbed a few transcendents who fell on the ground, and quickly left the battlefield. The others did not dare to stay at all, and quickly withdrew from this area. Damn it! Stopped on the roof of a building, Yu looked at the brighter and brighter light, and his heart was full of impatience. This is the city center, not to mention that the evacuation of the population cannot be so fast. Once a war starts here, the loss it will have to bear after the war is even more incalculable. I hope that the strength of the creatures coming out this time will not exceed Tier 4, otherwise no one in the entire Yanghai city can stop him. Yu smiled bitterly. Hey, where's the wind? The shape of my combed hair is messed up. My hat. This is the unethical transcendent of the wind element who is showing his supernatural powers. Every time it makes it like a third-level gale. Fuck. The straw is stuck in the nose. In the squally wind, the people around complained loudly. Ling Yun's eyes flashed red, and the invisible quantum barrier shielded him and Xylin at the moment when the wind pressure came. Glanced at the police officer who came in a hurry, Ling Yun led Xylin into the mall directly. If you don't hurry up, you might be hungry tonight. As expected, in the eyes of everyone's puzzlement, he was led away by the police. Although I don't know what happened, most of the people chose to leave out of trust in the police. As for a small number of troublemakers, they were slapped and thrown into the police car. The police saw that the crowd outside was almost evacuated, and quickly ran to the building's broadcasting station and inside the building to prevent the evacuation. Click! On the building, the faint green light quickly gathered, and under the gaze of He Yu and others, a hole suddenly opened in the sky. The strong suction force made He Yu and others tightly grasp the handrail to avoid being sucked in, but the strong suction force made the air thinner, and everyone felt a little lack of oxygen. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. The red light bombarded the opening, and the suction suddenly stopped. The suction power disappeared, and He Yu and others fell on their feet, breathing the air greedily. Director. He Yu and others were overjoyed when they saw the visitor. If you often watch Yanghai channel, you will know that Yang Chuan is the director of the Yanghai City Public Security Bureau and the director of the Yanghai City branch of the Extraordinary Sub-Bureau of Jiangnan Province. Retreat. Yang Chuan nodded to several people. The ring on his hand flashed, and a red long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The long sword has a bloodletting trough that rolls down like magma, exuding a faint red glow. Of course, this is not just a bloodletting tank, it is also sealed with real geocentric magma. After He Yu and the others retreated quickly, Yang Chuan looked at the gap in the space. At this moment, something dirty and smelly like silt was emerging. They slowly overflowed from the opening, and finally converged in shape and turned into a huge monster. During the, Yang Chuan did not attack, and only waited for his figure to come out and annihilate it in one fell swoop, otherwise, if he was beaten to pieces, it would hide the danger under the city. What is that? I don't know, I haven't seen it, but it's disgusting. Take a photo and post it on the internet, it might be a hit. Agree, I have one too. The crowd in the distance looked at the huge foreign creature in the sky, their eyes widened, and they pointed at it. But in the next moment, these can't be laughed out. The black torrent of energy cannons directly shattered the building closest to the crowd. Countless rebels splashed on the ground, bounced and landed at their feet. Ah! Monster! After a short silence, people began to scream and flee. Yang Chuan watched a drop of sweat dripping from the forehead of the huge monster in front of him, and when he tilted his head slightly, he could find that the building that had collapsed before was behind him. This monster has at least Tier 6 combat power. Yang Chuan said with some difficulty. There are a total of 8 levels of transcendence, and the division is also very simple, ranging from 1 to 8. In Ling Yun's comparison in cognition, the powerhouse of Tier 6 is already equivalent to the nuclear bomb of his previous life. The 7th tier powerhouse is the standard configuration of every province, used to act as a deterrent and hole card. The cultivation base has reached the 8th level, let alone the true pillar of the country. It is even no exaggeration to say that the more powerful people of the 8th level a country has, the higher the country's status in the world. Of course, it's also because the world has become hard enough because of the aura, otherwise it would have been broken. In front of the nuclear bomb level 6th tier, Yang Chuan's 4th tier is really not enough. Yang Chuan, there is a phrase MMP between labor and management that I don't know if it should be said or not. Complained, he had already notified the province to send someone to support, the above notice was to let him hold the opponent. Yang Chuan immediately smiled bitterly, this is not a problem that can't be held back, it's completely desperate. Even so, you have to complete the task even if you fight for your old life. Take a deep breath, Yang Chuan's face is extremely serious. The power flowed, and the red long sword was covered by flames by the way. The magma sealed in the sword was excited, and the hot flame caused ripples in the space. Yang Chuan stepped on it fiercely, and the whole person burst out. Leave a long red line. Ho 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 ho. The black monster made a strange cry, and the ugly flesh on his body was shaking constantly. A pair of big hands covered with meat sticks out of the meat, and there is a beet in front of him. Mars bloomed under the giant hand. Yang Chuan was photographed into the building, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com knocked over layer after layer of reinforced concrete walls. Director. Yu shouted at the ruins with red eyes. Ahem, it's okay. In the ruins, Yang Chuan pushed a boulder away from his chest and supported his body with a sword. But when he stood up completely, his throat suddenly sweetened, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Is this tier 6? Just a light palm almost slapped me off. Looking at the blood on the ground, Yang Hai showed a bitter smile. This task is really not human. The chief withdraw. You can't beat him. Yu shouted. Less long-winded. Labor and capital are still young. Smoothing the blood from the corners of his mouth, Yang Chuan gathered all the abilities in his body into the extraordinary weapon in his hand. Director, it's not a question of young age. Shut up, why are you still there? Didn't I let you retreat? Ho 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 ho. The monster continued to scream, and the two pairs of giant hands kept flapping, directly blasting down the surrounding two-story buildings. Just like dominoes, the high-rise buildings fell one after another. Fuck. Stop, Lao Tzu. Do you know that all the aftermath work you are doing now belongs to Lao Tzu? Yang Chuan was directly angry, and the extraordinary weapon in his hand was quickly extended under the filling of horror abilities, and turned into a fiery red sword. The viscous lava dripped, and the masonry ground made a sizzling noise. It is okay to hit him, but it is absolutely impossible to make him as tired as a dog. Ho 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 ho. The monster continued to scream, and he ignored Yang Chuan at all. The terrifying energy blasted through the tall building layer after layer. Chapter 9, Good Intentions to Do Bad Things. MD. Yang Chuan exploded, and he rushed out by directly lifting the sword with both hands. Boom! The big sword entangled in the fiery fire suddenly slashed down, and the blade of the fiery flame smashed a fiery blade into the monster in the air. The burning of the flame made the fleshy body exude a stench. Let you not let Lao Tzu rest. Let you destroy it. Do you know how much GDP you will lose like this? I still want to be promoted. These are all achievements, do you know it? Yang Chuan was directly angry, and jumped onto the monster's body, holding the big sword in both hands and slashing. Slashed and cursed, and his extraordinary weapon resonated in Yang Chuan's rage burst, and its explosive power faintly reached the 5th order advanced level, making the monster scream in pain. Yu and the others just stared at it. Is this the unsmiling director they know? Now it feels like the shrew who usually scolds the street. The people in the super branch of Yanghai City, who were observing this scene through satellites, were also surprised. It turns out that their director is so sturdy. Roar! The monster suddenly roared. The huge piece of meat burst out with light, forming a barrier to blast Yang Chuan back into a floor. The monster was also angry. Numerous giant hands stretched out from the flesh, and they hit Yang Chuan directly without a target. After being beaten for so long, he didn't have a temper. The monster building didn't damage anymore, so I caught Yang Chuan and beat him. Now the monster wants to tell Yang Chuan that MMP has a temper even if it is a monster. However, Yang Chuan's eyes are redder. This savage monster not only hurts his performance but also kills him? Who do you look down upon? Yang Chuan grabbed the hilt with both hands and raised the sword up to the sky. Boom! Flames erupted, making a violent sound. The scorching fire wave dyed the sky red. The glass of the surrounding building could not withstand the high temperature, so it cracked. The personnel who tested the aura value looked at the display screen and were even more stunned. Yang Chuan's data rose swiftly. They started to understand why Yang Chuan was able to be the head of the extraordinary branch. Anger value bonus. The flames soared into the sky, and the clouds were directly pierced by the hot flames. The floors under Yang Chuan's feet shattered because of the enormous force, exposing the steel bars inside. Death to labor and capital. Amidst Yang Chuan's roar, the flame sword, which was more than 10 meters long, swung down at the monster. The water vapor in the air is completely evaporated. In this sweltering summer, Yang Chuan's extraordinary weapon bonus is even more powerful. The monster also roared in anger, and when he counted the giant hand, he greeted him, and the energy in his mouth gathered. No, this guy wants to block the chief's attack with a giant hand, and then use the energy cannon to fly the attack. He suddenly saw the monster's thoughts and said suddenly, "Captain, the spirit-piercing bullet is here." At a distance of more than 10 meters, a police officer held a rectangular box and shouted in the direction of He threw the box in his hand over. "It's too time to come." He complexion was overjoyed. Jumped up fiercely and caught the box. Quickly entered the password and opened the box, revealing a black sniper rifle. Next to, there are 3 liquid-like energy boxes. Quickly inserted the energy box into the sniper rifle. The liquid energy box disappeared quickly when it entered the sniper rifle, all gathered in the gun body. He leaned down, opened the scope, and aimed at the energy ball in the monster's mouth. Counting to the moment when the giant hand touched the pillar of fire, the white mist rose up, and the monster roared in pain, but it stubbornly blocked the flaming sword. "Not good," Yang Chuan secretly said badly. "Don't look at him for a while, but his own strength is only tier 4, which is too far behind the alien creatures of tier 6, and this blow is almost all the power in his body. If it can't be blocked, he will become a fish on the plate." Quack quack. As if seeing Yang Chuan's situation, the monster made a weird smile. The energy ball in his mouth accumulates faster, and it is about to fly out. "It's now." He snorted coldly when everyone was worried, and pulled the wrench. The blue laser flew out quickly and hit the pitch-black energy ball accurately. "Okay." The monster snorted, and the energy ball in its mouth quickly expanded. Click! The energy ball was torn apart, especially clear in this silent sky. Roar! The monster looked in the direction of He, and a trace of anger flashed in his pupils, and he turned his head and shot out in the direction of Ling Yun. The energy ball can't last long, but it can sense that the traffic of people in the recent Yanghai commercial is the most. The idea of a monster is very simple. Since you can't kill the person in front of you, use a huge amount to make up for the loss. Not good. The evacuation of the people in Yanghai commercial and trade has not ended. Yang Chuan's complexion suddenly changed to stop it, but the energy ball was too fast to catch up. When it was a few hundred meters away from Yanghai trade and commerce, the energy ball burst out with a tremendous amount of energy. The light shrouded the shadows, and a huge mushroom cloud burst out. The terrifying energy destroyed countless buildings like a violent wind sweeping dead leaves, and there was ashes within 100 meters. Yanghai trading was turned into rubble under the explosion. Some police officers and people who had not been evacuated were all buried alive. Yanghai commercial. Ling Yun took Xylan to buy a lot of hot pot dishes. Glanced at the policeman in the distance and said, "It's almost done, let's go back." Xylan nodded. Suddenly, a terrifying vibration caused Ling Yun's pupils to shrink suddenly. "Be careful." Ling Yun quickly held Xylan in his arms. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Eyes flashed a burgundy red. The quantum shield unfolded, protecting the two of them. At the next moment, the entire building collapsed, and countless stones fell from above, burying the two of them in the ground. In the distance, Yang Chuan watched Yang Ha's eyes become dilapidated, and his eyes were scary when he watched several police cars crushed into scrap. Yang Chuan knelt on the ground looking at the ruins. "Because of me, it's all because of me. If you didn't save me, so many people would not die." The head of the Public Security Bureau knelt on the ground, but no one laughed, and their hearts were equally heavy. Hiyu's complexion is pale, and there is no blood on his face. This Nima is kind to do bad things. Transcendental Bureau looked at the picture in the satellite and was silent. "I want to use a satellite laser to kill this grandson now." An extraordinary person looked at the raging foreign creatures on the screen and roared, his nails sunk in the flesh. "Shut up, don't say such things in the future." A middle-aged man interrupted. Satellite laser is the final card of Yanghai City. It is to prevent Yanghai City from destroying the super-powerful attack by satellites launched from Too Fast authorized by the National Defense Agency. But the price to be paid is also extremely high. Minister. I'm just not reconciled. The extraordinary person replied with suppressed anger. Minister, Zhang Zhou's support is here. Suddenly, the door was opened and a female police officer ran in quickly. Then let them kill it quickly, don't you think there are not enough casualties? The middle-aged man sitting in the first seat turned his head and said in a deep voice. The bloodshot eyes seemed to be able to tear people apart. Yes. The female police officer was shocked when she saw the middle-aged man's expression, and quickly replied. Chapter 10, Skyfire Calamity. Under the ruins of Yanghai Trading. The blue mask resisted the external pressure for Xilin and Ling Yun. Xiao Xilin has been unconscious. System, can I construct anything in my cognition? Ling Yun gently smoothed Xilin's bangs, and asked flatly into the air. As long as it is well known by the host and does not exceed the golden quality, it can be perfectly created by the host. Explained the system. That's good. Looking at Xiao Xilin with her eyes closed in her arms, a trace of anger flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. Is really a person from the sky sitting in a pot at home. I didn't want to mix up, but now this is forcing me. His left hand embraced Xilin, and his right hand suddenly protruded. The red light flickered in his hand, and the aura in the air began to gather, gradually forming a red gem floating in the air. Looking at this gem that emits fire waves, the structural energy continues to be activated. At the periphery of the gem, the blueprint of the great sword is quickly constructed, and terrifying energy emerges in the buried underground. After a few breaths, a red big sword was constructed by Ling Yun, and the terrifying energy was extremely suppressed underground. Ling Yun grabbed the fiery red sword, a burgundy light flashed in his dark eyes, and he swung it at the ruins above his head. Boom! A burst of flames spurted from the great sword, breaking through the ruins and reaching the sky. Yang Chuan, kneeling in front of the ruins, was blown up by the storm that erupted from the flames, and hit a huge boulder. The next moment, a red light appeared on countless stones, slowly rising from the ruins. This is... Yang Chuan-Wushan's pupils gradually came to life, and his tone trembled. All the support staff also stared at the floating rocks around. Has been paying attention to the Kaofan branch of Yanghai City here, and his eyes are instantly fixed on the ruins of Yanghai Trade. I am excited. Great. There is a strong shot. Even one life is good. After all the stones were removed by the red light, everyone saw several blue masks. Inside the mask are the police, service personnel, and ordinary people on the floor where Ling Yun was before. As for the other floors, sorry, the manpower will eventually be exhausted. The mask disappeared, revealing the bewildered people. Looking at the ruins outside, they didn't know what happened. Why did the outside become ruins in an instant? Not dead, not dead, great! Yang Chuan looked at the people in the ruins looking left and right, and ran towards the survivors. He almost fell to the ground while bumping, but his eyes were full of joy. Something extraordinary helped them. He is the biggest hero in this battle. The middle-aged man in the extraordinary branch said in a deep voice, his tone full of joy. Turn the picture to the Huazu. The next moment he thought of something and commanded. The big screen quickly adjusted to the picture of the pillar of fire. That's, enlarge the screen. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank and shouted. The red pillar of fire slowly disappeared, and a white-haired man in a black battle suit was holding a fiery red big sword, which was enough to burn all the sky on the big sword and kept burning the space. Held a girl with long purple hair in her arms, the girl was already in a coma. What is he? He tremblingly looked at the man standing on the top of the ruins. His unsentimental gaze swept across him lightly, but in this summer weather, he was in an ice cellar. The man's indifferent gaze suddenly lifted, just in time to make contact with the satellite's detection. What? He found us! The people in the KO fog branch suddenly changed. There are not many people in this world who can detect satellite detection. Except for the strongest of the countries, everyone else had no idea in the detection of satellites. He is very strong. The middle-aged man sucked in a cold breath. Through the core force to counter-invade the satellite, after knowing that the if-nothing detection eye is the government, Ling Yun no longer pays attention. At this moment, Ling Yun has completely changed his posture. His current appearance is exactly like Kevin Kaslana. Kevin Kaslana, the fusion warrior of the United Nations in the pre-civilization era of mankind in the Collapse comics against the Collapse organization Fire-Chasing Moth, the hero who led the pre-civilized human struggle to the end, the most powerful protector of mankind, the first-generation holder of the seventh god's key Skyfire Sacred Judgment. Looked away, the huge fleshy monster fell into its pupils, and several extraordinary people were waiting for opportunities around it. Ling Yun tipped his toes, and the dust exploded, and the whole person turned into a missile and exploded and flew towards the monster. He went to the battlefield. Is he going for revenge? Xiaolin adjusted the scene. Seeing Ling Yun rushing to the battlefield, the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted to the person next to him. Yes, Minister. The woman named Xiaolin replied. There was a flash of lightning on the keyboard. Ling Yun was finally captured on the screen. Ling Yun quickly crossed the floor, leaped fiercely, and appeared directly in the building closest to the monster under the surprised eyes of several extraordinary people. Is impressively the roof of the building where Yang Chuan was before. Who are you? This place has been taken over by the General Administration of Transcendence, and the unrelated personnel should leave quickly. Ling Yun turned a blind eye to the warning sound coming from his ear. The blue eyes were filled with indifferent, looking at the ugly monster spliced like countless pieces of meat. A trace of anger flashed through the indifferent pupils. Is that you? The big sword was lifted by Ling Yun with one hand, the red firelight left an arc in the air, and the fiery red sword pointed at the center of the monster's eyebrows. Roar! The monster was angered by Ling Yun's provocation, and the roar shook the sky. The hand patted Ling Yun mercilessly. Stop! Get out of here! Several extraordinary people were shocked when they saw the angry monster. I don't know how many people died in this battle, and now there can be no more casualties. Ling Yun was extremely calm at the moment. In his eyes, the monster was already a dead thing. Looking at the howling giant hand, he moved the big sword gently to the right with one hand. Skyfire Great Sword. The moment Ling Yun's voice fell, the big sword in his hand seemed to be unlocked. The ring of the hilt glowed fiery red. The body of the great sword was quickly covered by flames. The scorching fire wave swept through, and the breath of tens of thousands of times more terrifying than Yang Chuan before made the entire Yanghai city shrouded in the heat, and the large river in the distance even emitted water vapor. The giant hand was turned into ashes by the scorching flame before it approached. Roar! The monster gave a pain, and looked at Ling Yun with a daunted expression on his face. But it will be afraid of Ling Yun but not. The brightly lit sword was gently swung out by Ling Yun. Boom! It's trembling! It's trembling! Yang Chuan looked at the red long sword violently shaking at his waist in disbelief. The long swords that gather the lava in the center of the earth are actually in fear. Silently raised his head, looking at the man in the distance, Yang Chuan took a deep breath. While looking at Ling Yun's horror, there was also a touch of admiration. The big sword was chopped out by Ling Yun and turned into a huge blade of flame to blast the monster directly. The monster didn't have time to react, and was taken by the huge impact of the fire blade to an altitude of several thousand meters, and sank into the clouds. What? Before waiting for the many transcendents to come back to their senses, Ling Yun on the side murmured softly. Eternal calamity destroys Jin. As soon as the words fell, the flames that had been suppressed by Ling Yun directly exploded with real power. Boom! The fire blade that bombarded the monster blasted out a fire that could sweep the entire planet, and the unquenchable sky fire swept the entire sky. The clouds that filled the sky above Yanghai City were directly dissipated by the fire waves. The sky seemed to be a flammable object. It burned when touched, and turned into a sea of fire with the roar, like a meteorite entering the atmosphere. The cloudless sky is burning at this moment. A flame more dazzling than the sun. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. At this moment, tribulation exploded out of flames comparable to the explosion of a star. Ling Yun turned around, the real man never looked back at the explosion. In my heart, oh my god, this recoil is a bit strong, and my hands are a little trembling. Anxious air waves whizzed past, and the robe that was blowing to the clouds buzzed. Seen from a distance, a man holding a big sword hugs a woman, matching the flames sweeping the sky, just like the myth of the Garden of Eden. Felt it for a while, and after knowing that the monster had been eliminated, Ling Yun had no interest in staying here anymore. Revenge, now it's time to solve the fasting stomach. Retracted the big sword into the system space, hugged Xiao Xilan in the manner of a princess with both hands, and left here one by one. However, in the silent world, it was extremely uneasy. The transcendent branch saw it from the perspective of space through a satellite. The sky was covered by a sea of fire. Everyone who was observing this scene opened their mouths wide and couldn't believe it. You must know that the observation is a satellite. The fiery red piece that can be seen clearly from here, how wide the burning sky is. Countless people in Yanghai City stared blankly at the burning flames in the sky. The already hot summer is now even hotter. Oh my god! The transcendents who originally held the alien creatures were also sitting on the ground, looking up, staring at the sky, their jaws unable to close for a long time. Only when you have experienced the unmatched power at close range can you clearly feel your own insignificance. The burning sky that everyone pays attention to. No one ever noticed that Ling Yun had already left. The fire that burns the sky but never falls is called by countless people after today the flame that burns the sky, that is, the sky fire. Chapter 11, Third Guest. The weather forecast seems to say it is raining. When the flames in the sky went out, people looked at the sunny sky and looked at each other. It's raining. It's still going to rain. Next fart, I would rather believe that tomorrow will be paid. I don't believe it will rain tomorrow. I think it's pretty beautiful. Hey? Oh. Boss, why are you here? Did you forget that we were off work together? Not to mention the bewildered people of Yanghai City, Ling Yun has returned to the door of his shop with his sister. Only when Ling Yun opened the door, he was stunned. Why are you still on the ground? Although it is summer, but you sweat so much, you will catch a cold when you lie on the ground. Ling Yun kindly reminded him that he did not help Zhou Nan who had fallen on the ground, and carried the unconscious Xi Lin onto the chair. Zhou Nan watched Ling Yun stepping past him bitterly. You are actually pulling me up. What am I doing? You are squeamish, get up quickly, come and help prepare dinner, or you can eat the soil for me today. Ling Yun kicked in the past, and he couldn't give him a good face to a slut. Cut, pay more attention to color than friends. Zhou Nan glanced at Xi Lin, who was sleeping, curled his lips in disdain, and quickly got up from the ground. After a period of rest, he could get up on his own a long time ago. He would continue to lie down just to see if Ling Yun would apologize to him and help him up because of the guilt in his heart. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Ling Yun said, a leak in a mirror wants the owner to help you? Dreaming. Our owner only supports beautiful women. It was dusk in a blink of an eye, and a ray of sunlight passed through the glass of the shop and fell on Xilan's eyes. Okay. The dazzling sunlight caused Xi Lin to open her dim sleepy eyes, her golden eyes matched the dusk perfectly. What's wrong with me? Right. Earthquake. Brother Ling Yun. Xylan was confused for a while and instantly remembered what happened when she was in a coma, and quickly searched for Ling Yun's figure. The building fell, and Ling Yun was buried in the ruins to protect her. Wait. This is the shop. Why am I here? But when Xylan saw the familiar environment around him, she stood up from her chair and heard the sound of boiling water coming from inside the shop. Slap! Just when Xylan was about to go and have a look, the door was opened, and Ling Yun, who was out, was taken aback when he saw Xylan. A smile appeared on his face. Good evening, is your sleep sound? The next moment, with a soft body, Ling Yun stared at Xiao Xylan, who was holding him in a daze. Brother Ling Yun. Sorry, it's all because of me. Xiao Xylan buried her head in Ling Yun's chest, tightly hugging Ling Yun's waist with her hands, tears gushing continuously. After experiencing the departure of relatives and friends in front of her eyes again and again, Xylan's heart has long been closed. If it weren't for Ling Yun, she would not have shown the smile buried in her heart in this life. But after experiencing this incident, she was scared, and she didn't want to lose important people anymore. Didn't want to leave the only person in front of her who could make her feel the warmth of the world. Feeling the wet chest, Ling Yun gently stroked the smooth purple hair, did not speak, just stroked it quietly. After crying for a while, Xiao Xylan seemed to be tired from crying. She just lay on Ling Yun's chest like this. Looked at the rosy corner of his eyes and couldn't help sighing. Little Xylan's strength is so great. If this is an elderly person, I think I will lie down in the hospital the next day if you hold me like this. Ling Yun gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Xylan's eyes, and joked. I hate it, I'm ignoring you. Xylan's face, lying on Ling Yun's chest, suddenly blushed, and she quickly broke away from Ling Yun's embrace. This is the first time she hugs a man of the opposite sex. Her fair and pretty face flushed to the roots of her ears. Tilted his head and did not look at Ling Yun, but his little hand gripped Ling Yun's clothes tightly. Xylan doesn't want to let go, only after experiencing the loss will she know how much she cares. I said, I'm hungry. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Ling Yun. In an instant, Ling Yun and Xylan's eyes were directed at Jonan ill-advisedly, as if a laser beam shot out, electrocuting Jonan. The culprit that obstructs the convergence of electric currents, the light bulb, deserves the death penalty. Come on, Xylan, taste this. Delicious. Come and try this again. This is good too. Brother Ling Yun, come, too. Well, Xylan is the cutest. Hee hee. Jonan looked at the two people who showed affection and showed a blind eye. He suddenly regretted coming here for dinner. Looked at the dishes in front of him, but he didn't have any appetite. How should I put it, his stomach was a little full. After a sumptuous dinner, Jonan left. He swore that he had never been so wronged. Being a single dog is too difficult, so let's go home and chat with a pillow. After Jonan left, Ling Yun and Xylan were left in the whole shop. What's the matter? Is it uncomfortable? Ling Yun looked at Xylan, who was hesitating and couldn't help asking. Brother Ling Yun, I want to go back. Xylan hesitated for a long time, then said firmly. I want to go back and accept the power of collapse. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, waiting for me to become the law of the sky, with strong power. I don't have to drag Ling Yun, brother. Ling Yun was taken aback for a while, smiled and touched Xylan's head. I don't think you are dragging me back. But I think. Xylan said stubbornly. Ling Yun looked at Xiao Xylan's firm eyes and said, the black card I gave you before can not only be used to record points, but it is also the key to my shop. Give me the black card. Took the black card and said in his heart, System, help me change the crossing limit to 0. Completed. Looking at the modified black card, Ling Yun returned the black card to Xylan again. Okay, you can come to me at any time through this card as long as you want to come. If you go back, just open the door. Ling Yun said. After receiving Ling Yun's explanation, Xilin nodded, looked at the card in her hand, and then at Ling Yun, as if she had made some decision in her heart. She suddenly stood on her tiptoe and pecked on Ling Yun's face. Brother Ling Yun, I will be back soon. The next moment, the whole person quickly opened the door and left. Ling Yun was in a daze, looking at the door of the shop in a daze, subconsciously reached out and touched, feeling the moistness, a smile appeared on his face. This little girl. For the first time in 2 lives, I was kissed by a girl. I feel pretty good. Just then, the door of the shop was opened again, and a man wearing a mask of joy, wearing a white robe, hugging each other with his hands, and a long sword in his arms walked out. Ling Yun looked at the mask full of joy and was startled on the spot. Chapter 12, King Power Hegemony and Hanzhou Maple. The Kingship Hegemony. Ling Yun cried out the man's name in surprise. Okay. The Kingship Hegemony swiftly took both hands, the long sword fell into his waist, and he looked back and took it out. Tao what? Draw a sword. The 3-foot Qing Feng long sword came out of its sheath and aimed at Ling Yun. Who are you? Why do you know my name? And where is this place? Just like that, Ling Yun was being questioned while being held back by a sword. Looking at the long sword aimed at him, Ling Yun couldn't help rolling his eyes. Boy, you have so many dramas. Do you need me to bring Suzuki Uchiha over to play with you? People are the originator of the pretending world. You are guaranteed to benefit a lot. Is this a place for forging props? Oh? What's the situation? I didn't expect to see it in the game. Isn't this a Western game? There are Eastern elements. A pleasantly surprised female voice suddenly sounded behind the king's hegemony. When Wang Chuanhuji quickly turned his head, looking at the black-haired girl standing at the door, the eyes under the mask were extremely solemn. Can actually appear behind him without him noticing it. It's not easy for a girl who seems harmless to humans and animals in front of her. Suddenly, the girl chuckled. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean it, it's because your mask is so funny. The girl seemed to realize her impoliteness, and she quickly bowed her head to apologize. But the moment he raised his head, he immediately lowered. Mom, it's so funny, I can't help it. King Power Hegemony. Looking at the girl who was laughing in front of her with a stomachache, the kingship hegemony was a little speechless. Why do you all find it funny? I think it's pretty. Okay, put the sword away. At this time, Ling Yun made a sound and snapped his fingers. In the shocked eyes of the king's hegemony, his long sword was unexpectedly released automatically, and was forcibly pushed back into the scabbard by an unknown force. No matter how hard he exerted it, he couldn't pull it out. Can you talk about it? The royal hegemony, the young master of the royal family and one of the founders of the mask. Ling Yun's words caused the king's hegemony to suddenly stagnate, and he took a deep look at Ling Yu, let go of the hilt of the sword, and a trace of sweat was gradually drawn across the forehead under the mask. Who is he? Why do you know so much? It's been less than a day since I secretly assembled the mask. Is this a special skill? Even Eastern swordsmanship has come out. At the door, the dull hair on the black-haired girl's head stood up, her big eyes gleaming with light. Just now she saw with her own eyes that a sword flew out of thin air and inserted it into the scabbard accurately. It was incredible. Suddenly the girl thought of a word from her friend. Absolutely, it will definitely be fun. Ling Yun looked at the cute and curious girl. Is a girl who wears novice equipment similar to the world of online games, the most common cloth armor, and a rectangular wooden shield. She thinks she is normal but is ruining things for others. Needless to say, Hanzhou Kaed. It is definitely this hanging force. This man who even Ling Yun was jealous of in his previous life. Mad, this product is simply a collection of European Emperor and Bug. Question 1. Have you ever seen any newbie who dares to challenge the boss when he just goes out? Why is it so direct? The most important thing is that the lucky value of this goods is also exploding, and it recruits new skills. Question 2. Can you gain skills by eating? And the more poisonous things you eat, the stronger your resistance will eventually lead to immunity. I wipe, then this toxicity setting has a trick. The official stupid? And a series of operations that are enough to irritate people and envy people. In short, as long as you know her well, you will know that there is a terrible existence that can lead the people around you to the inhuman way under the natural and dull personality. This maple is from the drama Because I'm So Afraid of Pain. I have a full defense. This fan can see that Ling Yun was a super boss with all three views, Angel, Devil, and Gundam. Ling Yun smiled reluctantly. A non-chief in front of a European emperor, what a thing. If it wasn't because Ben Tiaofeng was a girl, Ling Yun would directly reward him with a catastrophe. The Emperor of Europe must die. Welcome to the dimensional shop across the world. I am Ling Yun, the owner of this shop. Do I need any help? Believe it or not, business still needs to be done. That's my name is Maple. I want a handsome shield. Because I am afraid of pain, I want to improve my defense. Seeing Ling Yun's introduction, Ben Tiaofeng also bowed and said the name in the game. Look, what a singular remark. But Ling Yun was not touched at all. The more Kaed Hanzhou said that, the more Ling Yun's heart hurt. Are you the European emperor provoking me? Across the world. That is to say, this is not my original world. The kingship hegemony frowned, keenly capturing the key point. Yes, this is not your original world. Ling Yu also smiled while looking at the vigilant kingship hegemony. Who on earth are you? Why do you know my name? Wang Qiang asked. This guest has detected that you are too pretending and disrespectful to the shopkeeper. Please stay behind and I will serve this lady. Ling Yun pointed to the rest area to the side, too lazy to answer the question of the king's hegemony. The kingship hegemony was taken aback, but Ling Yun had already started talking to the black-haired girl before. He also walked to the chair in the rest area and sat down and looked around. I don't guarantee if you have a shield, but you can try to open a jar. Whether you can open what you like depends on luck. Well, luck. Ling Yun explained, but at the end of the explanation it's a sore face. I'm stupid, am I talking about luck to the emperor? Girl, open a jar only costs 100 points. What are the points? The kingship hegemony on the side also came to ask. Ling Yun casually threw 2 black cards and flew in front of Ben Tiaofeng and Wang Xuanhuji, explaining the meaning of a wave of points by the way. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Hey! I have 600 points. Ben Tiaofeng said in surprise. She thought she couldn't even have 100 points. After listening to the words of this maple, the kingship hegemony couldn't help but look slightly, and then looked at the poor 200 points in his hand. He couldn't even dream of why he had so few points. If Ling Yun knew the thoughts of the king's hegemony industry, he would only disdain to say, apart from taking a beautiful wife and inheriting a huge family property, what are you still doing if you have a son who is against the sky? Wait, my heart hurts. Ma Dan, isn't this Nima a winner in life? I'm a single dog sore again. Immediately, Ling Yun looked at him even more uncomfortable in the bewildering gaze of the king's hegemony industry. Owner, I want a jar. Han Zhou said. Sincere benefits 100 points. Ling Yun deducted 100 points and put a jar in front of Ben Tiaofeng. Just smash it directly, smash it on the ground. Looked at the hesitant Ben Tiaofeng. Ling Yun kindly reminded him. Han Zhou Kaed silently lifted the jar with both hands. Snapped. 3 of light, 1 purple, 2 blue and 1 white, flew out of the jar, and the broken jar turned into light and disappeared. It's amazing! Han Zhou Maple exclaimed. Grab the ball of light and crush it. Ling Yun looked at the purple ball of light for a moment. Purple, how difficult the probability is, this is the limit that ordinary cans can draw, similar to the probability of SSR. A trace of clarity flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. Oh, Yu Huang, really awesome. It is good. Han Ka-ed nodded excitedly, curiously stretched out his hand to grab the light ball, and squeezed it lightly. Vol 2 Chapter 1, the book Reality and Virtual Game World written by this friend. Recommend a book Reality and Virtual Game World written by a friend. The writing style is acceptable and can be used as a leisure reading material. Vol 2 Chapter 13, BGM 1 Sword Breaks the Cloud. Washing the Marrow Pill X1, a pill that can cleanse the impurities in the body, pay attention to use when taking a bath. A set of holy angel suits, clothes exhibited in Akihabara. The shield of the European Emperor's victory, increases the physical rebound damage by 100% when the European Emperor holds, and the blood volume increases by 50%, when the non-chief holds it, increases the blood volume by 10%. This one. Ling Yun's mouth twitched slightly when he looked at the equipped European Emperor's shield of victory from the last purple ball of light. The system, I remember that most of the defenses of Maple in the game can't be broken. Now you can increase the blood volume by 50% and play it. Who can beat her in this game like this? This system is absolutely fair and just, everything that is opened in the jar depends on their own luck. I can only say that she is a European emperor. Ling Yun looked at Han Ka-ed, who was full of joy when he got the shield, and the corners of his mouth twitched again. This is going to go further and further on the road of the emperor. Envy. Thank you for the shield given to me by the manager. It's great. Although I don't understand the meaning of these words, I feel so inexplicable. Hanzhou Maple happily bowed to Ling Yun. Ahem, it's okay, this is your own luck. Ling Yun said awkwardly. Listen, is this human? Which stupid author created such a European emperor? This is. Wang Chuan Hegemony stood up in surprise. Looked at the shield with golden silk and white stripes that suddenly appeared in Han Ka-ed's hand in shock. The hand holding the hilt of the sword trembled a little. As the young master of the royal family, although he has less knowledge of magic weapons than Li Kuzhuo, he still has a certain amount of study. Suddenly appeared from the ball of light. This is a magic weapon of the legendary space. For thousands of years, he has only heard of the power of space in the legendary Tears of the Void. Wang Chuan Hegemony remembered what Ling Yun had said before. Across the 10,000 worlds. Wang Qianzhai's eyes suddenly brightened, staring at the rows of jars on the counter. If what Ling Yun said before was true, then these pots are likely to contain magic weapons that are more powerful than the King Power Sword. Thinking of this, the calm mood of the hegemony of the King's power is full of waves. If that is the case, then he will have more confidence to go to the world outside the customs. Uncovering the mask of the world is just around the corner. So that the world knows the name of his royal hegemony instead of the young master of the royal family. Ling Yun keenly noticed the change in the expression of the king's hegemony, and laughed secretly. Crazy, didn't you just feel crazy? If you want to try on clothes, there is a bathroom inside, you can try it if you don't mind. Ling Yun discovered that Ben Tiaofeng was staring at the holy angel suit in his hand with bright eyes, and he gave a funny laugh, and pointed to the bathroom road. Really? Thank you so much. After speaking, Han Ka-ed rushed to the bathroom eagerly. Ling Yun touched his nose, he suddenly felt that he was going to install a dressing room here. Immediately, only Wang Chuanhe and Ling Yun remained in the entire shop. Owner, can this point be increased? At this time, the kingship hegemony came over and looked at Ling Yun respectfully and said, with some hope in his tone. Ling Yun smiled faintly, the points are very good. To put it bluntly, it is the origin of each world. You can exchange items unique to your world, magic weapons, magic power, etc., or mysterious things. The simpler and more rude way is to defeat other people in your world and rob them of their origins. As long as you defeat them, the card given to you will be automatically recorded. Is it okay with the demon power? The kingship hegemony was stunned, and never expected that the demon power that they abandoned could be regarded as a kind of points. The demon power can be said to be a feature of your world. In some worlds where the aura of heaven and earth is withered, the demon power can be described as the most precious treasure. There are so many explanations, let's have a jar. Ling Yun said casually, taking out a jar. Can this jar also produce the same thing as the lady just now? Opening the can is entirely based on personal luck. What can be opened is up to you, and the shop can't interfere with the contents of the can. Ling Yun explained. King Power Hegemony gave Ling Yun a curious look. Aren't you the owner? Do not know either? But he didn't care, and handed the black card in his hand to Ling Yun. Sincere benefits 100 points. Ling Yun drew 100 source points on it and returned the black card to him again. According to what I saw before, the kingship smashed the jar, and the next moment, 3 light balls, 2 blue and 1 white, flew out of the jar. The moment when he saw the ball of light, the kingship hegemony felt cold. There is no purple. BGM, One Sword Breaks the Cloud, a war song that will actively sound when the king's sword intent is used. It has a 30% increase in the attack speed of allies. Sentiment of King Power Sword Intent, a chance to control the King Power Sword Intent, depending on talent. Detonation symbol X4, a special rune in Naruto world that can cause a small explosion. There is a royal sword intent here. The suspicious voice of the king's hegemony rang out, and the moment he smashed the ball of light, that sentiment rushed into his mind. The kingship sword intent that could have been learned only one step away has now become small. It's sentiment. Ling Yun kindly reminded him. The king's hegemony was overwhelmed, but I had to admit the magic of this shop. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's just that the blue item can actually give him such a big improvement. Forgive me for my ignorance, dare to ask the owner, what is this BGM and attack speed? The detonation talisman is known from its name as a rune that can explode, but this BGM is not very clear, especially the mention of the sword intent of the king, which makes the king's hegemony more concerned. The meaning of attack speed is to increase the speed of attack. For example, you can only swing a sword once a second, but if you have an attack speed bonus, you can swing twice a second. The meaning does not require me and you too much. Say it. There is such a in the world. The kingship hegemony was shocked. He looked at Ling Yun like a little white looking up at the boss. This thing called attack speed is of great significance to their swordsmanship. It is a life-saving thing at critical moments. As for this BGM, just let go of the kingship sword intent and you will understand. King Power Hegemony nodded dumbfounded. The wind is flowing gently in the shop, and the golden light is scattered from the body of the king's hegemony. The whole person is like a sharp sword, shocking the world. The next moment, a piece of music that the king's hegemony has never heard but is familiar with sounded from the air. This is what the shopkeeper said about BGM? It's amazing. I actually feel that my body has become lighter, and I have become more proficient in the skill of swinging the sword. It is completely improved on the original level. Feeling the 30% bonus attack speed brought by BGM, the king's hegemony is full of surprise. Cultivation is the result of accumulation over time. Even a genius like the king's hegemony can't get rid of the shackles of the realm, but if he has this thing called BGM, he believes that he is fully qualified to challenge it. Vol 2 Chapter 14, Ling Yun's Warning. In this BGM, your and your teammates' attack speed will increase by 30%, but this effect will disappear when the BGM ends. The preliminary estimate is that the time limit of the BGM is 1 minute. Ling Yun roughly estimated. Is 1 minute enough? King Power Hegemony nodded, and also expressed his understanding. If this magical skill can be used all the time, it would be terrible. Is completely used as a whole card. But you are a man with your own BGM now. Ling Yun joked. is naturally stunned by Ling Yun's ridicule about the kingship hegemony. The shopkeeper, I don't know how I want to return to the original world. Wang Qianzhai asked. What happened today is a little bit magical. Among them, the jar gives him the most touch. He is now full of mines to earn origin points to send 10 consecutive. Just open the door directly. Ling Yun said, pointing to the card in King Power Hegemony's hand by the way. This black card allows you to come once a month. In other situations, it will cost you 100 points. Okay. Hearing the Queen's hegemony nodded, opened the door and left. And many more. What's the matter, shopkeeper? Wang Qiang turned his head curiously. Remind you, don't go outside the circle when you don't get the kingship sword and the exercises that can control your mind. Ling Yun kindly reminded. What? The owner, you also know outside the circle. Wang Chuanheji was excited. Arriving outside the circle is his long-time dream. If you don't want all the members of the mask to die out of the circle except you and Li Kuzhuo, just listen to my advice. Ling Yun's eyes flatly said words that made the kingship hegemony all over his body. I know. The kingship hegemony opened his mouth and had a lot of questions to ask, but seeing Ling Yun's indifferent gaze, he closed his mouth subconsciously and said solemnly. After said, he disappeared inside the door. I hope you don't go the old way. Anyway, it's all my early customers. Ling Yun muttered to himself while looking at the shop door. When the door to the bathroom opened, and Kaed Hanzhou, dressed as an angel, walked out of the bathroom. It's great. This dress is really good looking, with this shield is the best match. Hanzhou Kaed said happily. Well, what about the funny Taoist priest just now? Hanzhou Kaed looked at the shop with Ling Yun alone and said curiously. I just left, and saw that you were selling good products, so I went to earn points. Hey, that's it, then I have to work hard. By the way, shopkeeper, do you know what boss is here? Ling Yun's mouth twitched. You really think of me as a shop in the game? But Ling Yun didn't say much, and said, Lovely Maple, have you finished your English homework today? Suddenly, Kaed, who was talking and laughing just now, froze. Ah! Oops, I will answer the questions for English class tomorrow. I haven't had time to preview, goodbye the owner, thank you for your shield. After a period of ghost crying and howling, he quickly picked up the shield and ran open the door of the shop, looking for the main city to go offline. Ling Yun. Is it possible that all European gas is exchanged for IQ? Shook his head, Ling Yun checked the time. Hey? It's early, it's only 8 o'clock, no matter what, let's close. Talking, Ling Yun was just about to turn off the lights, when a loud noise suddenly rang next to him. I'm going, who is this? Opening the door, Ling Yun was speechless, that familiar hole, that familiar ruin, ah, this fool again. Looking at a trembling hand stretched out from the ruins, Ling Yun contemptuously said, Do you like this feeling, or how? I like this feeling, so how many times do you want to come every day? The Star of Eden was taken out by Ling Yun, and he manipulated gravity to remove the ruins covered by Zhou Nan. Don't you want to try it after you have improved your ability? I didn't expect one to lose control without paying attention. Zhou Nan smiled and got up from the ground. Looked at his tattered clothes with a wry smile, oh, I have to spend money on clothes again. Quiet. Ling Yun glanced at him and threw a few banknotes to him. Hey! What do you mean, people are always poor? Oh huo? This is the 1000 soft girl coins you took out of the jar, but since you don't want me to take it back. As he said, the red light emitted from the soft girl coins and gradually flew from the ground. Up! Oh, don't! Brother, I can't do anything wrong. Zhou Nan quickly grabbed the floating soft sister coin in his hand, and looked at Ling Yun with a smirk. Ling Yun gave him a white look, and said, Don't practice, I want to rest. If you disturb me, I will let you taste the feeling of high sky throwing things. Take a rest so early, your kidneys are weak. Jonan subconsciously said, and immediately covered his mouth. It's over, it's cheap. Ling Yun paused in his footsteps, turned around, and showed a friendly smile to Jonan, who was choo poor. But the smile became more weird in the night. Oh, after your strength has improved, you have also floated. A red ball of light quietly hovered in his hand. Every time Ling Yun took a step, Jonan took a step back. Although he didn't know what the weird ball of light was in Ling Yun's hand, he was scared. Nishiyuki. After Jonan was forced to the corner, Ling Yun said. Star of Eden 0 rated power. The red black hole opened behind Jonan. The terrifying suction force sucked all the gravel in. Ah, don't. After feeling the suction of tearing skin behind him, all Jonan's abilities erupted, and for a while, the black hole formed by the Star of Eden didn't even him in. Oh huo! Ling Yun was surprised. The medicine is not strong enough. Reached out his hand, a scarlet spear appeared in Ling Yun's hand with the power of structure. Well, young people nowadays, they have changed, and they all already like men, and even use abilities. A passing old man looked at Ling Yun from behind. It was an indescribable thing. Shook his head and went on a walk. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ling Yun. Jonan. The whole corner was strangely quiet. Click. Ling Yun's forehead was exposed, and the hand holding the spear tightened. Fuck. You can't really play it. The moment Jonan saw the gun, Jonan's desire to die was gone. The powerful suction of the Star of Eden behind him makes him unable to move. If he sends a spear through his chest again, it will be really cold. What do you mean? Ling Yun smiled. Actually caused me to be misunderstood, and you will have to peel off if you die. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Jonan's forehead. Hey, you smile back to you, but please don't move the gun forward. Fortunately, Ling Yun didn't really want to kill him. A shot passed through his neck and nailed to the wall behind him. However, Jonan hasn't waited for Jonan to breathe a sigh of relief. Several voices sounded, and when he responded, he had been fixed to the wall by several spears. The black hole behind has disappeared, but can you tell me what the stick is in your hand? The manager, are you going to be a cos sage? Jonan was sweating behind her back, with an unknown premonition in her heart. No. Ling Yun smiled lightly, holding the stick in both hands and swiping it up. What? Suddenly, the sound of slaughter pigs sounded in the entire corridor. Oh, young people must know how to control. The same sigh made Ling Yun's hand suddenly stagnate. The next moment, a stick appeared in Ling Yun's left hand, a steel stick. Don't. There was another sound of sack hitting. Vol 2 Chapter 15, this parallel world is a bit like. After hitting someone, it was getting late, Ling Yun directly left Jonan in place, and he went back to the shop to wash up and lay on the bed to look for any good-looking anime or novels. When Ling Yun was at leisure, he didn't know that the internet was about to explode. Shocked, there was a huge explosion over Yanghai City. The sea of fire sweeping the sky, is it Longwo's latest weapon? The most nonsense thing in history, the river boiled and evaporated. Fuck, it's true, don't you lie to me, even the river is boiling, this Nemacore magma is erupting. Is it fun to lie to you? Look, I am from Yanghai City. This is the picture I took. Everyone in Yanghai City has seen it. In other words, those pictures are not pee. I'll go. The bunker. Did any of the extraordinary powers explode out of control? The idiot upstairs has been identified. To have such a terrifying power is definitely a big boss who has accumulated over time. A big boss can't control your own abilities? Are you stupid when you are a dragon? If you can't control your own abilities, every extraordinary person is equivalent to one A-time bomb, will Longtang let uncertain factors go around on the street? What the is going on? The ghost knows that the news has been blocked by the authorities, but there are still some photos circulating. Do you have? Will I say it if I don't have it? Mentally retarded. Fuck. The big guy kneels and begs. Look, this is a photo taken by the person closest to the scene. Hey, tentacle monster? It's disgusting. The enemy, especially the piece of meat, and the big hand, I feel like vomiting when I see it. Many female netizens feel uncomfortable looking at the pictures of alien creatures sent by one person. Do you say that the official use of that powerful weapon is to destroy this monster? I think, this kind of thing is not blue stars at first sight. It is strongly recommended to eliminate it. Well, don't engage in racial discrimination. Appearance doesn't mean everything. Fuck upstairs, you have the ability to fall in love with it and kill it. Even the official secret weapon has been dispatched, and you still say it is not a threat. Netizens basically believe that the flame that sweeps the sky is a secret weapon from the government. And that meat monster is a monster. Well, why else do you say that the first impression is important? After all, a piece of information swept the major chat software, and everyone kept forwarding it. The eyes of some tabloid newspapers glowed, and they saw the opportunity to counterattack. All kinds of strange reports are flying all over the world. This exaggeration has caused some people in Yanghai City who are not clear about the situation to be confused. This is terrible. Other netizens can talk coldly, but they can't. What happened in Yanghai City today is like a knife suspended on the heads of all the people in Yanghai City. Basically all Yanghai City netizens have passed at. Tell us what happened, I don't want to just belch in a daze. There is a knife on the head of the color word, I am pure and kind, but God cannot tolerate me. Fuck upstairs, what do you commit here? It is recommended that the official announcement be made. I am afraid to sleep now. Tell me, let us rest assured while strengthening our vigilance and defense, actively cooperating with official work, etc. are all very good. Many people in Yanghai City have left their worries under the official Vibo of Yanghai City. After all, many people don't want to belch so unclearly, of course, most of them are ordinary people. Those transcendents just dismissed it. They firmly believe that they have the strength to protect themselves. Capital Transcendent Headquarters. At a huge conference table, 20 decision makers came directly to the meeting after learning about the existence of alien creatures. Everyone has seen the situation. The decision maker sitting in the middle said. It's been nearly 20 years, right? A decision maker said in a deep voice. The one that should come will come, we can't hide it forever after all. Those guys in the foreign land are also beginning to be unwilling to be lonely, but the suppression by the army has finally been temporarily suppressed. Damn it, who on earth spread the method of summoning alien creatures? If there are outsiders here, you will definitely be shocked. The 20 celebrities here are all the strongest transcendents on the face of Longuo. And what they are talking about is also appalling. You need to know that the words foreign and military suppression they are talking about have no reports or information on the mainland. The people who summon alien creatures this time are not high level, and the alien creatures that can be summoned to the maximum limit should only have the strength of Tier 5. It is this man that makes me care more. The next moment, a white-haired man hugging a girl appeared on the projector. The orange-red sword is extremely conspicuous in this dark conference room. Even if this man caused the sky fire in Yanghai City, the strength is conservative at the 7th level. A decision maker said. Similar to what I thought, do you have any suggestions about him? Get in touch first and see the situation, said the decision maker in the 3rd position. Okay, then, next, we have to discuss whether to announce things about foreign land. The decision maker in the middle nodded and started the next topic. Publish it, there will be one copy of the contract, and there will be a second copy. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com might as well publish things about other worlds instead of making people panic. After hundreds of years of development, we have enough capital to go facing alien creatures, and have we not mastered that? You mean those magical creatures found in another world? Isn't it interesting? It is obviously other world creatures, but they are very close to humans, and even fight side by side with the soldiers. And we humans have also signed a contract with the creation of the opposite world. Then what are you going to do? Isn't the new semester about to start? All these freshmen are allotted one, and then the military will send representatives to teach, during which they will travel to other worlds. These creatures are the most basic guarantee, don't you think? Fast dragon. A decision maker smiled, and a red and white sphere opened at his waist, and a fat ran out of it, and smiled and said hello to everyone. If Ling Yun were here, he would definitely yell, "It's messy, it's all messed up. Why does the fast dragon appear here? This is not the parallel world he understands at all. So what's their general name? Pokemon." The decision maker who owns the fast dragon laughed. "I really don't understand how such a fat body and such small wings fly so fast." A decision maker vomited. Other people complained one after another. You will understand by looking at their creation gods. An alpaca that can only be immune to all attacks, don't you say it's not scary? Since you all agree, then I will report the matter with A, and request an international conference. The decision maker in the first seat nodded. Vol 2 Chapter 16, Child named Malong. A new day, the sun is shining brightly. Well, the sun is so dazzling, do you want to continue business today? Opening the door of the shop, Ling Yun suddenly became lazy when he saw the dazzling sun. System, I am particularly curious about one thing. You said my shop has been changed to a jar shop, what about my usual income and expenses? Who doesn't want to eat these years? Ling Yun has some savings, but he can't afford to spend without income. Please rest assured, the system will send 100,000 RMB to your account on the first of each month. You don't have to worry about the money at all. Number 1? Then there are more than 10 days left, what should I do during this time? Please save the host and spend these 10 days. The system tried its best to speak the most unbeatable words in a more gentle tone. Ling Yun. Okay, you are awesome, it's only a dozen days, I can still bear it. Closed the shop door again, Ling Yun sat on the chair behind the counter, resting his chin with one hand, and waiting for the guests to come. What did you say? The door of the shop was opened. Hey? What about people? Ling Yun stared at the empty door in a daze. Urban legends happen in broad daylight? As Ling Yun's line of sight gradually fell, he finally saw the person coming. A little pink-haired boy wearing a white shirt and blue suspenders. Any week can be happy, no matter how hard you work for others. If it is not strong enough. If you can't hit someone else. In the end, I could only be beaten to kneeling on the ground. As if venting, the little boy rushed towards the counter, completely unaware that he had changed a place around him. Ling Yun casually made a cushion to float on the counter. The little boy didn't suffer any injuries because he hit the cushion on the counter, but he also slumped on the ground due to running with all his strength. Damn it! The little boy stared at the tiled ground blankly, and blasted his fist unwillingly. Is the child's mental awareness already so high now? The reason is a set. Ling Yun couldn't help but wonder. Who? Where is this? The little boy was startled, and the moment he raised his head, he was shocked to find that this was no longer the street where he was running. His horrified gaze coincided with Ling Yun's plain gaze. Ling Yun calmly looked at the red-stained ground that was stained with blood, and said faintly, "Is it finished? Why am I here? You broke into yourself and asked me why I am here." Ling Yun said amusedly. "Sorry, I will leave now." The little boy was startled slightly, and immediately got up from the ground, ready to leave. "Boy, Do you yearn for strength? Ling Yun said. Half of his words suddenly changed. It's so dangerous, so I almost missed it. I blame the netizens in the previous life, they are not superficial. Ling Yun's words suddenly stopped the little boy, and the boy quickly turned his head. Can give me strength? Ling Yun smiled slightly. If you want power, don't you tell me your name? After all, even the devil needs a contract. First name. The boy stared at his hands in a daze. Because I kneel down for you, I will stand up for you. As if made up some determination, the little boy lifted his glasses up, and the falling bangs were by the glasses. Never let anyone laugh at your name again. The boy came to the counter while talking. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes met Ling Yun's lazy eyes firmly. My name is Myron. Hat. Ling Yun chuckled lightly. Snapped. The crisp sound of fingers reverberated in the shop. A black card hovered quietly in front of the boy, and the number 90 was displayed on the card. Is it only 90? Well, it's a big sale at a loss. Glanced at the boy's eyes, and Ling Yun said with lack of interest. A jar slowly flew from the shelf to the counter in Malong's shocked eyes. You have this card. Ling Yun pointed to the black card floating in the air and said to Malong. When Malong picked up the black card, a memory flooded his mind. In an instant, his eyes on the jar were full of scorching heat. Open it with your desire to become stronger. What you get depends on your own luck. After Ling Yun finished speaking, Malong couldn't wait to grab the jar. Please. Let me have the power to overcome everything. Murmured to himself, Malong slammed the jar to the ground fiercely. Suddenly, 3 light balls, 2 blue and 1 grey, burst out of the jar. Multi-shadow clone technique. The clone technique from the Naruto world, creates a self-conscious entity by dividing the energy in the body evenly. Malong legend, nunchakus that will never break, penetration plus 10%. Spiral pill, a sphere formed by manipulating energy in the body. This is. Malong stared blankly at the golden nunchaku in his hand. 2 blue items, not bad. I'll be lucky. Ling Yun commented. Separated a clone, and the 2 Malong stared at each other with big eyes. The technique of multiple shadow clones can separate clones and practice at the same time, an experience will be repeated to the body, of course fatigue will also be repeated. The additional abilities of this nunchaku are among the top of the blue items. But the most important thing is the spiral pill. Is this color white? Or grey? System, what's the matter with the color of this spiral pill? Ling Yun asked in his heart. Host, the key to the development of helix pills is to gather their own energy. Because the energy system in each world is different, the power of helix pills is not well priced. It is possible to exert the power of white or the power of purple. The items that are improved as the cultivator's promotion are unified into colorless items. Explained the system. Then how powerful the system would you say if I use spiral pills? The host has unlimited energy, as strong as you want. I like that. Silently accepted the compliment of the system, Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged. Congratulations, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has obtained enough things for you to use now. Ling Yun looked at Malong who was happily adapting to the power and laughed. But the expression turned weird again in the next second. In the original book, Malong seems to be a master of physical skills. Is there energy? Well, this doesn't seem to belong to me. After thinking about it, Ling Yun didn't think about it. Thank you, my lord. With these powers I can become strong. Malong reacted and said solemnly. It's okay, just take care of my business in the future. Definitely. Malong promised. By the way, you can go to the Octopus Star. There is the super fighting art Octopus Heaven. It should be easy to learn by relying on the multi-shadow avatar. Well, it is more suitable for you. Otherwise, you don't have the power. Enough strength to earn points. Ling Yun reminded him kindly after suddenly remembering something. I will. Malong was taken aback for a moment, and recorded Ling Yun's words in his mind. My lord, I'll leave first. Malong is leaving, he wants to go to the 8th level star now, and doesn't want to let go of any time to become stronger. Well, go ahead. Ling Yun waved his hand. Malong took a deep breath, looking at the rows of jars, a flash of heat flashed in his eyes. Opened the door without hesitation and walked out. I don't know how far this little kid will grow when I meet next time. Ling Yun looked at the door and muttered to himself. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, entertain 5 guests and reward an exclusive pot. What? Ling Yun was taken aback. Looking at the jar that appeared on the counter was a bit unreal. Is this jar too good? Vol 2 Chapter 17, Space Crack. Well, don't hesitate, it's an idiot to take advantage of it. Ling Yun looked at the jar on the counter, and said. Give a thumbs up for this system, after all, isn't this jar a free gift? I suddenly felt that opening a store is very good. I don't need to say anything, I just flicked and opened a jar. I hope it's not too cheap. Ling Yun said silently. Click. Under the control of the Star of Eden, the jar turned into pieces, and a white ball of light slowly flew out of it. Ling Yun's face became stiff on the spot, it's not even guaranteed. I really am a non-chief. But Ling Yun was stunned the next moment. A light curtain emerged in the void. The super fighting technique in the world of star travels, the legendary fighting technique that can develop the physical fitness to the limit, depending on the user's situation. This is a colorless object. I just said, how can my luck get white? But it's really weird. I just gave away the 2nd generation Myron and gave me Magician. Ling Yun was speechless, but still crushed the ball of light. An array of light flew out of the ball of light and penetrated into Ling Yun's body. In an instant, a warm current filled Ling Yun's body. After the warm current disappeared, Ling Yun waved to the side easily. The terrifying buzzing sound rang, driving the force of horror to make waves in the shop. But fortunately, there are rules in the shop, and nothing has been overturned. Is there such a powerful force just with a flick of my hand? And my physical fitness has become extremely terrifying. Looking at his hand, Ling Yun muttered. I am also a man who can dodge bullets now. Ling Yun said jokingly. Physical fitness is far from proportional to the power of energy bursts. Checked his body, Ling Yun complained. Colorless items depend on the user's physical fitness. Although Ling Yun has the infinite energy of the shop, his body is so stronger than ordinary people. Now that he has Magician, it can be regarded as making up for his physical defects. Unfortunately, physical fitness is not so easy to improve. It seems that we can only see if there are items that strengthen the physique in the jar. However, with the constant strengthening of the core of the disciple, my physical fitness will become stronger and stronger. Body strengthening is also a lot of benefits. Well, in the future, the sudden death rate of staying up late every night has been reduced. It is really gratifying and gratifying. System, I am very satisfied with your jar. After the master forging, I have another title of fighting master. Ling Yun boasted. Is still very satisfied with Magician Ling Yun. After all, it is akin. It is thankful to be able to extract such a thing under this cheating system. With my current physical fitness, it is already comparable to a Tier 1 Transcendent. I don't know what kind of increase I will get after using Magician. Extraordinary people can absorb the aura between heaven and earth and concentrate it as an energy source for supernatural powers. Reiki entering the body can not only enhance the abilities but also strengthen the physique. The first order transcendents alone have thousands of kilograms of power. It's a pity that Ling Yun is an ordinary person, otherwise he can get a higher increase. Say, should I try it now? Physical exercises. When I first read Star Travel, I felt really awesome. Well, just do it. Ling Yun walked out of the shop and locked the door. Walked into the street. Looking at the crowded street, Ling Yun took out his mobile phone and called a Didi, and asked him to head towards the mountainous area outside Yanghai City. People in this world pay much attention to the environment. In the wild there are hills covered with green forests. Especially after the awakening ability, it is necessary to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth and pay more attention to environmental hygiene. Otherwise, when the body absorbs chemical aura, it will be cool. Maybe because of the surrounding flowers and trees. Ling Yun clearly discovered along the way that the air outside is better than that in the city. Boy, have you seen today's news? The driver of Didi spoke suddenly. News? Ling Yun was a little confused. He hasn't read the news for a long time, and he is a little strange to this word. Yes, it's the news about alien creatures and space cracks. Oh, I didn't expect so many outsiders to covet our blue star. If it weren't for the joint suppression of our blue star, maybe the blue star would have been captured and become those alien worlds. Colony. Alien creatures. Ling Yun is a little dazed. It's only a day, do you want such a big change? All the messy things came out. You return my daily life. However, Master Didi was also clear when he saw Ling Yun's expression, and he was confused when he thought he knew it. Did you make the young man? The fleshy body that appeared yesterday is a kind of alien creature. It's just that the strange creatures were summoned by others. I don't know which son of a had summoned them. If they don't know how to be grateful, the Lan Xing Sheng Sheng and they don't know how to be grateful. A creature from another world, if you let me know where he is, he will definitely break his third leg. Ling Yun smiled. This uncle really has a real temperament. But this also aroused Ling Yun's curiosity. When I turned on the phone, I found that the penguin actually had a font size of 99+. Ling Yun directly ignored the opening 1000 degrees. Longguo official statement. Ling Yun saw the title and slowly read it. Understood the general situation. It turns out that the space crack appeared 20 years ago, but at that time it was suppressed by the union of various countries. The countries did not choose to make it public, for fear of causing chaos, but because of yesterday's events, the senior leaders of the countries knew that the creatures in the outside world might have quietly invaded Blue Star. In order to make everyone vigilant to avoid being bewitched by some alien creatures who claim to be gods, the news was announced. Also explained the reason why people disappeared and died from time to time. It is very simple, that is, to die in another world. As for the incident in Yanghai City yesterday, the official just said a simple sentence, and did not say anything about Ling Yun and Xylan. Must also be afraid of Ling Yun's strength. But the level of monsters is also planned. Our wolf level, tiger level, ghost level, dragon level, and god level, although the division of realm is adopted, the combat power is completely different. The tiger level monsters that appeared in the city before can lead to the destruction of several towns. The strongest monster that the military has faced so far is only the ghost level. As for the legendary dragon level and level, they have only been seen in some foreign literature. They are said to be terrible existences that can wipe out civilization. Hey, is the water in this world too deep? Ling Yun's mouth twitched and looked at this report. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't know how he died. When you read www.yuyuganshu.com. Okay. However, the following remarks attracted Ling Yun. Note, the military will distribute the mysterious species to the freshmen, as future students' partners against otherworldly creatures. Regarding this news, the following is the complaint of many parents. After all, no parent is willing to let the child present danger or accident. Ling Yun just smiled at this. Spatial cracks are a matter for all mankind, but no one is there to protect it. How is it possible to have a stable life for Blue Star now? Other people's children are not children? These people thought that Blue Star was the original Blue Star. Sure enough, excessive protection will become dependent. Ling Yun shook his head and tucked the phone back into his pocket. From the moment this news was announced today, the world has completely changed, and it will never be back. They also don't want to think about how many people have piled up their lives for 20 years of stability. Young man, although I don't know what you are doing here, you must pay attention to safety. There are many beasts in this place. It is best not to explore too deeply if you are not an extraordinary person. After paying the money, the driver of Didi dropped the window to remind him kindly. Don't worry. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, shook his hand, and walked towards the dense forest without looking back. After sensing the Didi driver's departure, Ling Yun took a big step in his thigh and got warm. The next moment, all my muscles bungee jumping. 8-pole heaven. First form. Foot. Boom. As the air exploded, Ling Yun's figure disappeared in place like a bullet. Vol 2 Chapter 18, The Dragon Hidden Behind the Hill. Ling Yun turned into a wind and galloped through the dense forest, and the surrounding scene became blurred. The speed alone is that he has now reached the speed of sound. But Octopus Sky is not only increasing its speed, its reaction ability, physical strength, etc. have been strengthened. Even in this dense forest, it is as agile as a cheetah. I couldn't see the figure at all, I could only hear the sound of the wind falling, and Ling Yun's figure appeared in the distance. After speeding for more than 10 minutes, Ling Yun fell from the sky. At this moment, he has come to the depths of the dense forest. It is indeed a physical skill that can develop the body to its limit. After running at full strength for such a long time, I can't breathe at all. It's terrible. How difficult is it for ordinary people to exercise the physical body to this point? Ling Yun shook his head and began to look around. Hey? Didn't it mean that there are many wild beasts and powerful strange beasts appearing in the depths of the dense forest? Why are there no one around? Ling Yun said curiously, he has reached the depths of the dense forest. It looks like this is the residence of some dense forest kings, but after a dozen minutes of galloping, he has never seen other creatures except for a few flying birds. The entire dense forest is extremely quiet, revealing strangeness everywhere. Forget it, think about this kind of problem later, I'm here to try it. Swords and thunder. Ling Yun spread his legs, and the whole person turned into a sharp roulette wheel, hitting the trees ruthlessly into 2 big trees. Boom boom boom. Dust was flying in the dense forest, and one tree after another fell under Ling Yun's swords and thunder. The roulette that Ling Yun turned the dense forest into a harvesting field, ruthlessly crushing all obstacles to pieces. After a long time, Ling Yun stopped abruptly and landed on a branch. In the dense forest, a straight line of vacancies is very eye-catching. Through high-speed rotation, the steel-like body makes an attack comparable to a blade, and in the meantime, it can also emit more powerful power through its violent feet. It's a bit scary, I didn't even dare to think of such a physical quality before. Ling Yun looked at the scene of his destruction and then looked at his legs that were not stained with dust and couldn't help but smack secretly. Mom, I am also a kid who can split. The next step is power. Fell in front of a small mountain, Ling Yun tightened his right fist, and his legs stepped out fiercely. Really personally turned into a laser beam, running through the distance to the hill in the dust. With a bang, along with Ling Yun's full strength, a punch hit the mountain wall. The next moment, Ling Yun's body sank into the hill. Hey, stop, stop. Did not stop as expected, in the splash of the mountain, this punch directly penetrated the entire hill. Left a straight path several hundred meters long under the hill. I hit the mountain directly. Turned his head and looked at the mountain range Ling Yun that was pierced behind him, and he was obviously in a daze. Does the 8 poles of God penetrate? It is the same as the stabs a gang hand. Looking at the hole in front of him, Ling Yun was silent. Not good. Suddenly, Ling Yun's face collapsed, and the whole person sat on the ground, his face a little pale. The blow just now really consumed most of his power. Didn't care whether the ground was clean. Ling Yun lay on the ground, breathing air. It looks like the first time in the previous life that he ran a kilometer. The strong sense of collapse made Ling Yun smile bitterly. The feeling of nostalgia. System, quickly replenish me with energy. Good host. Warm current radiated from Ling Yun's body, and the tired body gradually recovered some strength. My back is so sticky. Ling Yun stretched out his hand and scratched his back, and found that his back had been soaked in sweat and stuck to his clothes. Sure enough, you can't do strenuous exercise in summer, and you sweat all over your body when you move. Ling Yun complained. But he seems to have forgotten who it was yesterday to blast away all the clouds in the sky. Roar! Suddenly, a beast-like wailing made Ling Yun open his eyes in an instant. Stood up from the ground, glanced around vigilantly, and the twin guns emitting flames had appeared in his hands. Ling Yun didn't speak, holding the heavenly fire sage in both hands, cautiously walking towards the forest where the sound was made. After passing through the dense bushes, Ling Yun was stunned when he saw the source of the sound. It was a giant dragon, whose emerald green body seemed to blend in with the surrounding forest. A pair of huge black wings was a little incompatible with this emerald green body. What surprised Ling Yun was that a huge long sword was inserted behind the dragon. The red blood was left from the wound, and the dragon closed his eyes tightly and whimpered in pain. You can say without hesitation that if you continue to leave it alone, death will happen sooner or later. I don't know why, the more Ling Yun looked at the dragon, the more familiar it became. Went out subconsciously. Crack! The sound of the branch breaking made the dragon open his eyes instantly, and a pair of hideous vertical pupils stared at Ling Yun. Human, where did you come in? With a hint of doubt, the giant dragon spoke with a female voice like electronically synthesized sound. Fuck! Talking! It's a real dragon! Ling Yun was completely shocked. This is the first time he has seen a real dragon. Can I take a picture, please? Ling Yun took out his phone and asked. Take a picture? Yes, it's like this. With a click. Ling Yun turned the phone around and let Long look at it in the photo. Oh, it's something like memory magic. No. Rude humans will soon destroy this picture. The honor of the great dragon is also something that humans can admire. The dragon who knew what the photo was taken a moment ago was a bit clear, but the next moment the dragon became angry. Are you worried that if this posture leaks out, you will have no face and live in the world? Allah, don't worry, I won't send it out. Ling Yun put away the heavenly fire sage, and an instant appeared in the dragon on the side. He patted the turquoise body and said. So fast. The giant dragon was shocked. This ordinary human, who clearly didn't seem to have any power, had such a speed. But it quickly gave up and continued to lay on the ground weakly. The last thing I saw was a human being, and it was also miserable. Can't you change the way of talking? I look up at you like this, so tired. I heard that the dragon has the ability to become a human being. Listening to your voice should be a girl. Is it possible that you are because this sword can't be made smaller? I'm afraid that this sword will cut you in half when you become smaller. Ling Yun chirps said crookedly. He is still very new to things he has never seen before. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Number. Black lines emerged from the dragon's forehead. You guy. It means that if you pull this out, you won't die, right? Ling Yun's sudden seriousness caused the dragon to speak subconsciously. Yes, hello. But the next moment, it was stunned, and Ling Yun actually grabbed her scales and climbed up. After discovering Ling Yun's thoughts, the dragon's eyes narrowed, with a hint of disdain. Stupid, if a mere human touches the sword of God, it will be spiritually destroyed. Wait, what are you doing? The dragon's pupils turned into broken circular lines. I saw Ling Yun holding a glass bottle against the blood flowing under the wound. Please, this is dragon blood, it's a baby, alright, this vial alone can become a millionaire. Whether I can support myself for the rest of my life depends on it. Ling Yun curled his lips. Giant dragon. Although I am dying, don't humiliate me like that. Well, one bottle is almost there, the next step is to help you pull out the sword. Ling Yun put away the glass bottle filled with dragon blood and began to look at the giant's sword. Took out the Star of Eden decisively. It's useless, human. Star of Eden. It's useless to answer the question of the dragon. The Star of Eden in Ling Yun's hand burst out with terrifying energy, bursting out a dazzling red light. The light has the form of thunder, tyrannical and wanton in the air. The dragon looked at the power emanating from Ling Yun and was shocked. What a powerful force! This pure and powerful energy. Star of Eden, pull out this sword. Vol 2 Chapter 19, Xiaoling's Kanban Girl. A red light appeared around the long sword. No way! The dragon's pupils widened, and he felt astonishment on his face as he felt the sword being pulled out gradually. With a bang, the giant sword was directly pulled out by the Star of Eden and thrown aside. The giant dragon looked at the giant sword that was gradually disappearing from the ground, and the dragon's face was filled with astonishment. This, just pulled it out. But before he could react, Ling Yun sat down in front of her, taking off his defenses. At the moment when he drew his sword, he remembered who this dragon was. Isn't this unplugged? Don't be so inferior as a dragon. Ling Yun patted her faucet and said. Sorry, but I am saved. The dragon thanked. Then I began to explain myself. I lost the battle with God and fled to this world. The energy of the little thing you just used is very special. It may be the power that belongs to this world to pull it out smoothly. A sword. But thank you very much anyway. Stop. Become a human figure before you talk. It's really tiring to raise your head and talk. The dragon sighed, a magic circle appeared in front of him, and the whole dragon body turned into a golden light in the next moment. Became a lovely girl in a cloak, with a pair of horns on her head and an orange ponytail. The orange vertical pupil looks inexplicably cute. The white skin is looming under the cloak, and the beautiful picture drawn out makes Ling Yun shamelessly ying. It really is a girl. Although I don't like to use this magic. The girl knelt down, turned her head, and said reluctantly. Go and change your clothes first. Ling Yun swallowed, and the moment the girl knelt down was a large area of good scenery, and hurriedly reconstructed a set of maid costume from the system space and handed it over. He was afraid that he would not be able to bear it any longer. Maid outfit. The girl held her clothes with her hands, and all her cloaks rose up. Ling Yun's eyes straightened. Don't worry, go and try. Ling Yun directly pushed the girl out. Although the girl was a little confused, she still took her clothes and walked behind the bushes. Soon there was a sparse voice. After a while, a girl dressed in a black and white maid costume with a huge dragon tail behind came out of the bushes. It feels a bit strange to wear it for the first time. The girl stretched out her hands and looked at her clothes. Like. Ling Yun's eyes lit up when the girl came out. Really? It's okay. The girl said casually. Do you have a place to go now? Ling Yun asked. Hearing Ling Yun's words, the girl's expression was instantly lost. No, I am alone after I came into this world. No, it should be said that I am alone. Ling Yun looked at the girl who suddenly fell silent, got up from the ground, and stretched out her hand to the girl who was kneeling on the ground. Well, do you consider coming to my house? I am also alone, but I lack a Kanban girl. Do you want to come? Hey! The girl raised her head in surprise, and met Ling Yun's gaze. Under the sunshine, Ling Yun's figure seemed extremely sacred. Looking at the stretched hand, the girl's pupils shone with light. This kind of heartwarming words gave her no reason to refuse. I want to come. The girl shook the hand quickly. My name is Ling Yun, and I will be your boss from now on. Ling Yun reached out and touched the girl's head. Well, the dragon horn limits the feel, but it is still very comfortable to touch. My name is Thor, and I will be your Kanban girl from today. Thor said happily. Okay. Successfully capture a dragon girl. Ling Yun subconsciously took out a red and white elf ball and smashed it towards Thor. The red and white elf ball happened to hit Thor's giant cat, and the giant cat shook and bounced the elf ball back into Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun, what is this? Thor asked curiously. Nothing. Ling Yun said awkwardly. Totally subconscious. Thor, is it really okay to fly in the sky like this? Thor turned into a dragon form. Ling Yun sat on her back and looked at the clouds passing by and asked. It's okay, I set up obstructing cognition and no one will find it. Thor replied. Like this. Ling Yun's mouth twitched, and he didn't care about it. He fell directly on Thor's back and looked at the blue sky. This is the first time I have seen such a blue sky. Ling Yun murmured. It's okay not to look at it. I feel sleepy at first sight. Coupled with the previous consumption, Ling Yun fell asleep directly on Thor's back. Thor found that there was no movement on his back and looked back curiously, and found that Ling Yun was asleep, and silently applied a barrier magic. I'm so handsome even when I fall asleep, hee. Thor let out a silly laugh. Ling Yun in his sleep suddenly felt a chill. Near noon, Ling Yun finally woke up. Rubbed his sleepy eyes, Ling Yun opened his eyes, and the next moment, the sleepiness disappeared completely, and his pupils stared big. Not far from him, a dragon girl named Thor was picking up a knife with a strange smile and preparing to do something on her green tail. Thor, what are you doing? Oh, Ling Yun, are you awake? Seeing Ling Yun, Thor's big orange eyes glowing like stars. I'm preparing Ling Yun's lunch for you. Thor said to Ling Yun with a cheerful expression on his face holding the steel knife. I can take the liberty to ask, what are you going to do for lunch? Roast tail meat. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ling Yun. Oh, it's grilling the meat on the tail. Said, he was ready to cut the dragon's tail. Wait. Why do you have to eat grilled tail meat? Ling Yun quickly stopped Thor's actions. Oh? I heard many humans say that the whole body of a dragon is a treasure, and you can earn 10 lifetimes if you can eat a piece of dragon meat. What's more, Ling Yun, didn't you also say that my dragon blood is very valuable? Grilled tail meat is delicious. Ah, you don't have to worry about the tail, it will grow out automatically after a while. And watching Ling Yun eat my tail with a happy expression, hee. Thor showed a small tiger tooth and fell into a fantasy. Ling Yun. Your saliva is flowing down, hello. I feel the heart, but let's forget the tail. Watching Thor, Ling Yun, who was in a state, rubbed his eyebrows, and took the steel knife that he didn't know where it came from into the system space. Oh? Ling Yun, are you not satisfied? Thor showed a disappointed expression. Seeing Thor's disappointed look, Ling Yun's heart suddenly softened. Sighed helplessly. Reached out his hand from the system space and took out the box lunch prepared the morning. Because the time in the system space is still, the box lunch is just made, still steaming. Eat this, I made it myself, and see if the symbol suits your appetite. Handed a box of lunch to Thor. Looking at the box lunch in front of him, Thor moved his nose up and sniffed, revealing a look of intoxication. It's the smell of Ling Yun. Ling Yun. Mom, there is a perversion here. Vol 2 Chapter 20, Ling Yun, stop ranting, there are still vegetable leaves in your mouth. In the evening, Ling Yun flew out of the city on Thor. Turned Thor into the shape of the Year of the Dragon. Thor took Ling Yun's arm with both hands, and the two walked towards the city. Because there have been dragon blood-like abilities in the West, pedestrians passing by saw Thor's dragon horns and dragon tails just surprised, and did not cause any excessive fluctuations. On the way home, Thor bought tomorrow's vegetables in Thor's sorrowful eyes, and prohibited Thor's subsequent self-harm behavior. Was surprised by the discovery of the restored Yanghai business. Ling Yun deserves to be an extraordinary era. It only took a whole day to repair a huge building. Back to the shop. Ling Yun only remembered when he opened the familiar door. It seems that there is no shop today. Tor, you will be the signage girl of this shop from today. Can you make it? No problem, I am very competent. Oh? Then what will you do? After holding his cheeks in meditation for a while, Thor said enthusiastically, I can turn the entire city into ruins, and the flames of the dragon can burn everything out. I can capture countless humans as slaves and let Ling Yun become the ruler of this city. I can also impose a curse. Stop! Ling Yun turned black and stopped Thor. Are you all the Kanban girls should do? What are the glorious deeds of the hungry dragon you are talking about? Then do you know how to receive guests? Oh, I know this. Thor turned into a giant dragon in the shop, and pointed the faucet at the door of the shop. Listening to some human beings can show sincerity when they meet frankly. Ling Yun, do you think I am doing well? Talking, turned his head and opened the blood basin and licked it at Ling Yun. Ling Yun who got all over by saliva. Are you trying to scare all the guests to death immediately? Change it back quickly. Wiped the saliva off his face, Ling Yun said in an angry tone. Hey! Thor gave a smirk and changed back to his human form. Then cleaning is finally done, right? Of course. I love clean dragons the most. Thor smiled triumphantly, and then a beam of light came out of his mouth. Lights flashed, and the shop became clean. Hey? Why are these things still there? Thor looked at the counter and chair that were still there with a puzzled expression. Then continued to spray a few beams, but there is no doubt that the furniture sheltered by the shop rules will not be destroyed by Thor's dragon's breath. Oh my god! Ling Yun looked at the silly dragon still erupting its breath, and couldn't help covering his forehead with a pop. Pulled Thor who wanted to use magic, Ling Yun asked her to go to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. On the premise of resolutely rejecting Thor's use of tail meat, Ling Yun beautifully enjoyed a dinner he made by himself. Thor, I'm going to wash the dishes. If there are guests, come and entertain me. Oh, good. Thor quickly replied, and he began to ponder the recipe Ling Yun had found for her on the internet. As a qualified otaku, why do you have to do everything yourself? Now I teach Thor well, so I don't have to worry about food and clothing. A few minutes after Ling Yun walked into the kitchen. The door was opened. A man in uniform walked out of it. Then he saw a huge dragon head, with golden pupils staring at him blankly. Roar! Thor opened his blood basin and let out a roar. Monster! The uniformed man was shocked, quickly picked up the laser gun at his waist and aimed at Thor. But the shop has rules for blessing. The laser shot on Thor's face only leaving a symbolic spark, which did not cause any harm. Ling Yun who heard the shout in the kitchen came out quickly, and saw the dragon-shaped Thor gathering the dragon's breath. Look at the weak and ordinary people who are constantly retreating in front of the store. Thor! Ling Yun yelled helplessly, and Thor, who had gathered the dragon's breath, quickly changed back to the form of the dragon girl, standing next to Ling Yun obediently. Didn't I tell you? I will maintain a human form in the store in the future. Ling Yun knocked Thor on the head. Human, maid. The man at the door saw the transformed Thor couldn't help being a little confused. There is a big difference between the huge monster before and the petite and cute girl now. Hey, the transformation magic hasn't been used for a long time, it will be unlocked after a little relaxation. Thor spit out his tongue and said cutely. And many more. Hey? Ling Yun, what are you doing? What are you doing? There is still vegetable leaves in your mouth. Roaring at others with the vegetable leaves, you are not afraid of being laughed at. Ling Yun pulled out a vegetable leaf from Thor's teeth. Thor happily stretched out his head and pressed his chin against Ling Yun's palm. Don't be a nympho. Ling Yun touched Thor's head helplessly. Thor is good, but he is particularly prone to nympho, but Ling Yun also enjoys this feeling of being liked. Uniformed man. Is it really okay for you to show your affection so openly in front of me? FFF. Thor, you continue to study? Ling Yun asked Thor. Walked behind the counter. Looked at the uniformed man and said, sorry for this customer, but you are frightened. Thor is the Kanban girl in my shop. It's just that she is the first day to take office and she is a little uncomfortable. Hearing Ling Yun's words, the subdued man glanced at Thor, who was playing on the phone, then looked at Ling Yun, and asked, where is this place? This is a dimensional store that spans 10,000 realms. I am the owner Ling Yun. Dimensional shop. Is there any other world in this world? The uniformed man was secretly surprised. Give you this card, it will tell you everything about this shop. Ling Yun handed the man a black card. In an instant, the man's face was covered with shock. It is hard to imagine that there are such shops in the world. Manager, can you really open anything from a jar? The man took a deep breath and tried to calm his heart. It's all by personal luck. Ling Yun explained. Can the items that can be opened to resurrect the giant? Resurrection of giants? Ling Yun asked in surprise. www.readaloud.com. Why are these words so familiar? The man was surprised when he saw Ling Yun and explained, my name is Zhenjiao Degu. I am a member of the victory team. There are two monsters in my world. One is Galzan, the monster that shakes the earth, and Merba, the monster that cracks the sky. We know that only the giants in the pyramid can defeat them, but we don't know the way to recover. Ling Yun glanced at the man in front of him in surprise. No wonder he feels so familiar. Good fellow, Tiga Ultraman, this is. There are indeed ways to resurrect, but it depends on your luck if it can be opened. I have 1,000 points here. To be on the safe side, give me 10 consecutive times. Daegyu handed the black card to Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes stared. Fuck, 1,000 points, worthy of being the protagonist, this is a lot of money. 1,000 sincerity. 10 jars appeared in front of Zhenjiao Taigu. Click. Zhenjiao Taigu skillfully smashed the first jar. 3 green of light flew out of the first jar. Initiating symbol, X5, the initiating symbol of Naruto World. Crystal X180, a collection of 280 can be used to supply a crash. Enhanced Tiger Whip, let you live and live in love. Ling Yun took a weird look at the real horned Daegyu who had carefully put away the enhanced Tiger Whip. Is it possible that he is still a fake? However, this look is at the same time as the gaze raised by Taiko Makoto. Hiss. Ahem, you continue. Ling Yun let out an embarrassment and pushed the second jar out. Vol 2 Chapter 21, Daegu who inherited the title of Det King. Ultraman card, the card of the original Ultraman energy boarding, which can be released by the power of the Yub ring. Zhenjiao Daegyu looked at the card in his hand dumbfounded. Just this one card turned out to be blue? Hey? You actually got Ultraman. Ling Yun was also a little stunned. Obviously, I didn't expect Daegyu to have this one. Tiga Ultraman pulled out the original Ultraman, this picture is so strange. It seems that this card is also the top batch in the blue range. Owner, I wonder if this is. He is the giant you are looking for. Hey! Daegyu was taken aback, looking at the card in his hand dumbfounded. Owner, are you sure you are not teasing me? This is just a card, and I don't have the so-called Yub circle. Daegyu obviously didn't believe that the existence that could defeat the monster would be a card. Don't worry, there is one last jar, and see if you can get what you want. Ling Yun soothed Daegyu, and pointed to the last jar. Okay. Daegyu nodded, and smashed the last jar on the ground. Click! 2 light balls, 1 purple and 2 blue, emerged from the jar. This. Although Daegyu knows that the last item out of the jar will be purple. But I have experienced so much white, green, and blue before, and now I finally see a purple one, and the excitement in my heart can be imagined. Digga Circle, a circle dedicated to Digga, which can be used for energy fusion. It needs to absorb the Digga stone statue to be fully activated. Darum card, a card for boarding the power of the ultra-ancient giant Darum, the incarnation of power. Hitla card, a card for boarding the power of the ultra-ancient giant, Hitra, the incarnation of the wind. Damn! Even Ling Yun couldn't help but explode when he saw these 3 things that Daegyu had opened. Is this the way to make Daegyu bear the debt king? There is the Yub circle, but now there is the Tiga circle. Don't want the light stick? Boom! At the moment when Ling Yun exploded his mouth, Thor quickly appeared in front of Ling Yun, grinning at Daegu, with an expression that he wanted to swallow Daegu alive. What did you do to Ling Yun? Seeing Thor who suddenly appeared in front of him, he thought something was going on. Ling Yun smiled when he heard Thor's words and touched Thor's head. He didn't do anything, it's just that I was so surprised. Soothing the blown-out Thor, Ling Yun turned his head to look at Daegu, who was startled. Owner, I wonder what these 3 are. Seeing Ling Yun comforting Thor, Daegu looked at the ring in his hand and the 3 cards, carefully glanced at the well-behaved Thor, and asked. Let's explain the Tiga circle first. Ling Yun first pointed to the opening of the ring in Daegyu's hand. Tiga circle, he can let you use the power of other giants. Other giants? Daegyu was puzzled. Yes, just like the 3 cards in your hand, each of which hosts the power of this giant. Try inserting one of the cards horizontally into the center of the ring. Daegyu followed Ling Yun's words and placed Ultraman's card horizontally into the circle. Why not choose Hitler and Durham? Very cheap, one looks too cheap, the other looks too ugly and dark, or the red and white Altman looks pleasing to the eye. Ultraman. An electronic sound is emitted from the Digga circle. Digga circle also emits a blue light. This felt a memory in his mind, and he looked at the ring in his hand in shock. So he could turn into a giant of light through the power of this ring. And he felt it even more, the fusion of the other 2 cards will give birth to his original form. It's just a pity that this ring doesn't seem to be fully activated. Digga stone statue? What is that stone statue? Could it be said that it is a giant in the pyramid? Daegu suddenly raised his head, and met Ling Yun's smile. Bingwo, congratulations for the correct answer. Instead of relying on the unreliable power of outsiders, it is better to become a giant yourself. What do you think? Ling Yun stroked Thor's head dozingly, and said to Daegyu. Do you rely on yourself? Daegyu was slightly startled, looking at the ring in his hand. Indeed, even if it is an ancient giant, it is just a visitor from a foreign land. Only human beings can protect mankind in a true sense if they have mastered this power. Since he can use it, can other humans also use this power? Another doubt appeared in Daegyu's mind. Immediately he asked this question. Ling Yun smiled on the spot. You look down on our dimensional shop too much. The moment you get something out of our shop, you are bound to contact you, let alone other people. Even if the owner of me gets the Tiga circle, I can't use it. Of course, does it really matter? Who knows, a leak still has so many demands. Well, does the owner know where the pyramid is? You treat me as Bai Xiaosheng, and you know everything. Ling Yun said dumbfoundedly. Daegyu also scratched his head in embarrassment, because this shop was so amazing that he couldn't help it all at once. But Tiga circle will guide you. Follow the route suggested by the circle, and you will soon find Tiga's stone statue. Thanks to the owner for the notice. Daegyu said gratefully. He couldn't sleep all night after knowing about Galzan and Melba. How could he not be grateful if things can be resolved now? Reading www.youkansha.com immediately thought of something and quickly said, "If this is the case, then I will leave first." "It's okay, just come to take care of the store's business in the future." Ling Yun said indifferently. He also knew what Daegyu was doing in such a hurry. Is nothing more than trying to find the Tiga stone statue to solve the two monsters quickly. "For sure," Daegyu said, and decided in his heart to fight monsters and earn points to open the jar. He thought for more than a moment, since there are 3 cards, will there be a 4th card? The 5th one? I was really excited to think that there could be so many powerful and different powers. Okay, people are gone, Thor comes over to take a bath. After Daegyu left, Ling Yun pulled Thor up and walked towards the bathroom. So fast! Thor's face flushed and was pulled by Ling Yun, with a touch of excitement in his shyness. But she was disappointed soon. Ling Yun just taught her how to use the shower room once, and told her to remember to use dragon scales to turn her clothes off when she came out. Left a lost dragon girl in place. Daegyu, who came back from the dimension shop, returned to the TPC headquarters and Zhongfang took a leave of absence, drove the car and took out the Tiga circle, and followed the road guided by the circle. Before driving to a big mountain, Daegyu got out of the car and ran quickly following the instructions of Tiga circle. Is there really a pyramid here? Daegyu stopped in front of a suspension bridge, looked at the gleaming ring in his hand, gritted his teeth, and ran over. TPC headquarters. A white figure emerged, her gaze penetrated thousands of miles. She saw the great ancient under the pyramid, and whispered, "The gear of destiny is about to start turning." Vol 2 Chapter 22, Giant Inside the Pyramid. Pyramid, I really found it. Zhenjiao Daegyu raised his head and looked at the pyramid of light particles whose entire body is not high to the top, and the color of surprise flashed in his pupils. Following the guidance of the circle, he really found the pyramid. I just wanted to try it at first, but I didn't expect it to succeed. The next step is to absorb Tiga's stone statue, but how should I get in? Daegyu murmured. Looking at the radiant pyramid, he slowly moved his hand closer, but he was stunned the next moment. Poke his left hand forward a little. Actually sank directly into the pyramid. There is no obstacle? Is it that the pyramid itself is just a blindfold? With curiosity, Zhenjiao Daegyu raised his steps, slowly approached the pyramid, and slowly stretched his head in. The moment he opened his eyes, he was stunned. You can really come in. Without any hesitation, he walked in. I saw 3 huge stone statues standing inside the pyramid. Is this a giant? Daegyu raised his head in shock and looked at the 3 huge stone statues. Suddenly, the Tiga ring in his hand broke away from Daegyu's hand and flew towards the stone statue in the middle. Wait! Where are you going? Daegyu was about to chase it right away, but the Tiga circle flew directly up, and stopped at the place where the giant stone statue in the middle spit out, "Timer." The circle gave out a ray of light. In Daegyu's shocking gaze, the huge stone statue turned into a pile of sand and quickly flew into the circle of Tiga. After completely absorbing the Tiga stone statue, the ring glowed with golden light and returned to Daegyu's hands. Is that Tiga? Daegyu looked at the golden ring in his hand, and whispered in his mind the look of the stone statue in the middle. It is hard to imagine how a circle the size of a palm can absorb the 50-meter-high stone statue. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembles violently. What's happenin'? Daegyu leaned his hands on the white stone steps, barely stabilized his body, said. TPC. Galzin and Melba detected. Yerui shouted loudly, awakening the members of the winning team. What about the pyramid? Have you found the pyramid? Zhongfang asked. If you can find the pyramid, you can find it immediately. Yerui replied, tapping on the keyboard for a while, and finally locked a position on the top of the big screen. According to the moving direction and speed of Melba and Gorzin, the destination is the pyramid. What? Does it mean that the monster knows where the giant is? Lena said incredulously. It seems like this. Yerui nodded. Where is Daegu? Why is Daegu not here today? Lena asked curiously. She just said how it feels wrong today. It turns out that Daegu didn't come. Daegu, please ask me this morning to find a pyramid. How can I find it? Daegu is really whimsical. Hiroi said. No. Yerui interrupted Horii suddenly, and then looked at the crowd with a weird expression. Then tapped a few times on the keyboard, and a red dot suddenly appeared on the big screen. The Daegu team is right next to the pyramid at the moment. Horii. New town. Lena. The command room is full of embarrassment. Well, since Daegu is already there, let's look for the pyramid based on Daegyu's position. Emi looked at the silent command room and said suddenly. I was really found by this kid. Emi's words made everyone react, Horii said in surprise. Yes, I found the pyramid without making a sound. If it weren't for the locator, I really didn't know this kid was so lucky. Zhongfang said in surprise. You must know that the leave that Daegu took in the morning was found in the afternoon, and the scope is still the entire island country. This luck is really not covered. It seems that this vacation that directed you is a proper benefit. Xingqian raised his brows and said. Then, under the order of Megamiyama, Vice Captain Zhongfang took a group of Victory team members and flew away in the direction of the pyramid on the Victory Flying Swallow. Next to the pyramid. At this moment, Daegu has come out of the pyramid. In front of a big tree, Daegu curiously looked at the two cards in his hand, one with blue light and the other with red light. And I don't know why there is always an urge to combine these two cards into one in Daegyu's heart. But it can't be synthesized. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the contact device in the ancient clothes rang. Daegu took it out, gently opened it, and placed it in the palm of his hand. The new city appeared on the screen. Daegu, great, I found the pyramid quietly. Xingqian teased. Daegu smiled awkwardly, isn't this also a chance to try your luck? Pyramid is impossible to be in the city. I went to look in the mountain, but I didn't expect to find it. You are lucky, but are there really giants in it? Yes, I will pass the picture to you. In the past, Daegu took many pictures of giants as a souvenir. When the members of the winning team saw the light surrounding the tower and the two huge stone statues, they sighed. There are really giants. I don't know the way to resuscitate the giant. Daegu said worriedly. Yerui is clearing the noise with the doctor, and there will be results soon. www.readaloud.com Zhongfangdao. Just as everyone sighed about the giant, a huge dust appeared on the ground, and a terrifying monster crawled out of the ground. Gorzon, it appeared here so soon. The members of the Victory Flying Swallow were horrified when they saw the huge monster crawling out of the ground. Oh my god, it's really scary. Horii's pupils widened as he looked at Jelzon's fierce face. No, the pyramid. Suddenly, Horii seemed to have thought of something, and quickly looked in front of Galzon, where there happened to be a huge pyramid emitting golden light. What does it want to do? Lena said, looking at Galzon who was motionless in front of the pyramid. The next moment, Gorzon responded to Lena's question. I saw Gorzon's whole body exuding purple light, converging on his forehead, and finally emitting a purple laser. Starting from the top of the pyramid, gradually sweep the pyramid into light particles and dissipate into the air. In the distance, Melba also arrived. With the disappearance of the pyramid, two giant stone statues with a height of 50 meters were exposed, standing there. Roar! Jelzon let out a violent roar after seeing the stone statue, looking at the stone statue as if he was looking at killing his father and enemy. It wants to destroy the giant. Command, stop it! Lena yelled when she saw Jelzon who was gradually leaping towards the stone statue. But Horii and others were frightened by Jelzon and Melba. The next moment, Gorzon made a roar, his claws swung at a stone statue in front of him, his tail flicked, and the giant's leg was shaken off. When the stone statue lost balance and fell to the ground, he stepped on it with one foot. Step on the remaining stones to smash. Vol 2 Chapter 23, True Horned Ancient, Fusion Up. Mirba also fell from the sky at the same time. The huge beak pecked another giant's shoulder to pieces, and the huge fleshy wings shot the stone statue on the ground and crushed it fiercely. It's over, the stone statue of the giant was destroyed by the monster. The Horii in the victory Fi'in came to his senses, looking at the destroyed stone statue, he muttered in despair. Was just a moment's stupefaction and lost everything. Since you can't get the power of a giant, then humans will destroy him. Zinken let out an anger, and controlled the fighter plane to launch 2 missiles. But when the missile hits Gorzon, it is like a toy, and it is directly shot on the ground by Gorzon. It's useless. Zhongfang said solemnly. Missiles have no effect on monsters. Will you continue to let this monster wreak havoc? It's okay in the mountains and grasslands, if in the city. Lena worried. Let's come back first, from a long-term plan, the Daegyu team members too. Intermi, who was watching the scene through satellite, said calmly. The most fundamental problem now is that large weapons cannot be used, and small weapons cannot cause damage to monsters. Stone statue of giant. I don't know why, when I saw the broken stone statue, there was a sense of anxiety hidden in his heart. Is Tiga's original destiny the same? Daegu looked at the giant stone statue destroyed by Jelzin and Melba and said solemnly. Looking at the Tiga circle in his hand, Daegu couldn't help but clenched a bit. Almost the giant will disappear from this world. Not good. Command, Lena. Daegyu's pupils suddenly shrank. After clearing the giant stone statues in the mountains, Melba and Galzin noticed the little bug that had just attacked them, and immediately roared, and light began to gather all over their bodies. Oh, Lena, get out of here. Zhongfang saw that the monsters began to gather their abilities, and hurriedly shouted to Lena, who was controlling the victory flying swallow. Lena was also extremely anxious when she saw this, controlling the victory Fi'in, and immediately began to turn the nose. Lena operates fast, and Jelzin's ultrasound light is faster, but a purple light blasted from her forehead to the tail of the aircraft. At an emergency juncture, Zinken pulled a fighter jet's lifting system, and by quickly raising the fuselage, the light passed under the victory flying swallow and blasted towards the original mountain. After seeing the hiding, everyone couldn't help taking a deep breath. The light just passed by the soles of their feet, almost cut off from the world. But before everyone was relieved, Melba's eyes emitted a destructive light. Boom! The tail of the victory flying swallow was rubbed with a spark, and the dark smoke rose rapidly. Everyone, parachute! Zhongfang shouted immediately. The skydiving system is malfunctioning. Everyone pulled the lever of the skydiving, but the seats under them did not move at all. This made everyone feel desperate. It's over, I think I'm going to die without talking about my girlfriend. Horii cried. Mayumi. Zinken stared at the sun outside the window in a daze. Daegyu watched the downed teammates summon secretly. Quickly looked at the ring in his hand. If you can really give me the power of a giant, please give me the power to save my friends. Daegyu took a sharp breath, picked up the Tiga ring with his left hand and slammed forward. The next moment, Daegu was sucked into a purple space. The 2 cards floated quietly in front of him. Daegyu's complexion was overjoyed, and he quickly picked up one of them and inserted it into the aperture of the Tiga circle. Hitler Ultraman. The majestic voice sounded in the space. What? A purple-white Hitler with a mean smile appeared at the left rear of Daegyu. Daegyu glanced at Hitler behind him curiously, and quickly picked up another card and inserted it into the ring. Darum Ultraman. Drink. The red and black warrior with a demon face appeared at the right rear of Daegyu. In an instant, the blue Tiga circle was equally distributed among the purple and red colors. Daegyu held up the ring. Please lend me strength. Up. After the sound of the two Ultramans and Dagya stretched out their hands at the same time, and Dagya became a black and white Ultraman. The next moment, Hitler and Durham merged towards Tiga. Finally became a new form. It's just a color. Tiga Ultraman burst form. Just as everyone in the victory team was about to fall, a huge light shot into the sky. Everyone on the winning team couldn't help but stretch out their hands to cover the dazzling light. When several people gradually put down their hands covering their eyes, everyone looked at the huge head in front of them in shock. The victory flying swallow is as small as a toy in those hands. Giant. Lena looked at the two eyes like salted eggs in disbelief. But, haven't all the giants been destroyed by monsters? What's this? Is it a giant hidden on the earth? The people of the victory team had forgotten about the crash for a while, and they all stared at Tiga with their pupils widened. TPC. Imi and Yerui also looked at Tiga dumbfoundedly. Where did this giant come from? Yulian in the time machine is even more dazed. Doesn't it mean that the ancients will only recover after they become light? How is this different from the script? Came out suddenly. Yu reading www.yukansha.com. Dagya, who became Tiga, has synchronized with Tiga's sight. Seeing his usual teammates so small, he couldn't help feeling curious, and he couldn't help but stretch out his finger to knock on the window of the victory flying swallow. Then fold back the two wings of the victory flying swallow. Click! Following a dazzling spark, the victory flying swallow was forced to change back to the standby state at the TPC base. A group of members of the winning team. What's going on? Treat them as toys? But fortunately, Dagya put the victory flying swallow down after only playing for a while. After all, there was still smoke from the tail of the aircraft. It might explode when it would explode. That would be bad. After putting down the victory flying swallow, Tiga turned and faced the two monsters. The Tiga at this moment, which is different from the original, is not a composite form, but a burst form. The black groove on the chest armor is the best proof. Melba and Gorzin felt the nasty light, their eyes became dangerous. Just. Dagu chose a handsome pose and shouted. Jelzin, who, brother, if I remember correctly, this guy was the one who beat us 30 million years ago? Melba, just changed the color, that's right, it's this guy. Gorzin, roar, just unblocking and just dragging it like this? It's still 30 million years ago. Jiertsin, roar. This time the uncle will not only have a shame, but also be beaten so that his mother can't recognize him. Merba, hiss. Brother, have you forgotten that this guy is an orphan? Diga. Is it really good for you to say that in front of me? Vol 2 Chapter 24, Compound Form. What are they doing? Lena asked curiously. The two monsters and Tiga looked at each other, and they made roar and cha sounds from time to time. It should be a conversation. Horii said with some uncertainty. Yerui, can the translator translate it? Horii asked into the microphone in the helmet. Excuse me, this language can't explain it. Yerui said immediately. In that case, we will first evacuate this place and meet Daegu. Zhongfang said, leading the team to leave quickly. Just turned into Tiga, Daegyu's excitement can be imagined, but he soon became unhappy. As the sound of ding 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 suddenly sounded, Daegu was taken aback first, and then directly stunned. Insufficient energy? Following the message from Tiga Circle, he was stupid. There is still a time limit for this transformation. The eyes of Galzin and Melba, who were on the opposite side, suddenly lit up. Obviously they knew what was going on. Once the thing starts to ding, it means that the energy is about to be consumed. Melba took the lead, with its sharp beak slightly open, controlling the huge fleshy wings, and flying towards Tiga at low altitude. Daegu was shocked after seeing it, but at any rate, the elite of the winning team, quickly turned a somersault and brushed past Melba. Just. Tiga's hands were attached with a white light, and his body leaped, facing Melba, who returned the same way as a hand knife on top of his head. Different from the resurrection form of the original work in the most vegetable period, it perfectly inherits the title of Det King, and the burst form that merges the power of Hitler and Durham through the dark Tiga form cannot be resisted by little Merba. Hiss! Sparks flashed, and Melba was knocked to the ground by Digga with a hand knife. Digia stared at her hands blankly. Is this the power of giants? So strong. Even a monster that can't deal with missiles can't stand his hand knife? While Digga was in a daze, Galzin saw his good brother had been beaten, and he roared and ran towards Digga with a flutter of his two paws. Be careful! Lena in the distance yelled as she watched the attacking Galzin. Daegu reacted instantly. Seeing the menacing Gorzin, Digga came with a handsome roundabout kick, kicked Gorzin directly, and fell onto the mountain. At this moment, my good friend Melba quickly came to Gorzin and helped him up. Galzin and Melba yelled at the same time, emitting light. Digga flew gently into the air, staggering perfectly with the light. Glanced at Melba, who was also about to fly, a blue light appeared in his hand, an energy hand knife flew out, and Melba returned to the ground. Jelzin! Jeertsin, roar! Despicable man, come down and fight me if you have the ability. Digga looked flat, looking at Melba, who fell on the ground and covering his head, and Galzin, who kept clamoring. Do I have a skill similar to Nirvana? Daegu murmured. The next moment, a memory was transmitted into Dagu's mind, and Dagu subconsciously followed suit. Bring your hands to your waist, straighten your hands and cross them, and then pull the string. Seeing the purple energy line, Gorzin stopped shouting. The whole person quickly turned the front of the car and pointed at the ground with a burst of swift dogs. Melba was stunned, and immediately squatted without holding his head, and began to wave his wings. They could feel the breath of death in the light. Melba and Galzin had no doubt that they would belch on the spot if the light hits them. The members of the victory team who hid in a safe area looked at the situation a little dazed. How did the monster that was still full of spirits turn around? Are they trying to escape? Zinken said uncertainly. It turns out that monsters are also counseling. Lena curiously asked. Digga certainly won't let go of this good opportunity and become a good boy. You have to raise your hands when answering questions in class. Digia raised his hand honestly. Zi. The white particles of Zapalio's light shot out of Tiga's hand, hitting Melba, who had already flown halfway. Melba's body struck by the light suddenly stiffened, the bird's eyes dimmed, and he fell from the sky. With a shocking explosion, Melba was blown to pieces. Digga looked at Melba, who had been wiped out, nodded, dropped his hands and fell from the sky as a victor. He glanced at the deep hole in the ground and knew that Gorzin had left, and he did not continue to pursue him. Lowered his head and glanced at the ding-dong timer, Digga raised his head, looking at the sky, his hands raised. Just when he was about to leave, the earth began to tremble violently. Digga quickly stabilized the center of gravity, and saw a huge head on the distant hillside emerge from the earth. Is just like Galzin, who just fled. I didn't even leave. Daegu said in surprise. But he soon became serious. Because the place where Galzin appeared is just in front of the members of the winning team. Ah! The monster came to us. Lena looked at Galzin, who appeared in front of them with teeth and claws in horror. Is it just attracted by Lena's voice? Zhong Fang said solemnly. That's not good, go. Horii saw the purple glow of Gorzin's body, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted. Other people also reflected and fled quickly. Gorzin looked at the triumphant team members who fled in a hurry, a trace of disdain flashed in his pupils. Galzin, who knows that the ultra warriors of the Bright Camp protect humans, decided to threaten humans this time. The light is converged, and Gorzin hits the members of the winning team. Oops! Digga was anxious when he saw this scene. Quick! Quick! I want to go faster! Daegu roared loudly. The Tiga ring on Daegyu's right hand seemed to respond to Daegyu's mood, emitting a purple light, and Hitler, who was covered in purple, appeared behind Daegu. The Diga crystal on Diga's head in the running exudes a purple light. Yu reading www.yu. In an instant, Tiga turned purple and silver. This is. Feeling the body becomes relaxed, the old face is overjoyed, turning into a hurricane, and quickly appearing in front of the members of the victory team. Looking at the oncoming ultrasonic light, Daegyu's pupils narrowed. Opened his hands, and a barrier like a sound wave emerged in front of him. Diga barrier. The ultrasonic light hitting it just caused a wave of waves, and did not cause any harm. Gorzon looked at Tiga, who appeared abruptly. Mad, don't you have enough energy? How could it be so fast? It's a giant. Lena was surprised. Looked at Tiga, who was blocking the light for them, beaming with joy. The color has changed. Horii looked at Tiga, who was covered in purple and silver, and said in disbelief. This giant can still switch colors. Wait, look at his breastplate. Zinken keenly noticed the difference. From black to gold? But what does this mean? Who knows, but still golden looks pleasing to the eye. Horiak said. This time, I won't let you go. Dago inside Digia looked at Jelzin, shouted, and violently picked up the Digia ring. Hitler and Durham turned into a light from the circle and appeared behind Daegu. Outside. Diga crossed his hands in front of the Diga crystal on his forehead, and quickly waved his hands down. White light flashed, and it became a compound form in the surprised eyes of the winning team. I'm going, it's unscientific. Horii shouted. Vol 2 Chapter 25, on Thor's Made Self-Cultivation. Look at what happened before you, do you think it is scientific? Zinken asked. Horii was silent. The 50-meter-tall giants and monsters could still shoot light at each other. No matter how Nima looked at it, it violated current science. Could it be that there is metaphysics in the world? And theology? Horii said suspiciously. Horii has been a little confused by what happened today. Peliao light launched, in the shocked eyes of the members of the victory team, Gorzon exploded into countless fragments. Seeing the danger eliminated, he nodded to the members of the winning team. Tiga raised his hands and flew high into the sky. Did he just nod to us? Aren't you bullshit? Shinjo looked at Horii with idiotic eyes. I don't know if the giant's recovery is good or bad. Zhongfang rubbed his eyebrows. The monster that even missiles can't cause damage can be killed so easily. This kind of power, like a moving natural disaster, can cause more terrifying destruction than monsters if it acts recklessly. It must be good, because he protected us. Lena replied affirmatively. Okay, let's talk about this matter back to the headquarters. Zhongfang shook his head and said. Leave these things to the senior officials to think about, they are just fighters. Of course, if giants are really bad for humans, they will surely destroy them. By the way, what about Daegu? I don't know if that kid is in danger. Hey! Someone just asked, a familiar voice made everyone turn their heads. I saw Daegu standing in front of a stream and beckoning to them. This kid! Zhongfang let out a laugh, and ran to meet the team with the team. Where did your kid go? No communication, we almost thought something happened to you. After a happy reunion, Zhongfang looked at Daegu seriously. Daegu smiled a little embarrassedly. The battle between the giant and the monster was too shocking, and I didn't react a bit. It's really shocking, Horii was dumbfounded when I watched it. Shinshiro hooked Dako's shoulder and made fun of Horii. Aren't you the same? Horii looked at Shinjo angrily. Ha ha ha. Everyone else laughed. Okay, everyone, let's go back. There are still a lot of things to deal with. The serious Zhongfang's mouth also raised a smile. But the business is still to be done. Yes. Other people also responded. Daegu is separated from the others. He came in a car, so he naturally wanted to drive back. Sitting in the sedan, facing the dusk, Daegyu took out a magic light stick with black stripes from his chest. Is Tiga's original transfiguration device? But I already have Tiga Taurus, this magic wand. Daegyu looked at the Digia circle on the side and then at the light stick in his hand, hesitating. But when he saw Ultraman's card next to him, he had already made a decision in his mind. The store manager can earn points by redeeming items. Then when you go to the store next time, see how many points this magic light stick is worth. As he said, he took out the black card from the shop, and was stunned when he was about to put the light rod and Tiga circle into the card space. Was surprised to find that there were more than 150 points on the card. This is, the two monsters just now. 3 otter cards were placed on the chest. Daegyu stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the mountain. Ling Yun, who was sitting on the bed and flipping his mobile phone, suddenly heard a sparse sound coming from the bathroom. Putting the phone on the bed, Ling Yun cautiously walked over and pushed open the bathroom door. Saw what Thor was chewing at the moment. Feeling the familiar breath, Thor turned his head. Ling Yun. What are you doing? Ling Yun asked. Nest in a different suit. Thor puffed his cheeks and chewed. The next moment, Ling Yun's face changed suddenly. He seemed to have thought of something. He grabbed Thor's head and saw that there was a white corner of his clothes around Thor's mouth. Ling Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Is this what you mean by washing clothes? I can secrete saliva that only dissolves stains, and the clothes I wash out are fast and clean. Thor said while chewing. Ling Yun looked at Thor, who was enjoying himself speechlessly. Suddenly regretted taking Thor home. Even though Thor is a dragon, he washes clothes with saliva. Whether he looks or listens, he feels uncomfortable. Ling Yun grabbed Thor, reached out to grab the corner of Thor's mouth, and pulled it out, bringing out a lot of saliva. Don't use saliva to wash clothes in the future. Even if it is clean, you are not allowed to use it. Ling Yun said solemnly. Ling Yun glanced at Thor blankly, and couldn't help sighing as he looked at her disappointed look. Forget it, it's already late, go and rest. Hey? Together. Thor's eyes glowed. Ling Yun glanced at his cute faces, a pair of giant cats about to jump out of the sky, and a pair of long, white legs. The young girl exudes a fresh fragrance after taking a shower. Cute, thinking. Let's be together, then. Ling Yun said out of the sky. Okay. Thor said happily, as if he had received a huge reward. After getting Ling Yun's permission, he got into Ling Yun's bed. Thor tightly hugged Ling Yun's arms in his arms. Ling Yun felt the squeezing and soft touch of the arms beside him and couldn't help taking a deep breath. www.readaloud.com. This is the first time he has come into contact with a girl so close. Because of his introversion in his previous life, he hasn't had a girlfriend, let alone sleeping together. Now he can be liked so much by a girl, and he is also very happy. Although the main body is a dragon. The next day, Ling Yun opened his eyes dimly. Glanced at the empty right side and smiled at the corner of his mouth. He slept peacefully yesterday. I don't know if it was because Thor was beside him. He has rarely slept so comfortably since crossing the world. Rubbed his eyes and got up to go to the bathroom to wash. Seeing Ling Yun get up, Thor happily came to Ling Yun with his plate. This is my specially prepared breakfast, very nutritious. Ling Yun. Looking at the green outline on the plate and the colorful round meat inside, Ling Yun did not eat, but took out the prepared bento from the system space and handed it to Thor. In the future, we will cook with this kind of food and stop using the meat from the tail. Thor nodded when he saw Ling Yun didn't like to eat tail meat, and soon began to laugh foolishly again. Ling Yun. Is dragon's mind simpler? I have to find a maid's book to let her study hard. Otherwise, I have to take care of one more dragon in the future. This goes against the original intention of Ling Yun's salted fish. After eating, he threw the lunch box directly into the trash can. The silhouette of Ling Yun, who had just stood up, suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at Thor solemnly, and said quietly, "Remember, nothing in the trash can is allowed to be eaten." Vol 2 Chapter 26, Zhangzhou Extraordinary Branch. I simply arranged the jars. When Ling Yun turned over the sign at the door, it meant that the shop was officially open. Sat on the chair behind the counter, picked up the phone, and shook his feet while shaking. Spent boring time. Tor sat quietly next to him, watching the maid's guide on the computer intently. And various food channels. Time flies. It's noon in a blink of an eye. The inside of the shop has also gradually become hot. Ling Yun raised his head, glanced at the dazzling sunlight coming out of the window, pulled his clothes, and asked a little sultry. "System, is there an air conditioner in my store?" Ding. "The host can make it by himself." Ling Yun. "Your service attitude is really bad." However, Ling Yun still built a central air conditioner. "System, install it." Ding. "Warn the host, this system does not." "Hurry up, or I will give you a bad review." Ling Yun didn't care about the system at all, and interrupted before finishing speaking. After speaking to the system, Ling Yun continued to swipe his phone. "System." After a short silence, the central air conditioner placed on the ground after being built by Ling Yun flew automatically, connected to the ceiling, flashed light, and installed it instantly. Even the outside fan and drain are properly arranged. The air conditioner was turned on, and a breath of coolness flowed out, making Ling Yun relax. "Comfortable." Ding. "That's not right, the host, this system does not need to be praised." The voice of the system's doubts passed into Ling Yun's mind. "Shut up, silly." Ling Yun replied directly. "System. The system feels wronged. I helped him pretend to improve his strength, help him pick up girls, help him install the air conditioner, and even use this tone to deal with it. Woo-woo. Blue thin, shiitake mushrooms." Feeling the coolness, Thor also raised his head in doubt, and met Ling Yun's gaze. "Tor, don't look at it, let's have a cone." Ling Yun smiled when she saw Thor and waved to her. "Coming." For Ling Yun, Thor is on call. When he came to Ling Yun looked at the giant horn on Thor's head and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. "Okay." Thor's face stiffened, and he made a subconscious voice. Looked at Ling Yun with a red face. Ling Yun. What's the matter?" Ling Yun couldn't help being curious as he looked at Thor's shame. "That, sensitive." Thor said that Ling Yun understood. "Deserves to be a giant dragon, it is different from human beings." Ling Yun didn't feel embarrassed, and laughed, came to kill him, and then handed out a cone to Thor. Thor quickly took it, lowered his head so that Ling Yun couldn't see her expression, and stretched out his tongue to lick. "Wow, what is this? Sweet, icy, delicious." The next moment, Thor froze, staring at the cone in his hand with surprise. "This cold touch is ice. And it's the kind of ice that is ground into sand." Bing, she knows, but isn't all ice tasteless? It was the first time he had eaten this smoothie with milky aroma like this. Ling Yun, can I eat such a valuable thing?" Thor hesitated to ask. In this view, it is something that only the upper class can afford. Even if she was used to seeing treasure, she couldn't help but hesitate for a while. "This must be precious." "It's okay, you can eat as much as you want, there are many more things." Ling Yun smiled, waved, and a huge refrigerator appeared with rows of ice cream in it. "Wow, a lot." Thor looked at the refrigerator in shock. "So rest assured to eat." Ling Yun doesn't believe that the mere ice cream can destroy the physique of Thor's dragon. "Ling Yu, you are so kind." Thor said happily. "If you feel good, learn how to be a qualified Kanban girl. I don't want to see my clothes full of saliva." Ling Yun knocked Thor on the head unanimously. "Hey! Thor gave a smirk and stuck out his tongue cutely. Picked up the cone in his hand and bounced back to the computer. At the same time, a group of people in black came to the door of Ling Yun's shop. Is it here? One person holds the map on the tablet in his hand and corrects where they are. The words fell, all 5 of them looked at this very ordinary grocery store curiously. Is the existence that saved Yanghai City right here? One of them mentioned sunglasses. Hey? Are you here to open the can? Suddenly, a surprise sounded, and a hand was placed on a man in black. The next moment, all the people in black quickly turned around, took out their chest guns and pointed them at Jonan. Jonan looked at the 4 cold and hideous muzzles in front of him, dripping cold sweat on his forehead. I will go, what the is this, holding a gun? Hey, he just wants to buy instant noodles, no need to make such a big joke. Jonan roared in his heart. Although there are extraordinary people all over the world, there are many ordinary people, and guns are still contraband. Those who can carry guns these days are either officials or criminals. But Jonan's heart is undoubtedly biased towards the latter. How can the official dress be so shameless? At the same time, he was puzzled. What's wrong? The store manager offends someone. The other party wants to kill him. Numerous thoughts echoed in Jonan's mind for a while. While Jonan was stiff, a man in black holding a tablet looked at the tablet and then at Jonan. Stop the gun! After hearing the order, the 4 decisively put away their guns. Comrade Jonan! The man walked in front of Jonan. Hey! Jonan was taken aback after hearing this, and looked at the man in black who walked in front of him. The man in black took off his sunglasses and revealed a middle-aged face. Pulled out a smile. Hello, this is Xia Yuan from the Zhangzhou Transcendent Headquarters. Zhangzhou Extraordinary Headquarters. Jonan exclaimed. Looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. But after seeing the badge he took out, he couldn't tolerate him not to believe it. Why are you here? Jonan suppressed the shock and excitement in his heart, and asked curiously. The Zhangzhou Extraordinary Headquarters, which manages the organization of the extraordinary in the entire Zhangzhou region independent of the military region. Among them, there is the legendary 8th-tier powerhouse. Jonan's biggest dream in life is to be able to work in the Extraordinary Bureau. Comrade Jonan, I don't know how much you know about this shop, the man asked. The shop? That's right. Jonan was stunned. What is this? But when he remembered the jar opened in the store manager's shop that day, he shut up. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Jonan looked at the man's eyes. Is it possible that the official has already known the magic of the shop? While the other party saw the different color in Jonan's pupils, his heart moved. Seems to be in the right place. Said immediately, please tell us. Jonan glanced at him in doubt, and said. In the shop, the manager is lazy and doesn't go offline. This shop used to buy some daily necessities, but recently the shop has switched to selling cans. The jar. Well, according to the store manager, these jars contain the treasures of the heavens and the world. The heavens and the world. The others glanced at each other, obviously not believing it. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, just go in and have a look. Jonan said. If it hadn't been for Ling Yun to let him open the jar at first, he would definitely not believe it. Only after opening the jar, he just wanted to say something. Really fragrant. Team leader. The others looked at Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan nodded. Well, go in and take a look, but before that, I want to say that the opponent's strength is mysterious. Even if you can't make a good relationship, you can't offend it. Xia Yuan rang the flames that filled the entire Yanghai city at the beginning, shuddering, and said solemnly. Yes. Other people are also serious. Jonan saw this scene inexplicably. Isn't it just to meet the manager? Is it necessary to make it so serious? Jonan didn't care either, opened the door and shouted. "Manager, I'm here to buy lunch." Vol 2 Chapter 27, please start your performance. As soon as Jonan's voice fell, a breaking wind sounded. Snapped. Oh! A lunchbox flew out of the shop and hit Jonan in the face. Jonan fell to the ground with a pain. "Send you off, get out." A flat voice rang from the inside of the shop. Ling Yun said while typing the code. Don't be so unfeeling." Jonan got up from the ground as usual, wiped off his nosebleed, and walked in with a smile. The 5 people outside were dumbfounded. This person is so shameless. But it also followed. Jonan walked in to see Thor, who was on the side, was taken aback, and gave Ling Yu a thumbs up. "That's awesome, brother." Ling Yun didn't raise his head, and continued to type the code. "Is there anything else?" "It's like this, there are 5 people from Zhangzhou Super Development Bureau who want to come to know the store." Jonan hasn't finished speaking yet. Ling Yun closed the laptop with a pop, stood up, and looked at the faces of 5 people in black outside with smiles. "Hello guest, do you need any service?" Jonan. Jonan was stunned to see this scene. The gap between before and after is also wide. Xia Yuan was taken aback after seeing Ling Yun. Did not expect the other party to enter such a young age. But thinking of Kevin and Celine before, he didn't care. With practice, life expectancy is no longer difficult to overcome. Team leader. One of the men couldn't help looking at Xia Yuan, the meaning was very clear. Was just asking Xia Yuan if he could speak of the purpose. But Xia Yuan was not in a hurry. Secretly gave an instruction to everyone, be safe and not restless. He had a more important purpose in his mind than the task. Glanced across the rows of jars, and walked out with a smile. "Hello shop manager, I heard that your jar here can be opened to treasures in the heavens and worlds, I don't know if it is true." Ling Yu glanced at the smiling Jonan, nodded, stretched out his hand, pointed to a row of tank yards, and smiled, "Yes, it's just that everything you can drive to depends on personal luck." "Then I don't know if there are any objects that can revive people." Xia Yuan grabbed Ling Yun's hand excitedly. "Team leader." A black-clothed man quickly walked to Xia Yuan's side, grabbed Xia Yuan's shoulder, and whispered to remind him. Xia Yuan suddenly woke up, let go of Ling Yun's arm, and apologized, "Sorry, I'm so excited." Ling Yun shook his head. This strength may be terrifying to ordinary people, but for Ling Yun, who has practiced magician, it is completely tickling. "Although I don't know your past, I can tell you clearly about your questions." Ling Yun looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Although the expectation in his pupils was suppressed, anyone with a discerning eye could easily see the excitement and desire in his heart. Especially after Ling Yun's words. "Everything is possible." Boom! Ling Yun's words completely ignited Xia Yuan's heart. Ling Yun's words are like a ray of light in the dark, making Xia Yuan crazy. "Really?" Xia Yuan looked at Ling Yun incredulously. The man who stopped Xia Yuan before also looked at Ling Yun with scorching eyes. He is Xia Yuan's comrade in arms, Han Wen, the deputy captain of the Jiangnan Extraordinary Bureau Action Team, and Xia Yuan is the captain. The two have been close friends since they were young, and naturally they knew why Xia Yuan was so excited. That. Before Xia Yuan spoke, Ling Yun handed a black card to Xia Yuan. "Pick up this card, it will tell you everything. Of course, you can also come, I welcome every customer." Ling Yun said this to the other 4 people. The next moment, 4 cards flew in front of the 4 men in black. At the moment they picked up the card, a huge memory flooded their minds. This. After recovering, Xia Yuan looked at Ling Yun in disbelief. "It seems that your identity is not simple." Ling Yun pointed to the 1,000 points on Xia Yuan's card, and smiled. Xia Yuan's face turned red. After knowing the function of points and how to get points, he knew that his identity was mostly exposed. "Sorry, My identity is Xia Yuan, the captain of the Jiangnan Extraordinary Bureau Action Team. These points are obtained from the target of the mission. These have nothing to do with me, I'm just a shopkeeper who sells cans. However, I don't mind being a listener. Ling Yu smiled slightly. Tor, go and pour 5 glasses of water. Understand? Thor replied and quickly got up from his seat. Monster! In an instant, the other people who had been attracted by Ling Yun before also noticed the long-horned dragon maid. 5 people exclaimed. Please don't compare me with those inferior races, I will feel very sick. Tor's figure paused, turned around, and raised his head proudly. The scarlet dragon's eyes showed undisguised disgust. The horrible breath permeated the air, and the space was distorted by this. Except for Ling Yun, everyone felt that the gravity of the world had doubled, and the whole person's breathing began to rush. Zhou Nan's sight is pretty good, and he was directly pressed on the ground. If it weren't for the store floor to be sheltered by rules, it would have collapsed long ago. Xia Yuan and all of them felt that they were caught in the throat of fate, but they couldn't say how they were stuck in their throats. Tor www.readaloud.com. Stop it. Go and pour water. At this time, Ling Yun's helpless voice sounded. Okay. Soon. Tor's hideous face disappeared instantly, he returned to his innocent and cute appearance, and he replied happily. Bounced and left, still muttering. Pour water, pour water, pour water. The pressure disappeared, and everyone breathed the air greedily. Xia Yuan and others were also faltering and almost fell. Everyone glanced in horror at the direction Thor left. Fuck, I almost thought I was going to die. Zhou Nan continued to lie on the ground. It's too tired to resist, so let's bear it. Manager, why are the people in your shop so scary? At least the 4th or 5th level. Oh, okay, my family's Kanban girl is just cute, obedient, and comfortable to touch his head. Ling Yun replied indifferently. But this random sentence almost scared the others to death. Especially Xia Yuan. Others may not know, but how could he not feel it when he reached the 6th rank? Such a terrifying aura was only felt by the few counselors, and the lowest level of the counselors was all 8th. The 8th tier powerhouse is a Kanban girl. Hiss! I can't even think about it. At this moment, his eyes on Ling Yun became brighter. Such a strong man, it is impossible to lie to him. Maybe there is a way to revive others. After a while, Thor happily came to the counter with a plate and 6 glasses of water. Ling Yun pointed to the chair in front of the counter, and said to Xia Yuan. Well, my friend, please start your performance. Vol 2 Chapter 28, Bad Luck. Xia Yuan subconsciously glanced at Thor, who was touching his head by Ling Yu and showing a smile. I just feel that this world is terrible. Hey? Manager, where is my water? Zhou Nan got up from the ground, looked at the 5 glasses of water on the counter, and asked suspiciously. Ling Yun glanced at him faintly. I don't accept prostitutes here. Zhou Nan. Brother, you're heartbroken by saying that. How could I be a prostitute? Speaking of which, I also paid for it. Speaking of money. Zhou Nan subconsciously glanced at the box lunch in his hand, and then thought of the wall at home that was still blocked by cardboard. I go first. The macho cried. Zhou Nan directly waved his tears and said goodbye to everyone. Seeing Zhou Nan leaving, Thor turned his head and looked at Ling Yun curiously. Ling Yun, is he an actor? Ling Yun smiled slightly, yes. 5 people. Okay, let's continue. The business is big, Zhou Nan's matter is just an episode. Let me do it. Han Wen glanced at Xia Yuan and said. No, I have to say this myself. Xia Yuan stopped Hang Yule, took a deep breath, and began to tell about his experience. Well, it's like this. As the Zhangzhou Extraordinary Bureau Action Team, we have to perform many tasks on weekdays. In addition to the space cracks, we also have to carry out some powerful criminal arrests of extraordinary people. So I offended a lot of people. Are you trying to tell me that your enemy killed your favorite person? Ling Yun interrupted Xia Yuan and asked strangely. How do you know? Just take revenge on each other, is it hard to guess? Ling Yun spread his hands. Was very speechless. Isn't this the standard TV show routine? It seems that people in this world have very simple minds. Xia Yuan gave a wry smile. You are right. I organized and executed a siege and suppression mission in a mission a year ago, but at the last moment I let one of them escape. The person who escaped did not know how to find my daughter's school. In order to retaliate against me, he caused the deaths of more than a dozen children, including my daughter Xiaoran. Xia Yuan gritted his teeth and said. There is unspeakable anger and regret in his tone. Han Wen's complexion patted him on the shoulder. Ling Yun was silent for a while, and then said, I understand your wish, but the things in the jar are all based on personal luck. If you want to resurrect your daughter, it depends on how strong your thoughts are in your heart. I personally recommend that you choose Shilian. After all, the guarantee is purple. I think you should know how good purple things are. Maybe you can sell something similar to resurrection coins. Ling Yun suggested. Indeed, compared to illusory luck, in the eyes of people who really need it, something more substantial is better. This is not Ling Yun's alarmist talk. If you draw 10 times in a single draw, you might not even be able to draw a single purple. If you draw 10 times, you can at least secure a bottom line. If that's the case, let's go 10 consecutive times. Xia Yuan passed the black card in his hand to Ling Yun without any consideration. Points or something, for people like them who are living on the edge of death, it is not something worth remembering. Perhaps in the hearts of Xia Yuan and others, only the country and relatives can make them hesitate. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Someone comes to consume, of course he is happy. With a wave of his hand, 10 jars fell in front of Xia Yuan. I started. Xia Yuan looked at the jar in front of him and took a deep breath. Gently pinch one of the jars. Click. Big Mom's photo, Big Mom when I was young, dedicated to you who are depressed. Initiation symbol X4, the initiation symbol of Naruto world, congratulations, you can now blow up 4 adults to ashes. 1 bag of Bingliang pills, 1 pill can provide an adult man with nutrition for 3 days. Xia Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced at the fat and ugly figure in his hand and the Big Mom close-up with pink art, almost no blood came out. Han Wen and the other teammates turned their heads, their faces flushed, and they held back a smile. If they remember correctly, Ling Yun just said that as long as Xia Yuan's inner desire is stronger, the success rate will be higher. The appearance of took them off guard. It turns out that the eldest brother, Captain, has a soft spot for these kinds of girls. Disrespect and disrespect. Ahem, go on. Ling Yun was also a little surprised, but he didn't expect such a thing to come out. The gaze looking at Xia Yuan was also a little weird. Young man, yes. But as the store manager, he reminded him kindly. Xia Yuan blushed and put the 3 things into the black card. Mad, I was embarrassed in front of my brothers. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. No matter what, this time proved the authenticity of the jar. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Xia Yuan's heart also gradually looked forward to it, and opened the remaining jars. Click. Sanbei. Click. An ordinary rag, believe me, this is really an ordinary rag. Xia Yuan. Owner, this guarantee is not fake, right? Xia Yuan looked at the last jar on the counter and said with some uncertainty. Even opened 9 jars, but there is not even 1 purple. Is this luck a bit too much? Xia Yuan was sure that if his luck was really so bad, he wouldn't have enough lives to pay for the mission. Trust me, you can't go wrong. This last jar also shows that there must be purple objects in this jar. Concentrate your mind, success or failure is in one fell swoop. Ling Yun explained. After hearing Ling Yun's explanation, Xia Yuan and Han Wen's eyes became serious. Xia Yuan stared at the last jar firmly. Reach out. Success or failure in one fell swoop. The next moment, a purple mist floated out of the jar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Tor looked at him curiously. But the purple chi that wafted out was not over yet, and there was a hint of orange in it. Semi-golden. Ling Yun exclaimed when he saw the golden strands. Looked at Xia Yuan in disbelief. The highest jar ever opened in the store. The luck of this product is too bad. The low-level purple jar with the upper limit was forced out of half gold by him. For a while, Ling Yun didn't know what to say. Vol 2 Chapter 29, Resurrection. Engraved Emperor 4 bullets, time bullets that contain the power of rules. After being hit, have the time to set the hit object back, only for 2 years. Note, this is the 4 bullets that contains the rules of time. Only use once. I'm going, here. Ling Yun was shocked, this time he was really shocked. What kind of luck is this? Even the man who opened the golden jar was dumbfounded. Xia Yuan, damn it, you really have the face to say. The shopkeeper, I don't know, what is the power of the 4 bullets at this moment? Looking at the excited Ling Yun, Xia Yuan couldn't help feeling a sudden in his heart, and asked quickly. Ling Yun glanced at Xia Yuan deeply, and said in a deep voice. Your luck is against the sky, it is really against the sky. Could it be that? Xia Yuan's heart trembled, and she spoke tremblingly. Hang Yil and Thor also stretched their necks, looking at the purple-orange gas floating in the air. Ling Yun touched the gas lightly. In an instant, the mass of gas turned into a golden bullet in the eyes of everyone attentively. Bullets! Hang Yil and Xia Yuan said in surprise. How could they who have been performing tasks all year round do not recognize this familiar model? Ling Yun glanced at them and explained, different from the bullets in your cognition, Kadai, one of the abilities from the world of battle. The initial ability is to turn the person hit by this bullet back in time, jumping to the previous time, which can be used to recover from the injury, but also to bring the dead back to life. Ling Yun looked at Xia Yuan's eyes and said word by word. Xia Yuan's pupils shrank sharply, looking at the ordinary bullet that Ling Yun handed him in disbelief. Such a bullet has such a terrifying ability. On the battlefield, this bullet can be used as a life. If a bullet like this is released, it will definitely make countless people go crazy. But Xia Yuan soon became decadent after being excited for a while. What if he could go back in time? He did not forget what Ling Yun said. I was hit by a bullet. What a difficult word. His daughter has been dead for more than a year, and the body has long been cremated. He, that's right, resurrecting the dead, after so many experiences, I'm still having such a naive dream. Xia Yuan laughed at himself. Ling Yun seemed to see his thoughts and raised his brows slightly. Don't you think that just this small ability can be contaminated with the word gold? 5 people and 1 dazed. Little ability. Isn't such an ability worthy? A treasure that can bring the dead back to life. They actually saw disdain in the eyes of the shopkeeper. My God, is this world crazy, or are they crazy? Ling Yun took a sip of water, and faintly explained, what I just said was its previous ability, but what I want to talk about below is its current ability. Current ability. For a while, people couldn't help but their ears. Is this kind of force involving time restriction or the previous one? Looking at what the shop owner looks like now, it seems that he is more powerful now. You should know how powerful golden objects are. Ling Yu said. The others nodded frantically like students. But after being stained with the color of gold, its nature has changed again. Evolved into conceptual weapons, how to put it, you can understand it as ignoring everything, and only relying on the user's mind to turn a certain person or thing around time and space, even if it is dead and transformed. Anyone who makes sand can be resurrected out of thin air. Listening to Ling Yun's words, Xia Yuan's pupils gradually brightened. This is impossible. Hang Yul stood up directly and retorted loudly. This has completely touched the taboo. Since ancient times, I have never heard of such horrible things. Even those alien creatures, no creatures dare to say that they have touched time. Xia Yuan's eyes darkened. Yet, how is it possible? Ling Yun glanced at him, ignored him, and continued, of course, there is a time limit. It must be a talent line that died within 2 years. After 2 years, there will be no chance. However, although things are good, they can only be used once, and they will be gone after they are used up. Well, by the way, I remember you belong to the Jiangnan Extraordinary Bureau, right? Yes, it is. Ling Yun's sudden question made Xia Yuan stunned and nodded subconsciously. Then you should have a gun. Although puzzled, Xia Yuan nodded. Then put this bullet in, thinking about your daughter's appearance, and launch it. See if this is possible. So that some people don't think I'm telling lies. Ling Yun said faintly, and he glanced at someone in the meantime. But the bullets of our guns have special models. Don't worry, the shop has already been adjusted. Xia Yuan stopped fiercely, looking at the golden bullet in his hand. Subconsciously took out the pistol, popped out the magazine, and filled the bullet. Han Wen said nothing quietly. Although he doesn't believe it in his heart, he can't hit his close friends at this time, and what if it's true? No matter what it is, if there is a way, try it. This is what Xia Yuan thinks now. Click. Load up. Raised the pistol gently and opened the safety. Is it here? Don't worry, the gun in your hand will not pose a threat to my shop. Ling Yun lay lazily on the chair. Behind, Thor squeezed his shoulders obediently. Getting Ling Yun's reply, Xia Yuan stretched out his hand nervously, and pointed his gun at the leisure area on the side. When the sound of a clock beat out of thin air. In the shocking eyes of everyone, a huge golden mechanical clock appeared behind Xia Yuan, the minute hand violently moved, and the sound of the previous beating sounded again. But Xia Yuan himself didn't notice it at all. Gunshots sounded. The world seemed to stand still, and the huge clock behind Xia Yuan began to rotate rapidly against time. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Time is like going backwards. A round of golden clock emerged from the bullet, and then quickly became larger, and the 3 hands on the clock moved wildly. Countless golden brilliance gathered from all directions, and the wind was beating the windows of the shop. A small tornado spontaneously emerged inside the shop. Tor grinned at the place where the golden light converged, and the flames leaked from his mouth. There, she felt a very dangerous force. Ling Yun touched her head and signaled that it was all right. When there was another noise, and time began to flow. In the shocking gazes of everyone, the shining particles that came in were condensed into a human form, and the golden retro clock with the size of 2 people slowly turned its hands. The light disappeared, revealing a girl with long black hair and a cute look, about 12 years old. Of course, this is not the most attractive is the eyes. Oh huo! Did you inherit K Kadai at the last moment? Ling Yun looked at the girl with the left eye of the golden clock and showed a surprised look. After seeing the girl, Xia Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and the hand holding the gun was a little trembling. Hang Yul also showed a look of astonishment. When the clock behind the girl suddenly stagnated, slowly disappearing into the void. The girl only felt the power of her body as if she had been emptied, her eyes closed, and she fell softly. Little Ran. When Xia Yuan saw the girl gradually falling down, he couldn't help it anymore, and threw the gun in his hand directly, ran towards the girl quickly, and hugged her into her arms just before she fell to the ground. In Vol 2 Chapter 30, the little girl who inherited Kikdi. The girl in Xia Yuan's arms seemed to have heard the deep call, opened her eyes vaguely, looked at the slightly old face, and murmured a little curiously, "Dad." Suddenly, Xia Yuan's whole body was like a lightning strike, and he was stunned there for a while. 1 year later, he heard the familiar call again. S weak voice reminded him of his wife who was in the hospital bed in a weak tone and asked him to take care of the child. For a while, the strong man's eyes flushed red. This. Really resurrected? Han Wen and the other 3 people looked at the girl in Xia Yuan's arms in disbelief, their eyes staring out. Looked at Ling Yun, who was leisurely aside, in horror. This shop? What is it? Resurrecting the dead, this taboo power is so easy to sell. Horror. Unfathomable. Don't provoke. This is the Korean evaluation of Ling Yun's stores. At the same time, my heart moved slightly. Can you open a can as long as you have points? And the contents of the jar are even more exciting for Hang Yul. Strength. People like them who lick blood on the tip of a knife pay most attention to strength or life-saving things. Now this shop has confirmed the authenticity in front of him. Opened a wide road for him. The girl seemed to have exhausted all her energy before she finished speaking these 2 words, and suddenly fell asleep again. Manager, what is this? Xia Yuan hugged the girl in her arms tightly and hurriedly looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled, "It's okay, I just fell asleep." The soul that has been dead for a year suddenly recovers, and it takes time to adapt. Is that so? Xia Yuan felt a loose heart. He was scared, afraid that Xiaoran would leave him again. Let's rest on the sofa first. Ling Yun pointed to the sofa road for the guests to rest, and a blanket appeared in his hand. Thank you, shopkeeper. Xia Yuan bowed at 90 degrees and thanked him sincerely. The name of has also changed. Now Ling Yun's position in his heart is probably second only to his parents. Xia Yuan gently placed Xiaoran in his arms on the sofa, and Ling Yun gently covered the blanket in his hand. Tor, take good care of my sister. Tor quickly ran over and lay on the edge of the sofa, watching the little girl, having a playful heart, and from time to time he used his finger to poke the skin that can be broken by a bomb. Seeing this uncle's sleeping little girl can't help but be surprised. You are the equivalent of pulling out 2 purple items. It is probably no luck. Xia Yuan was a little worried while seeing Thor poking his daughter in the face. I have already introduced K Kadai's abilities before. Coincidentally, Xiaoran is very lucky and inherited K Kadai's abilities. What? Looking at the fact that you are the first one to reveal a half-orange item, I can explain it to you, but... Ling Yun glanced at Han Wen and others. Walk around, the shopkeeper, you and Lao Xia talk slowly. Hang Yul comprehended attentively, and took the other 3 people out of the shop. He knew that this kind of thing would become Xiaoran's future strength. Harmfulness is not necessary, and defensiveness is also necessary. Except for the closest people, the less you know, the better. Seeing the 4 people walking out of the shop, Ling Yun immediately looked at Xia Yuan. The store has its own soundproofing capability, so the sound from outside can come in, but the sound from inside cannot. At this point, Ling Yun likes the system. The Emperor Keek is the ability of Kakuzo Tozaki, the 3rd spirit in the battle world. The power is concentrated in the golden clock in the left eye. The Emperor Keek has 12 abilities. Xia Yuan glanced, knowing that the topic was coming. Itchy bullet, after hit, it accelerates the object for a certain period of time, so it can be used on oneself to achieve the effect of ultra-high-speed movement. The second bullet, after hitting, the target in the mission slows down for a certain period of time. 3 bullets, after a hit, the time of the subject is accelerated, which can cause the opponent to age. The 4 bullets, that is, the bullet you used before, have the ability to set back the time of the hit object, such as the ability to recover from the injury. After Ling Yun explained the capabilities of the 12 bullets, Xia Yuan was completely shocked. He would never have thought that just a purple object had so many terrifying abilities. The power possessed by K Kadai simply surpassed his imagination. As long as it is used well, it is hard to die. This is simply a change of direction for Xiaoran to obtain an immortal body. Especially involves this time taboo ability. This kind of all-round ability, how many lives can be saved in this troubled world? But what shocked Xia Yuan most was the ability to look back in time. Although it is expensive, it will undoubtedly become a whole card to change the world. At this moment, he couldn't help but pray that Xiaoran would never use this ability. Because once it is used, it means that something important will happen in the future. Tor stared at the little girl lying on the sofa. www.readaloud.com, eyes closed. Is the little guy so strong? Unexpectedly mastered the power that her father would never have mastered. Lucky little girl. Of course, purple is a purple item after all, with certain restrictions. It may be okay at the same level. If it is a powerful enemy, K Kadai may be just a slightly weird toy in his eyes. You must be with her at this point. Say clearly. Ling Yun kindly reminded. After K Kadai merged with this little girl, he already recognized the system of this world, which is different from the lack of spiritual power for fighting. In this world, the world is full of spiritual energy, and spiritual energy is replaced by spiritual energy. Consumption is also replaced by aura. Therefore, Xiaoran won't have to plunder other people's time like Tokazaki Kwangsan in the future, just need to practice hard. If the aura is exhausted, the emperor will stop running at this moment, unless the master forcibly uses his own vitality as the price. Is a benefit. I understand. Xia Yuan nodded solemnly. His wish is that Xiaoran can grow up happily. But now the opening of the space cracks makes all this an illusion. After several years of experience, he clearly knows that in this world, as long as strength is the most fundamental, the government may be able to stabilize the balance of the world, but it is only aimed at ordinary people. The strong have the privileges of the strong. In order to settle down in troubled times, strength is everything. He has been lurking in the dark for many years, and he knows this very well. A soft moan sounded. Ling Yu and Xia Yuan quickly turned their heads, and the sounder was naturally Xiaoran lying on the sofa. Vol 2 Chapter 31, Item Level. Since you are awake, then you father and daughter can have a good chat. Ling Yun took a look and stopped paying attention. It was Thor who looked at the little girl with great interest. Thank you very much. Xia Yuan bowed deeply. His eyes were full of respect, and the man in front of him not only resurrected his daughter, but also gave her such a powerful force. Xia Yuan works for the country, and the country naturally provides corresponding benefits. One of them is that they can test their children's ability to become awakened for free. It's just a pity that his daughter didn't have that good luck. That's why Xia Yuan wanted to let Xiaoran spend her life safely. But it is completely different now, because of the man in front of me. Ling Yun's kindness to their family, he will not be able to report it all his life. Ling Yun shook his head, walked to the counter, and glanced at the jars that lined up the counter. System, I want to know the level of the item. Ling Yun asked inwardly. Xia Yuan's ability to produce a semi-golden item has already shocked him. The level of the golden items in the jar was already very high, but I didn't expect to be caught up so quickly. This also made Ling Yun anxious to know the classification of items in the system. Ding! The items drawn by this system are white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, red, colored, and chaotic. The cold voice of the system echoed in Ling Yun's mind. So much! Ling Yun was taken aback. Wait, why is gold in front of orange? Shouldn't it be behind red? Ling Yu asked. This is different from the previous game items. You must know that all previous games were gold behind orange. Ding! This is made by the system itself, and does not accept questions and complaints. Ling Yun rolled his eyes. You are really dictatorial. Then how can your system be upgraded? Ling Yun asked the next question he cares about. Ding! The store welcomes up to 10 people from different worlds and can be upgraded. Ding! Mission release, receive people from 10 different dimensions, reward an exclusive pot, and upgrade the system. Progress 6/10. 4 people short of it. Ling Yun rubbed his chin. Suddenly, Ling Yun saw Thor on the side. By the way, Thor hasn't opened the jar yet. As a dragon, he should have a lot of treasures or points. The most important thing is that Thor is from another dimension. Let Thor open the jar later. Ling Yun thought in his heart. At the same time, he noticed Ling Yun's gaze, and Thor also blinked his lovely big eyes. With a pair of huge dragon horns, indescribably cute. Ling Yun also smiled slightly. The shopkeeper. Brother shopkeeper. At this time, Xia Yuan brought Xiaoran over. Although there were tear marks on the corner of his eyes, the smile on his face did not hide the slightest. Thank you, the owner, brother, for saving me. Xiaolai opened her big cute eyes and looked at this handsome elder brother curiously. The half-covered bangs just blocked the golden left eye. Ling Yun smiled slightly, squatted down, and gently touched cute little head. Well, it feels good. Use this power well, and then I have more time to open the can, and there are many powerful abilities. Plus many beautiful clothes. Ling Yun waved his hand, and the costumes of the Lord and the Angels of Kaed from Benjo appeared before. Wow, it's so beautiful. The dream of a little girl is to dress herself as a little princess. Xiaolai is no exception. Was attracted by the beautiful clothes all at once. But, the shopkeeper, can you really get such big clothes out of this small jar? Xiaolai bit her finger and asked curiously. After all, the jar is so small and there are so many clothes, ordinary people would think this is impossible. Of course. Ling Yun chuckled and handed Xiaoran a pass. But in the middle of the round Ling Yun was stunned, and snapped his fingers lightly, and saw that the black card turned into a circular pendant with small silver wings. In the middle of the circular monster chasing, there was a small red pebble. So beautiful. Is this for me? Xiaolai looked at the pendant handed in front of her eagerly. Of course, this is the proof to come to me for consumption. Without this, you can't get good-looking clothes. Ling Yun dedicated himself to doing what a salesman should do, and put the pendant on Xiaoran's neck. Thank you, the owner, brother. Xiaoran happily touched the pendant on her neck. With a sweet smile, Ling Yun's heart is cute. Sure enough, little girls or something, they are the cutest. Xia Yuan smiled bitterly. But he didn't say anything. It might be a good thing for Xiaoran to get in touch with this unpredictable shopkeeper more. What's more, there are so many terrible jars. Ling Yun, since that bullet is powerful, why not keep it by yourself? After Xia Yuan and Xiaoran left the shop, Thor asked curiously. Ling Yun smiled. When opening a store, the most important thing is integrity, and that bullet can only be used by him. Ling Yun looked at the door and smiled. Xia Yuan walked out of the shop and saw a few shocked people greeted. Uncle Han Wen. Xiaoran greeted happily. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Little Ran. Is it really you? Hang Yul was startled when he heard the familiar voice. Xia Yuan and Hang Wen are brothers since childhood. Hang Wen has no children. Xiaoran can be said to be equivalent to his daughter. At this moment, Han Wen couldn't help but tremble and hugged Xiaoran. Xia Yuan sighed with emotion. Looking to the sky, I don't know why, today's sun is very bright. When several people walked to the door of the space-jumping device, Xia Yuan suddenly stopped. Looked at everyone with a dazed expression. What are we here for? Everyone looked at each other, patronizing and shocked. All 5 of them forgot their purpose when they came. At this moment, everyone thinks about it, it seems that the shopkeeper has been walking in rhythm throughout the whole process. I won't be involved in this matter. I believe in the character of the store owner. Xia Yuan spoke directly without answering others. The others looked at each other and didn't say anything. Who brought the captain's child back to life? What happened today? One of them asked hesitantly. Report the truth. After Xia Yuan finished speaking, he took Xiaoran's face to say hello and stepped into the space-jumping device. The four of them looked at Xia Yuan's back and gave a wry smile. Maybe after today, Jiangnan Extraordinary Bureau will lose a Tier 6 powerhouse. Was sitting on the subway to the Jiangnan Transcendental Bureau. Xia Yuan looked lovingly at Xiaoran, who was eating ice cream and playing with pendants. Could not help but sigh. Before, he seemed to have no time to take his children to an amusement park. After that, stay with her. Vol 2 Chapter 32, Bangza hit the policeman's head. Dimensional shop. Tor, do you want to open a jar too? Ling Yun said suddenly. Okay. Thor, who was learning cooking at Station B, was slightly taken aback. Can I? Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Of course, you are my Kanban girl, and strangers can open cans when they come to me, let alone you. Also, as my Kanban girl, there is a 20% discount. Ling Yun stretched out his thumb and index finger and turned. Tor's pupils were suddenly covered by small stars, showing a look of expectation. Even if it is a dragon who has taken care of rare and exotic treasures, it will be tempted to see the magical objects in the jar. But before this, please learn your own cooking skills. A qualified Kanban girl can take care of the owner's daily life. Ling Yun was serious nonsense. Ling Yun, please believe in the learning ability of the dragon. Thor said solemnly. Well, I believe you. Rubbed Thor's head, Ling Yun smiled. This is not a joke. As a beloved species in the world, the learning ability of dragons is very scary. I didn't see that when I was at Xylan's house, I could cook, buy groceries, and clean in just a few days. All sorts of omnipotence made people unable to fault. Thor happily agreed and continued to study. Is still muttering in his mouth. Open the jar. Open the jar. Open the jar. Ling Yun let out a laugh, continued to open the notebook, and started programming. Both hands are flying fast on the keyboard. The world is still too boring after all. Is not as rich in resources as in previous lives. No collapse or pesticides. Except for Duyan, there is a lack of interest everywhere. But it doesn't matter. With the core of the law of reason, all this will not become a difficulty. The huge data supports Ling Yu behind it. A computer alone is enough for him to create all the programs of Honkai Impact 3. Selling cans? Why wait for someone to come? Do not make jokes. Wouldn't that make him fall apart? Ling Yun's purpose is very simple, to make Beng Sanzahuo this world. He wants to let all players in this other world feel the joy of being guaranteed. Appeared this year, and Ling Yun's code typing speed accelerated. Of course, dreams are very beautiful, reality is very skinny. Ling Yun is now directly facing a problem. Well, I can't paint. Ling Yun's code hand froze. It's not wrong that he can program, but he can't draw pictures. After knocking for a long time, it was very tragic to find that he could not paint those exquisite scenes and characters. Forget it, let's use Duyan for a while, and Beng Sanza will do it again when I have a chance. Ling Yun turned off the computer and took out the phone again. So, Beng Hui 3 has yet to succeed in this world. Xia Yuan took Xiaoran off the subway. Without traveling with Hang Yil and the others, Xia Yuan drove Xiaoran alone in the direction of the Jiangnan Extraordinary Headquarters. Inside the car, Xiaoran looked around curiously. Xiaolei bit her finger and looked at this familiar and unfamiliar street, feeling very uncomfortable. Although there is roughly no change in 1 year, some small shops have been changed a long time ago. Dad, why didn't I see Grandma Liu's shop? Xia Yuan's hand stiffened. Grandma Lu, the old man who once opened a dumpling shop in this shop. Before, he and Xiaoran used to visit frequently. Grandma Lu, whose children and grandchildren worked hard all year round, always regarded Xiaoran as her own granddaughter. And Xiaoran also likes her very much, and basically will pass after school every day. It's just that she passed away half a year ago. Xia Yuan did not want to let her daughter know about this painful thing. Barely smiled. Grandma Lu, she is old and she was picked up by his son to live. Xiaoran, you don't want to see Grandma Lu working so hard every day alone, right? Then I will never see Grandma Lu again. Xiaolei asked with wide eyes. Xia Yuan sighed inwardly, touched Xiaoran's head, and nodded, I will see it. The car was quiet again. Xia Li lay on the glass, looking at the street outside. Xia Yuan drove the car silently. Just as Xia Yuan drove the car steadily, a figure suddenly rushed out of the street next to him. Squeak! After seeing this figure, Xia Yuan immediately stepped on the brakes, and the tires of the car made a creaking noise against the ground. Stopped the car 1 meter away from the shadow of the person. But the figure walked a few steps forward, and then fell directly beside the hot tires. Xia Yuan. Xiaolei also watched the show operation dumbfounded. Touch porcelain? Looking at the crowd gradually gathering around, Xia Yuan got out of the car with a cold face. I saw a man holding his abdomen on the ground, crying for pain. Oh, it hurts, my waist. That's you. You hit me. The man lying on the ground and crying for pain directly hugged Xia Yuan's leg after seeing Xia Yuan getting off the car. I told you, don't let me let you go without $100,000. Yes, young man, save money and avoid disasters, just see if you drive such a good car and give some money, there is no need to make a big mess. An old man next to him persuaded. Is an accomplice at a glance. Other people around also pointed to Xia Yuan after hearing this. Xia Yuan looked at the two silently. People in these years are really bold. Did you bump into him, the captain of the action team, on the head? Aren't you afraid of hitting your job? Nonsense, my dad didn't hit anyone, he took the initiative to get up. Xiaoran pulled down from the car www.readaloud.com and pointed at the man rolling on the ground with an angry expression. I think you are a group, come and touch porcelain. Hey, how do you say this, little boy? I was kind enough to help you, but I was said that? Okay, I don't care, you solve it yourself. The old man's eyes were obviously deserted, but it was well covered. Pretends to be comprehensive, shakes his hand, still muttering being kind of donkey's liver and lungs, leaving with an angry face, for fear that others will not see it. You. Looking at the questioning gazes of the people around, Xiaoran was anxious. Xia Yuan's complexion changed drastically, his daughter was wronged, can his father ignore it? Stop! Did I let you go? Xia Yuan looked at the old man's back and gave a cold voice. The old man who was about to leave was taken aback, couldn't help turning his head, and pointed his finger at himself in surprise. Are you talking to me? Li Tong, Li Shun, are you two father and son? Xia Yuan sneered and said. What father and son? I don't know him. Li Tong pointed at Li Shundao subconsciously. Xia Yuan laughed, did I say it was him? This. Li Tong's face suddenly changed. The eyes of the people around him also changed. I have touched porcelain many times in a neighboring city, but now I am here. What do you want to do? If you do this, I will call the police. Li Tong looked at Xia Yuan as he walked up and picked it up with some guilty conscience. That's right, talk to the police station with me. Xia Yuan sneered and took out the police badge. Inside, he is the captain of the extraordinary action team. Outside, he is also an identity that needs to be provided for convenience. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is more dignified by the police. Vol 2 Chapter 33, take you to the amusement park. Li Tong. The people around also looked at the police badge in Xia Yuan's hand with a dazed expression. Li Shun, who was lying on the ground, even had a dead heart. At this moment, a word echoed in everyone's heart. People in these days are so bold, they ran into the police when they touched porcelain. This. Comrade police, I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe it? Li Tong gave a smile that was worse than crying. Dad, here it is. Xiaolai took 2 handcuffs from the car and handed them to Xia Yuan, during which he gave Li Tong a ghost eye. Let you bully me? Li Tong. I'm so stupid, I can offend this little ant's grandma. It was a flood of water that rushed into the Dragon King temple, and I met the iron plate the first day I came to the neighboring city. Little Ran, take this handcuffs back. I have notified others to take over this matter. Xia Yuan took a funny look at the handcuffs in Xia Ran's hands. Oh. Xiaolai nodded obediently. Hey, don't pretend, get up. Xia Yuan kicked Li Shun, who was still pretending to be dead, and curled his lips. I was wrong, I will never dare any more. Li Shun quickly got up from the ground and begged for mercy. Okay, get up. It depends on your age, go find a job, and don't do such wicked things like porcelain. Xia Yuan looked at Li Shun, who was kneeling on the ground, and said. Finally, Xia Yuan took Xia Ran away again after a police car came. You said you were okay when you touched porcelain, why did you touch the police? We didn't make as much in a day as you did. Li Tong, Li Shun. On the car. Xia Yuan lit a cigarette casually. Vomiting clouds and mist. Ahem. Suddenly, a cough next to him reminded Xia Yuan suddenly that he is not alone now. Hurriedly pinched off the cigarette butts and opened the window. After ventilating, Xia Ran also slowed down. Dad, when did you learn to smoke? Xia Ran couldn't help but wondered in his heart. The teacher told us that smoking is not good for the lungs, so I will smoke less in the future. Haha, I'm a little busy lately, don't worry, Dad will quit smoking from today. That's right. Xiaolai nodded like a little adult. Xia Yuan smiled and stroked her head. This scene is exactly the same as when she was sent to school the same year ago. Jiangnan Extraordinary Bureau. Director's Office. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Xia Ran greeted him with a small hand. Zhang Yi, director of the Jiangnan Extraordinary Bureau, looked at the little girl led by Xia Yuan in shock. All the pens in his hand fell off at this moment. Although I knew it in the report, I was shocked after seeing it. That is resurrection. It is not the person who was hammered to death on the verge of death, but the person who was truly dead for a year or even cremated. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and resisted his horror at the reported store. Xia Yuan, who else does this matter except your action team and I know? Zhang Yi closed the door, pulled down the surrounding windows, and asked Xia Yuan vigilantly. No more. Xia Yuan replied. Don't say anything about this in advance, I need to report to it. Zhang Yi nodded. Little Ran will cooperate with a series of investigations, this, you should understand. I will cooperate. Xia Yuan nodded. This so-called investigation is nothing more than comparing with the data before Xia Ran's death, and adopting the current data. Well, you and Xia Ran, let's go back first. Zhang Yi lovingly touched Xia Ran's head and said. Captain, I have something else. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Yuan's eyes became firm when he saw Xia Ran's puzzled expression. Zhang Yi's body trembled and sighed. I see, report that I will apply for it. From now on, you can accompany Xiaoran well. Thank you, Captain. Xia Yuan looked overjoyed and said gratefully. He knew that this report was nothing but his resignation report. Then about the shop. Zhang Yi interrupted, Xia Yuan, from your knowledge, what do you think of the store manager? Are you talking about the store manager's brother? Ling Yun's brother is very good. Xia Ran said. Xia Yuan smiled and touched Xia Ran's head. Little Ran, can you go out and find Uncle Han for a while? I have something to discuss with you, Uncle Zhang. Oh. Xia Ran glanced at the two strangely, and also walked out of the office, toward the office where Han Wen was located. Xia Yuan closed the door again, and meditated for a while and said, it seems to be indifferent to everything, but it seems to know everything. In short, he feels very mysterious to me, but he doesn't look like a bad person. Zhang Yi sighed, yes, you reading www.yunsha.com can raise a tier 8 monster, how could we be able to see it through? Then continued, the order given to us above is very clear, no matter what horrible things he sells, he cannot be managed as long as there is no threat, and the above few people are also very interesting to this pot shop. As long as those few have tried the pot shop, maybe the soldiers who kill more enemies can be arranged to go to the pot shop, in case something good is opened is extremely important to us. The battle ahead is getting chaotic. Zhang Yi's gaze seemed to have passed through countless obstacles and landed on the crack that exuded a frightening atmosphere. It is true that the method of earning points may be difficult for others, but for those fighters on the front line. Xia Yuan also said. He has also been to the front line, so he naturally knows how dangerous it is. It can be said that you need to be guarded when you sleep at night. I believe they will be happy after hearing this news. Zhang Yi was a little excited. Is obviously also happy for the warriors who are fighting on the front line. Gate of Jiangnan Extraordinary Bureau. Xia Yuan looked at the familiar police badge and sighed. His resignation report will come down in a few days, and from then on, he will have nothing to do with this building. For a while, I was a little bit upset. After all, I have been working for more than 20 years. Xiaolei looked at Xia Yuan with a look of dismay, and couldn't help asking, Dad, shall we go home? Xia Yuan was taken aback, looked at the little girl who was pulling the corner of his clothes, smiled slightly, put his hands hard, and hugged the girl in his arms. No, today Dad will take you to the amusement park. Ugh! Xiaoran looked at Xia Yuan in surprise. Vol 2 Chapter 34, Xiaoran's new favorite mini dragon. After a few days of learning, Thor finally learned how to cook. Ling Yun Shop Kanban Girl officially launched today. After Mimi's meal, Ling Yun walked to the counter and took down a jar in Thor's expectant gaze. Regarding the jar on the counter, Thor once wanted to touch it while cleaning it. Finally found that no matter how much power she used, she couldn't shake a point. On the contrary, Ling Yun can easily pick it up. This made Thor depressed for a long time. But when she thinks that Ling Yun is her favorite person, the depression in her heart is gone, and she smirks at Ling Yun from time to time. After clearly aware of Thor's character, Ling Yun stopped paying attention. Besides, this kind of feeling seems not bad. After all, will there be women obsessed with you in a previous life? Well, it might be in the dream. Ling Yun, I'm starting. Looking at the jar in front of him, Thor frowned. Just when she wanted to open it. Squeak! The door was pushed open. Ling Yun raised his brows slightly when he saw the incoming person, and said with a smile, Why are you here? Big brother. The person here is not someone else, but Xia Yuan and his daughter. Xiaoran happily took off Xia Yuan's hand and ran towards Ling Yun. Cute little short legs, I'm really afraid of her falling down suddenly. Ling Yun hurriedly got out of the counter, squatted slightly, and opened his hands. The scent of milk came, and Ling Yun held him in his arms. Hey! Thor, who was on the side, pursed his mouth with some taste. Can't help making Ling Yun a little funny. Is it Thor? Even the child's jealousy is eaten. Little Ran, why did you come here suddenly? Ling Yun asked Xiaoran, looking at Xiaoran in his arms like a porcelain doll. Speaking of this, Xiaoran's eyes lit up obviously, and he said happily, Big brother, let me tell you, my dad and I have moved to this city. Okay. Ling Yun heard it and looked at Xia Yuan. His eyes were indifferent where Xiaoran could not see, and he instinctively thought that Xia Yuan was here to monitor him. Tor also put down the jar in his hand and looked at Xia Yuan quietly. If the other party dares to make a mistake, Xia Yuan will be greeted by a dragon's breath. As a human being, Xia Yuan didn't know what the two people thought, and immediately shook his hand. I have nothing to do with Jiangnan Transcendental Bureau. How do you say? Ling Yun asked. I saved enough money, so I quit my job. I didn't have a chance. Now I want to accompany Xiar and more. Xia Yuan sighed. Well, so you won't have points to open the can. Ling Yun's gaze became a little gentle. Haha, the jar doesn't make much sense to me. My current wish is to live a peaceful life with Xiaoran, and there are you in this city, so I am afraid that something will happen. Xia Yuan glanced at Thor and laughed. Ling Yun chuckled, without refuting. The day he wants is salted fish. If someone dares to destroy his current daily life, then be prepared for death. Big brother, can I come to play with you often in the future? Xiaolei asked cutely. I don't know why, she felt a very kind breath in Ling Yun's body, which made her want to breathe it unconsciously. Welcome anytime. Ling Yun smiled and came to kill him. Okay. Suddenly Ling Yun had a look, staring at a small ball on Xiaoran's arm. Poke ball. Ling Yun said word by word. Xia Yuan was taken aback after hearing this. Do you know the owner? Have heard of it? Ling Yun nodded. Xia Yuan frowned. Only the official knows about this kind of thing. How did Ling Yun know about it? But then, he remembered Ling Yun's strength and this mysterious pot shop. Big brother, this is a gift from my father. Xiaoran said, and buckled the little elf ball on his arm. Gently tap the white button in the middle, and the poke ball instantly becomes bigger. After got bigger, Xiaoran could barely hold it with both hands. Come out, me. The elf ball in Xiaola's hand was thrown out. Along with a white light, a creature with blue scales resembling a small snake appeared in front of several people. It looked timidly at the unfamiliar surroundings. What is this? It's kind of like that very weak monster. Thor squatted down and flicked the little thing's body with his hand. Mum! The little thing was taken aback, and he tried to run but was picked up by Thor by his neck. The coercion of the dragon made the little thing stiff, and he dared not move. After seeing Xiaoran in Ling Yun's arms, he seemed to have seen a savior, and kept shouting, me! 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 There are also tears embellished. Ling Yun twitched the corner of his mouth. My little dragon is good, big sister is not a bad person. Xiaoran pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shush gesture, which was barely comforting. Finally, Ling Yun said helplessly, all right, Thor, let's put the mini dragon down. This is a dragon? This is a loach, right? The dragon's face will be lost by it. Thor put the mini dragon down while complaining. Xia Yuan twitched the corners of his mouth. This is what he spent all his contribution points before switching from the headquarters. Why is it so unbearable in people's mouth? On this side, Ling Yun also put Xiaoran down. The mini dragon found the backbone in an instant, and quickly wrapped around Xiaoran's body. Mimi's constantly, looking at Thor from time to time, as if complaining to the owner. Where did you come from this mini dragon? Ling Yun asked. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I used the contribution points to redeem it at the headquarters. This, well, are there many Pokemon? Xia Yuan was taken aback, and then nodded, you know, there are many hidden dimensional cracks in this world, one of which leads to the world of Pokemon, and the creatures in that world are very close to humans, and we humans. He also signed an agreement with Zhuangxi Shen. Ling Yuan. Sign an agreement with alpaca? The picture of M is too beautiful to imagine. So, basically everyone fighting on the front has a Pokemon as a partner. You should read the official news, right? Yeah. Ling Yun nodded. The mysterious creatures mentioned refer to Pokemon. Xia Yuan explained. Ling Yun looked at Xia Yuan in surprise. There is this kind of operation? Look at the shopkeeper, are you a freshman? Xia Yuan asked suddenly. If Ling Yun is the case, maybe he can report the incident and open a back door to get Ling Yun's favorability. However, things are counterproductive. Oh, that's not it, I don't have the awakening ability at all of them dropped out after graduating from high school. Ling Yun said casually. Since it is. Wait. What did you say? Xia Yuan froze in the middle of speaking, looking at Ling Yu in horror. Are the current teachers so arrogant? A Tier 8 boss, you just let him drop out of school. As for the awakening ability? When I am blind? If you don't talk about anything else, please explain to me about this door. Vol 2 Chapter 35, Dragon Charm / Dragon Full Bottle. Don't you just drop out? All the fuss. Xia Yuan. Owner, please tell me the name of the high school you attended. Hey? What's the matter, you don't want to abuse your power, do you? Ling Yun asked in surprise. Xia Yuan said with a smile, how is that possible? I think I still have some influence. I believe that the above will approve the renovation and reconstruction. Ling Yun. Fuck, isn't this just demolitions? Took a careful look at Xia Yuan, are all the monsters squinting? Don't make trouble, I'm just a rookie with no extraordinary powers. And this is also very good. Isn't it a good day to open a shop and tease Kanban girls? Do you have to go to college to suffer? Ling Yun touched Thor's head. Said. What's the matter with your disdainful expression? What I said is true, I really don't have extraordinary power. Xia Yuan curled his lips, I believe you a ghost. Checking the time, Xia Yuan said, okay, the owner, I will leave today. Let's go, Xia Ran, don't you still go to the water park today? Xia Yuan said. Xia Lei blinked her big watery eyes, and reluctantly said, but I want a big brother. Xia Yuan. How to do? I feel like my daughter is going to be taken away by someone else. Waiting online, very anxious. Would you like to be together? I don't think there are any people today, so I will close in advance. Ling Yun glanced at the door and suggested. Okay, I want to play with Big Brother. Xiaoran jumped up happily, and the bangs covering his left eye lifted up. Revealed a golden eye like a clock. But before that, let Sister Thor open a jar. Thor, who had been ignored, smiled immediately after hearing Ling Yun's words. As expected, Ling Yun still cares about me most. Thor said this way. Also showed a fascinating smile on his face. Xiaoran looked at Thor, who was smirking, and hid behind Ling Yun. This sister is terrible. Click. The jar was easily crushed by Thor. 3 of light, 1 white, 1 blue and 1 purple, floated out of the jar and landed on Thor's hand. The white ball of light turned into a maid suit. Maid outfit, the maid outfit from the residence of Rosville, the country's chief magician in Zero World. Wow, so cute. Thor seems to like this maid outfit very much, and he can't put it down. Is this the same style that hit Lem? Ling Yun thought with a smile. But Thor wears Lem's clothes, wow, yes, very nice. Xia Yuan looked strange. There are monsters who like maid outfits in the world? Is unheard of. Soon, the second blue ball of light was crushed by Thor and turned into a blue transparent plastic bottle. This is... Thor blinked and looked at the bottle in his hand curiously. Giant Dragon Full Bottle, Kamen Rider Chuanqi Zhong Erkai Wan Zhong Long My Full Bottle. Thor felt a faint trace of dragon power in this small plastic bottle. Ling Yun raised his brows, and the dragon came out full of bottles, and then looked at the purple ball of light floating on the side. Is that a Chuanqi drive? Ling Yun, how should I use this bottle? Hey? There seems to be something in it. Thor subconsciously shook the full bottle, and after listening to the sound inside, he placed the full bottle in front of him, and a large dragon eye looked at the contents of the full bottle. Wait a minute. Ling Yun took the full bottle in Thor's hand and turned the blue switch on it. Okay, you shake it a few times, and then try a punch against the wall. Remember, it is the most common attack, don't stack any power. Ling Yun said. Thor thoughtfully took it, came to the wall of the shop and gently shook the dragon full of bottles. Tap-da-day. As the full bottle was shaken, Thor's complexion changed, and he looked at the full bottle shaking in surprise. This is... A strange power overflowed from the bottle in her hand. Haha! Immediately, Thor hit the wall with a punch. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud noise, and the blue halo spread steadily from Thor's hand like the surface of the water. This is... Xia Yuan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose in surprise. This force is enough to blast a Tier 3 extraordinary person into flight. Because the walls in the shop have been strengthened by the system, no matter who attacks it, it will not cause damage. But the power emanating from the full bottle of the dragon surprised everyone. Strange, it's just an ordinary punch, but it can be comparable to the strength of an ordinary adult dragon. Thor didn't care why the wall wasn't torn apart, but curiously looked at the dragon full of bottles in his hand. The dragon is full of bottles. It is one of the props from the world of Kamen Rider. If you work with the driver and the prop crosses dragon, you can become Kamen Rider Crows. What you have now is just the most common application, 1/10 of its power has not been exerted. Ling Yun explained as he accidentally caused a screen to float in the air, and said to Thor that it was the picture of Kamen Rider Crow's dragon and I transformed into it. However, Ling Yun didn't know his hand but once again shocked Xia Yuan. Is the creation of the void? Or space switching? Xia Yuan looked deeply at Ling Yun. The more you touch, the more you can discover the horror of the opponent. Whether it's those mysterious pots or Ling Yun's abyss-like power. As for what Kamen Rider? Xia Yuan said that what kind of garbage is that, isn't it just ordinary exoskeleton armor? What Xia Yuan didn't know was that such a group of people wearing exoskeleton armor was engaged in destructive activities every day. Xia Yuan's thoughts, Ling Yun naturally didn't know. At this moment, Ling Yun looked at Thor who was playing with the bottle and gave a chuckle. Okay, let's play later, there is one last jar. The purple ball of light was squeezed by Thor. www.readaloud.com. An octagonal stone with a red dragon pattern steadily fell into Thor's palm. Dragon Talisman, one of the 12 spells of the Holy Lord in Jackie Chan's adventures, it can explode with huge destructive flames, burning and exploding. Should I say that it is really a dragon? Everything that I opened is related to dragons. Ling Yun looked at the charm in Thor's hand and said with emotion. Is this good? Thor doesn't know much about these. Squeezing the dragon charm, Thor knew its usefulness in an instant. What? It's just a simple dragon's breath. Hey? Wait, you can freely release dragon's breath items without any restrictions. This is an artifact. Thor looked at the dragon charm in his hand in shock. Until now, Thor has never heard of any props that can release the breath of ordinary adult dragons without any side effects and unlimited. Even her father, Emperor Yan, releases the dragon's breath. It takes time to save. This little thing can ignore the cooling, which has to surprise Thor. In the future battle, Tolman realized a truth. If the quality is not enough, then the amount will kill you. Xia Yuan stared at the charm in Thor's hand. Just a few words let Xia Yuan understand the power of the dragon charm. Unlimited release of dragon's breath? What a terrifying weapon that is! Is this the power of purple items? If this kind of technology is handed over to the country, no, I am now discharged from the army and can no longer think about these things, and this kind of power may just be like sparks in his eyes. Xia Yuan turned his head and looked at Ling Yun, whose eyes were flat throughout. Vol 2 Chapter 36, The Sorrow of the Weak. Collapse the World. Tower of Babylon. Hurry up, don't linger, go and accept the next experiment. Several white-robed researchers urged Xylan, who had just got off the instrument. Xylan is still in the white medical coat, but her hair is no longer as messy as before. It seemed that after meeting Ling Yun, she started to care about her appearance. Xylan followed the researcher without saying a word. This experimental subject is much stronger than the previous garbage. After several baptisms of collapse, it is still alive? What a perfect experimental subject! Who said no? The previous ones were real rubbish, and they were broken after receiving the baptism of a few collapses. Several researchers leading the way said to each other. Their smiles fell into Xylan's deep gaze, and the golden pupils were full of murderous intent. It's such a group of people. Such a group of beasts killed Bella and the others. Despite the murderous intent in her heart, she needs patience, and she needs more destructive power. Through the corridor, Xylan was taken to a huge room. A huge crash energy transmission machine stands in the center of the room, surrounded by several scientific researchers busy with various equipment. Lie down. A person who came here with Xylan pointed to the bedway under the collapsed energy transmission machine. Xylan did not speak, and lay down quietly. This is the most outstanding test subject this time. The previous ones are all dead. I hope I can withstand this test. Another man who brought Xylan said to the others. What is it? This kind of orphans who have died because of the collapse have a lot of them, and there is always one who can complete that. One said indifferently. I really don't know when this research will end. I have been here for 5 months. One complained while controlling the machine. There is no way, this is the order of the bishop, and as long as we can find a way to deal with the collapse, we can work harder. The other person said helplessly. I heard that your wife gave you a daughter. I happen to have a son in my family. Thinking about getting it together. Suddenly, one person pushed his arm. Hearing this, the man's face suddenly turned black. Fuck, my little padded jacket hasn't been hugged by myself yet, so you want to give it to me. Ha ha ha. The people around also smiled. Xylan, lying on the instrument, listened to the chats and laughs of the surrounding personnel. Her teeth bit her lip, her fist clenched, her whole body trembling. Xylan is not reconciled. These who wantonly trample on their lives are so comfortable, putting all the pain on these orphans, but they are leisurely and happy. Why? Is it because they have no power? Without power, can you only become a lamb to be slaughtered by someone else? Power. I need power for revenge. Xylan shouted frantically in her heart. Without everyone knowing, the collapsing energy in the air gradually converged towards Xylan's body. A crystalline thing greedily absorbed the surrounding collapsing energy in Xylan's body. Okay, stop chatting, let's get started, said a person who looks like a leader. The others stopped laughing and started to control the machine seriously. A glass cover rose under Xylan's bed, covering Xylan in. Seen from a distance, it looks like a cultivation tank. As the pull rod is pulled up, the collapse energy is injected into the culture tank like running water. Water park. Ling Yun looked at everything around him. Can't help but be a little surprised. Are there so many people? In his previous life, Ling Yun didn't have time to go anywhere, so he worked hard in front of an otaku. Thor is very curious about everything because there are no such things in the other world. And Ling Yun was completely taken away by the 3 of them. In order to experience it, Ling Yun didn't avoid the water flow through the quantum shield. The whole person was drowned into a soup chicken, and even choked a few sips of water. A very interesting scene happened during the period. Because Xiaoran is not tall enough and too young, many facilities are not open. Can only sit eagerly and watch Thor play with Ling Yun. Those little eyes are so bitter and bitter. This made Xia Yuan feel ashamed. Little Ran, Shall we go eat ice cream? Okay. Xiaolai nodded when she heard it. Zhangzhou Extraordinary Bureau. Zhang Yi looked at Xiaoran's test report in disbelief, and muttered to himself in shock, how is this possible? Not only does the body have no problems, the aura storage in the body has also increased several times. No, this matter has to be reported up quickly. Beijing Transcendent General Administration. 20 big men are sitting in the conference room. Did you read Xiao Zhang's report? The man sitting at the top made a sound, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Other people nodded, even if they are bigwigs like them, their first reaction when they see this report is impossible. Unbelievable, is it? But you must believe it. We still don't know much about the information about that shop. From the report provided by Xiao Zhang, the silver-haired man and the purple-haired girl were not found in the shop. Only one suspected high school student acted as the owner. The first person put the profile photos of Ling Yun and Xi Lin on the table. Just a high school student? I think it should be an old monster. One person curled his lips. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Some people just like to be tender. Who are you talking about? A female decision-maker stood up. Did I talk about you? What are you doing so anxiously to admit? The man went back unwillingly. The man in the first seat knocked on the table with some headaches. Okay, what do you two have to do in private? It's still in a meeting now. Cut. Hearing the words of the first man, the two looked at each other and turned their heads at the same time with a disdain. Others just smiled about it. Wait until the meeting room is quiet again. The first man looked at the frontal photo of Ling Yun on the desktop, tapping the desktop lightly with his index finger. After a long time, he said, Chu Lan, Sun Kai, Chong Feng, the three of you will go and take a look at this mysterious shop with me. Yes. The three men stood up and answered the man in the first seat. Time flies, it's evening in the blink of an eye. At the invitation of Ling Yun, Xia Yuan and Xiaoran came to the shop for dinner. Tor squatted aside, watching the mini dragon eating the elf food in the pot. Poked the cold and smooth scales of the mini dragon with his hand, and muttered, just like this, you still have the same snake. Mimi. The mini dragon stopped eating, raised his head and yelled unhappily, as if rebutting something. But its soft voice and cute body, not only are not fierce, but they also add cuteness. Look at what? Look at me and eat you. Thor showed two small tiger teeth and threatened. Mum. The mini dragon suddenly shuddered like an enemy, and the whole body shrank together. Vol 2 Chapter 37, Caveat. Little trash, I really lose the face of the word dragon. Ling Yun was also funny watching this scene. In the world of elves, it seems that only fat bullies others, but now he is bullied by Thor everywhere. Is this karma? In the world of elves, with Thor's strength, he can be regarded as a first-class beast. The final evolution of the mini-dragon, the fast dragon, is just a quasi-god, not to mention the juvenile mini-dragon. Okay, Thor, don't tease the mini-dragon, come over and help serve the food. It won't be good if the last bit of pride of the dragon is wiped out. Ling Yun said. Isn't the mini-dragon a pet? Xiaoran asked innocently. The cute mini-dragon is just like a cute pet in her eyes. Well, its status is about the same as that of a hamster. Yes, little fan. Xiaoran smiled at the mini-dragon with a finger. Mum. The mini-dragon also rubbed his head in the depths very cooperatively. The corners of Xia Yuan's mouth twitched while listening to Xiaoran's words. Daughter, did you know that this cute little water snake was only redeemed by your old father and I spent most of my life's contribution points? Suddenly, Xia Yuan was stunned and found something was wrong. Okay? Why do I also call the mini-dragon a water snake? It's over, I was taken astray. Dinner time. The shopkeeper, I don't know if you know these two people. After hesitating, Xia Yuan handed over the photo in his hand. I know, what's wrong? Ling Yun looked at the two people in the photo and narrowed his eyes, and asked calmly. It's true that I came here last time to adjust the affairs of the two of them. The above are very worried about this ability that is not in control, so let me confirm their attitude towards Longuo. Xia Yuan looked at it. Glancing at Ling Yun's face, said. Is that good or bad? Ling Yun put down his chopsticks and asked with interest. Xia Yuan shook his head quickly. A good relationship, of course, is a good relationship. How can the country be so stupid to have a bad relationship with a strong man of the 8th rank? Well, I can't tell you about the purple-haired girl, but I can tell you a little about this white man. Ling Yun meditated for a while and said. There are a lot of incredible things in the shop. In order to deter others, it really needs a facade. And Kevin is Ling Yun's first show in the world. Before, Ling Yun didn't know much about the annihilation power he created, and only now Xia Yuan has said it. Seems to be at the top. Xia Yuan's face was overjoyed. Thank you very much. Well, that man's name is Kevin, he is one of the guardians of the shop, right? Ling Yun thought for a while and said. Guardian +1. Is enough to make the group of senior executives YY and jealous. The truth is also true, Xia Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank after hearing Ling Yun's words. This shop is not only guarded by a Tier 8 dragon, but it also has a guardian named Kevin, and is it one of them? This astonishing information made Xia Yuan startled at the same time. After all, there is not enough strength, there is no difference between opening such a shop and looking for death. Obviously, since the other party dared to open, he was ready to face everything. The last question, the owner, are there any stores like you open in other places? Xia Yuan took a deep breath and asked a crucial question. Ling Yun opened his eyes. Unlike the black eyes before, the burgundy eyes were like purgatory in the abyss. The surrounding air suddenly solidified, and the core of the law practitioner within Ling Yun burst into a terrifying coercion, and the object was Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan looked at Ling Yun in horror, the gravity of his body more than 10 times more than that, and his throat seemed to be stuck in something, as if he couldn't speak. Curiosity will kill the cat. Ling Yun smiled. When every word falls on Xia Yuan, the pressure on Xia Yuan's body will increase by 1 point. Xia Yuan's forehead was sweating coldly. He almost forgot, the gentle man in front of him has a Tier 8 monster as his subordinate. Is even more known as the owner of the shop. Maybe the previous man named Kevin is still under the sky. Dad? Are you uncomfortable in any way? Your complexion is so bad, you still sweat so much. Xiaoran looked strangely at Xia Yuan, who was pale and sweating all over. Xiaolei's words broke the silence. Ling Yun put away the pressure, smiled faintly, opened his eyes again and returned to black. There is only this one in this world. Can be regarded as answering Xia Yuan's question. Well, only in this world. I don't have any opinion on how to exchange points for cans normally, but if some people dare to use their brains, don't blame me. Ling Yun looked into the distance if pointedly. Xia Yuan's heart shuddered. He knew that this was Ling Yun's warning to him and everyone. Okay, let's eat. With that, Ling Yun picked up his chopsticks again. At the end of dinner, Xia Yuan took Xiaoran away with great anxiety. Hey, Ling Yun, why didn't I know that our shop has a guardian? After Xia Yuan and Xiaoran leave, Thor asked curiously. Of course there is. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Thor. Don't you, the Kanban girl, work as a guardian part-time? Collapse the world. Countless collapses can be transported from the catheter into Celine's petite body. The inspector looked at the stable data on the instrument and couldn't help nodding. Deserves to be the most perfect test product in this issue. I didn't expect to adapt so well. Increase collapse energy by 20%. The collapse can be increased by 20%. As a researcher's voice fell, a more concentrated liquid collapse energy was transported into Xylan's cultivation tank. In the cultivation tank, Xylan closed her eyes tightly, and constantly used the collapse can be perfectly grasped to strengthen her whole body. Okay. Soon www.readaloud.com Xylan discovered that there was a strange crystal in her body. Xylan discovered that the small ochre crystal was continuously absorbing the collapsing energy purified by Xylan, and it was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this? Xylan had an idea in her heart. Controlled a mass of collapsible energy after being refined, and slowly leaned forward. At the moment of contact, the small ochre crystal seemed to have seen some delicacy in the world. 3 times 5 divided by 2 means that the mass of collapse can be swallowed, and a small particle has formed around it. Sure enough. Xylan saw this scene, and the corners of her mouth gradually conjured up a smile. It's coming, destiny. Waiting for my revenge. 3 hours in the blink of an eye. Okay, stop, that's it for today's experiment. The man looking at the screen said. The moment the sound fell, someone shut down the transportation system that collapsed. The collapse energy in the culture tank was also emptied by the way. Glass cover open. Ahem. Xylan, who was exposed to the air again, only felt discomfort for a while and coughed violently. Okay, take her back. The man frowned slightly, and said. The 2 people who had brought Xylan before brought Xylan back to the original room. In the dark room. Snapped. Along with Xylan's finger snapping, a sudden stage collapse beast the size of a thumb landed on Xylan's index finger with a little bit of collapse. It's coming, it's almost, only a little bit. Under the purple bangs, there are a pair of golden eyes like a sniper lens. Vol 2 Chapter 38, Thor is not human? This day. Sunny. Ling Yun got up from the same bed with Thor early. Because of the system, the shop is not dusty. This is the province's Ling Yun cleaning. Ling Yun tidied up the jars daily, and sat on the chair behind the counter, turned on the computer uninterestedly, and watched the video. But, before the pulley on the mouse slid a few times, Ling Yun let go, and he lay down on the table. Boring. Really boring. Why is there so little entertainment in this world? Ling Yun was surprised and speechless to find that the entertainment industry in this world is really lacking, because some good-looking fairy dramas are gone with the addition of extraordinary people. People can see peculiar abilities every day, so no one writes those fantasy scripts. As for the game, let alone the card game? Ling Yun said that he still likes games like Bang Shui 3. No, I'm going to die of boredom at this rate, and I have to do something, or should I be a novelist? What fighting breaks the sky? Martial arts. Maybe I can still play with the vice chairman of the Writers' Association? Anyway, it's already invincible now, so it might as well be a sideline and eventually become the main business. Ding! Please give up such a dangerous idea. The system hurriedly came out to remind. Ling Yun's eyelids collapsed, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes. Give up, it makes me remember the manuscript. System. So, boy, you are too immature, you can't hold your breath. Spit out the system casually. Ling Yun continued to lie on the table weakly, waiting for the leak to come. Hey, Ling Yun, I found out that we can use gas stoves in the future. Suddenly, Thor ran over and said excitedly. Then, Ling Yun was taken away by Thor with a dazed expression. Entering the kitchen, Thor picked up the dragon charm. Ling Yun, look good. Thor said. The next moment, a huge flame exploded from the dragon charm. Boom! The entire kitchen is shrouded in flames. The fire is shining through the sky. The bangs on Ling Yun's head were lifted, and the whole person looked silly. Thor was even more ashamed of being bombed. If it weren't for the systematic rules, I guess the kitchen would have been scrapped. Ling Yun thought about it a little bit. Ling Yun, how about it, since I knew that this house will not be destroyed no matter what, I invented the latest cooking method. Tor made a gesture of inviting credit, rubbing Ling Yun's hand with his head, as if to say it again, please praise me. Ling Yun's mouth twitched slightly, his forehead was covered with black lines, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. The hand is like a knife. Bah! It hurts. Thor hugged the red envelope on his head and squatted on the ground. Tearful eyes looked at Ling Yun, filled with grievances and incomprehension. Ling Yun looked at Thor's aggrieved and pitiful look. Ling Yun couldn't help sighing, the dragon charm is a weapon, not for cooking. You can cook it well in the future. Don't fix the bells and whistles, you know. All right. Hearing Thor's answer, Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. Okay, just stand aside. If there are guests coming, please help out. Okay. Thor obediently agreed. Click. The moment the door was pushed open, Ling Yun and Thor immediately attracted the attention. Thor immediately walked up. Welcome to the Dimension Store. Walking in is a monk wearing a cassock. He looked at Thor in front of him with a smile, saw his hands folded, and asked, this donor, don't know where this place is. This is a dimensional shop, where you can open items from any world. Thor explained to the monk. Ha ha ha. However, the monk laughed aloud in the dumbfounded eyes of the two, then his eyes became cold and he shouted. Hey! It turned out to be stunned, with fish eyes and pearls, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Hey! Thor tilted his head and looked at the monk in front of him with a dazed expression. Is this silly chanting scriptures? Besides, I never said that I was a human being. The smile on Ling Yun's face preparing to meet the leak froze. The atmosphere is extremely solemn for a while. What hey? Daring evildoer! I want you to be exposed. As he said, the man jumped behind Thor, and suddenly made a gesture with his left hand. Dai Tian Long. Shai Zun. Peng. But before the monk had time to finish, the Star of Eden controlled by Ling Yun popped out of the door. Where is it so naive? If you find the fault, just say, I have been very idle lately. Ling Yun clapped his hands. Thor silently picked up the dragon charm in his hand, thinking about it. The red dragon pattern on the spell flashed a fire. A flame of extinction spurted out of his mouth. Under the lovely appearance, Ling Yun almost forgot that Thor is a dragon in nature. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, countless rays of light spurted from the dragon charm, and the green snake world connected to the outside of the shop was also full of flames. Hey! Little tricks of carving insects, how dare you make an axe at the door? Look at me! On the other side of the door, the monk sneered looking at the dragon-shaped flame that burst out, and threw out a golden bowl. The moment Bowman hit the dragon blast, he suppressed all the flames. Thor, give in. Ling Yun walked up to Thor expressionlessly, looking at the golden bowl that was flying over, and the heavenly fire sage in his hand merged into one. Okay, there is another evildoer. I saw the monk staring at this scene. www.readaloud.com. I'm QNDY. Ling Yun took a sip. The skyfire sword in his hand slammed into the gate suddenly. Ji Huo came to the world. A huge blade of flame was swung out by Ling Yun. Pang! The monk's Deluojinbo was extremely small in front of the flame, and after a stalemate for a while, he was directly bounced back. How can it be? In an incredibly loud roar, the fire flooded the monk, and at the same time Ling Yun closed the door of the shop. Doesn't care about each other's life or death at all. Ling Yun glanced at the door speechlessly, and said to the system in his heart, System, what kind of monsters are you putting in here? Ding! The door of the shop is connected to various dimensions. The system cannot guess who will enter the shop. The system said innocently. Ling Yun. After some episodes, Ling Yun was no longer in the mood to open a store. Thor, do you want to go for a walk? I want to drop it. Thor yelled. field. There was a sound of breaking wind, and the emerald-colored dragon passed by the sky, flew over the clouds, and greeted the scorching heat directly. Thor, let's go down a bit, it's so hot on it." Standing on Thor's back, Ling Yun opened his hands to enjoy the wind suddenly said. "No problem." A cheerful female voice was heard from the dragon at the feet of Ling Yun. "I saw Thor dive down the clouds." Ling Yun looked into the distance and found that the surrounding cities had long since disappeared, replaced by a huge dense forest and rolling mountains. Vol 2 Chapter 39, Thor, I do. Stopped on a piece of grass. Ling Yun opened his hands and fell on the lawn, feeling the breeze coming from him. His face couldn't help showing an expression of enjoyment. The breeze took away the heat, and even in the sun, Ling Yun did not feel the slightest warmth. "This is life." Ling Yun sighed. "Really?" Thor murmured on the side. Then the whole person got into Ling Yun's arms, and the whole person was wrapped around Ling Yun like a tree. "Hey? Thor, why is your body cold?" Soon, Ling Yun discovered something was wrong. He was clearly hugged by Thor, but he didn't feel the slightest heat. "Ling Yun, have you forgotten? My clothes are scales. The scales of our dragon clan are very resistant to everything, not to mention ordinary suns. Even high-level fire magic is immune to a certain extent." "Really? It's really a race favored by heaven." Ling Yun sighed. "The dragon race is really a unique race. Actually, if you want to, Ling Yun, you can become a dragon blood warrior or enter into a contract with me." Thor on Ling Yun's chest suddenly said. However, Ling Yun directly rejected Thor's words. "No." "Hey? Why?" Thor raised his head in confusion. Among the countless people she met, either feared her, or wanted to kill her, become a dragon-slaying hero, bathed in dragon blood to become an immortal existence, or wanted to tame her and become a proud dragon knight. It is a pity that no such person survives from her hands. The dragon blood warrior is so ugly. I don't want to become the kind of person who is not a dragon and a dragon. As for the contract? You are my Kanban girl, and the dragon is not a creature yearning for freedom. The contract is in the hands of others. You want it, but I don't want it." Ling Yun folded his hands as a pillow, looking at the white clouds covering the sun in the sky. Thor was taken aback for a moment, and he lay down on Ling Yun's chest again, closing his eyes and muttering. "Sure enough, Ling Yun is different from everyone else. If it were you, I would surrender my life to you." Thor whispered in his heart. Ling Yun smiled slightly and stroked Thor's hair lightly. "But before this..." "Thor. Hey." Thor made a nasal sound. "Your horn is against my chin. It's so uncomfortable. Can you change your posture?" "Hey." The warm atmosphere was destroyed all at once. In front of the shop, Hang Yul led 4 people to look at the door sign of "Closed for Business" hanging on the door of the shop. "Aren't you there?" one of them said humanely. "In that case, let's wait here for a while," one person said. "Yes, Marshal." The 4 people including Korean said respectfully. "Yet." The person called the Marshal nodded. Right now, a terrifying wave of air erupted from the 4th floor of the opposite community. That wave of air is sometimes gentle, sometimes like a sharp blade. This power is... The face of the man called the Marshal was solemn. Raised his hand, a typhoon that had shrunk countless times whirled gently in his hand. Ding! Remind the host that someone has come to the store, please come back to the store quickly. The system prompt sounded in Ling Yun's mind. Ling Yun couldn't help opening his lazy eyes. Really, if someone has to come and interrupt during a nap, doesn't this person have a sense of time? Thor, who was in Ling Yun's arms, also opened his eyes in a daze. "Ling Yun, what's wrong?" "Customers are coming from the shop," Ling Yun said helplessly. "In that case, let's go back." Thor stretched out, the maid outfit fully revealed her perfect figure. But the next moment, an emerald-colored dragon replaced the original delicate and tender maid, and Ling Yun's admiring eyes froze there. Sure enough, the essence of Dragon Mother is still a dragon. Ling Yun, come on. Thor lowered his body slightly. Well, this is also the fun of it. With a chuckle, Ling Yun jumped onto Thor's back. The next moment, the demon-like wings on Thor's back stirred, and the strong wind bent the grass on the lawn. Flew to the sky with a strong wind. Until one person and one dragon disappear in the sky. A silver-haired girl with a black gothic outfit wearing a black parasol walked out from behind a big tree in the forest, quietly watching the direction where the two were leaving. The blood is almost drunk, it's time to go out and buy it. But, what is this place on earth? The girl looked into the distance, looking at the large lawns around her. The breeze blew, and there was no trace of human smoke. In a dense forest in the distance of Yanghai City, Ling Yun built a motorcycle, found the road leading to Yanghai City, drove the motorcycle up from the side of the road, and took Thor to gallop in the direction of Yanghai City. After a while, the two returned to the shop. Ling Yun pushed open the door, walked out again, and looked around. So what about people? Should I just leave without seeing me? Ling Yun suddenly had this idea in his mind. But the more I think about it, the more I think it is possible. Forget it, I think it's impossible to let people come back. System, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, take a look at my task panel. Ling Yun said in his heart. System mission, receiving people from 10 different dimensions, rewarding an exclusive pot, and upgrading the system. Progress 7/10. Tor can be counted as expected, very good, so I'm one step closer to completing the task. Ling Yun nodded. Walked back to the counter, Ling Yun turned on the laptop on the counter. Clicked to open the Penguin, and found that the chat records in the previous class group turned out to be 99+. Is it so idle? Spit out a little, and Ling Yun clicked. I found that they were all talking about the test scores and the university they wanted to go to. What do you say is the official mysterious creature? One person suddenly asked. Immediately following is the speech of other people. I decided it should be a cub of an alien creature. Hey? Give me a break. The alien creature that destroyed Yanghai trade last time is so ugly. I heard that the strength is still more pertinent. I personally feel that it should be a genetic organism. I really hope that my partner is a growing genetic organism. Maybe it can shine in the university with our cultivation. That's right, it's possible. There was a sound of echoing underneath. Ling Yun immediately became happy after watching it. This person wants to fart, the Pokemon that can be chosen by the public, those are usually the remaining ones or are very common Pokemon. Walking grass, can the green caterpillar survive to the death compared to the rare and quasi-god Pokemon? Euthanasia is not good enough. Immediately sent a message. Don't think about it, new students like you can get the most things like Pikachu or mosquito repellent tadpoles. Vol 2 Chapter 40, Break In. Ling Yun's words fell, and the group fell into a brief silence. Ling Yun, long time no see. Really, long time no see. One by one former classmates came out to say hello. There is only one exception. Oh, isn't this our schoolmaster? Why? It's boring to open a store at home? Come to reminisce with our old classmates. Wang Yat, the person who talked about genetic biology before, spoke. How are you doing recently? I heard that ordinary people's jobs are hard to find. My uncle is the boss of a company. If you ask me, I can help you introduce him. Wang Yat, everyone is a classmate, don't speak too hard. Monitor Helin persuaded. Wang Ye smiled disdainfully, what's the matter with being too heavy? My good monitor, he is now a waste that he can't even feed himself. What's the point? Wang Ye pressed his hands on the keyboard unscrupulously. Although the people in the group can't understand Wang Yi's actions, due to Wang Yi's family status, it is really difficult to get in. After seeing Wang Yi's new message, He Lin couldn't help but smiled bitterly, and sent a message to Ling Yun in private, "Don't go to your heart, we all know who Wang Ye is." Seeing He Lin's private message to herself, Ling Yun smiled softly. It seems that Ling Yun's relationship in high school is not very good, and only the squad leader speaks for him. But Ling Yun thought about it carefully. Because the family was at the bottom, Ling Yun devoted himself to studying, thinking that he could become a powerful transcendent and earn a lot of money, so he didn't make any friends. But who knows, he didn't have the awakening ability at all, and after his parents died in a car accident, they belched directly. Then Ling Yun was brought over by the system. "It's a dramatic scene," Ling Yun said with a hand. "But, Wang Ye..." Ling Yun's eyes narrowed. "To your heart? Sorry, he is not worthy." Put his hand in the void. His eyes instantly turned burgundy red, and the surrounding energy was driven by the core of the lawyer. In the void, about 10 centimeters below Ling Yun, a black and white spear appeared in the void. Thor felt the energy and looked over curiously. "Go ahead," Ling Yun whispered. The next moment, the spear pierced the door instantly, piercing the space, and fell into the void in an instant. Looking at the opening door, Ling Yun murmured, "I'm not his father, so I won't be used to him." In a villa, Wang Ye kept typing on the keyboard, mocking Ling Yun frantically. "Ha, won't you reply? It seems that you already know your current position clearly." Once in high school, Ling Yun became the first in the class because of his various grades before Wang Ye, but he was upset for a long time. When he first learned that Ling Yun had not become the awakened, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Wang Ye sneered, "As a civilian, you must be ready to be stepped on by me." Wang Ye walked to the window and looked at the sky, feeling like the blue sky, very comfortable. "Hey? What are the black spots?" Suddenly, Wang Ye saw a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. It should be something that fell. It seems that the speed is quite fast. Well, anyway, the villa area also has a protective cover, let him go. Crack! Wang Ye, who didn't care much at first, was suddenly stunned when he heard the broken sound. Quickly turned his head, and saw the transparent protective cover of the sky shattered like glass. Pang! A spear drove endless power and directly penetrated the tempered glass of Wang Yi's house. When it was only 1 centimeter away from Wang Yi's head, it swept across the concrete wall behind him, bursting out a violent explosion. Endless dust swept from behind Wang Ye. In an instant, Wang Ye fell to the ground in the violent vibration of the floor. Wang Ye just stretched out his hand and froze in the air. If someone came forward to touch it, he would definitely feel extremely cold. In the dust, looking at the broken glass in front of him, Wang Ye was so stupid that he didn't even react for a while. What happens? With such a question, he drowned with difficulty. Wang Ye turned his head slightly, and was shocked to find that besides his room, a large vacant lot was blown out of his house. A black and white spear is slowly disappearing from the ruins. Looking at the spear, Wang Ye only felt cold all over his body. Almost. Just a little bit, he got a headshot. In the game, he likes to grab heads and headshots, yes, but it does not mean that he wants to be headshot in reality. Ding dong! Suddenly, a prompt sound came from the cell phone on the computer desk next to Wang Ye. A QQ pop-up window appeared on the phone screen. Wang Ye, whose brain was down for a short time, subconsciously swept away, and the next moment, the whole person seemed to be plunged into an abyss. Ling Yun, take care of your own mouth, this is just a warning. On the pop-up window, Ling Yun gave him a private message. Warning? How is it possible? Wang Ye went to hold the phone in horror, and stared at the pop-up window on the phone. To be precise, it was a message from Ling Yun. Impossible, it is impossible. Isn't he even the awakened? The villa's protective cover can resist tier 4 attacks. By accident, yes, it must be accidental. Just as Wang Ye was expecting, Ling Yun's message came again. This time, it completely shattered Wang Yi's shell. Ling Yun, only this time. After speaking, Ling Yun went offline. But when Wang Ye saw this line of words, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was helplessly lying on the ground. What did you post? Why didn't Wang Ye speak anymore? Others in the class group were curious. Although Helin was puzzled, she didn't think much. She went offline and went to train her ability. But Wang Ye, the person involved, was really scared. Thinking of the ridicule before, he was chilling. Dimensional Shop. Ability. Ling Yun gave a chuckle. Reached out his hand. The scorching fire wave swept the shop. The red big sword was quietly suspended above Ling Yun. The pressure like a prison instantly filled the shop. Thor quickly turned his head, staring at the big sword floating in front of Ling Yun, and he had a guess in his heart. Could it be that the so-called guardian of the shop is? After being told by Ling Yun how to get to Station B, the Tianhuo incident in Yanghai City once appeared on the top of the list. Thor naturally saw it, so I was shocked. You know, with that sword, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Ling Yun supported his chin with one hand, quietly watching the robbery floating in the air. Do I need that thing? Snapped. With a clear finger snap, the robbery was re-entered into the system space. However, at the next moment, pang! A huge impact blasted the door open. Looking at the door of the shop, Ling Yun's eyes narrowed. A white-haired old man in a red coat stood outside the door. All around him, the space trembled slightly because he couldn't bear the pressure. Thor, who was holding his mobile phone in the shop, suddenly shrank his pupils when he saw the visitor. Father, sir. Vol 2 Chapter 41, Emperor Yan. The whole world is quiet. Ling Yun sat up from the chair and looked at the old man outside the door with Thor. The final Emperor Yan's eyes swept across, and when he looked at Ling Yun, his brows wrinkled slightly. Ordinary humans? Father, how are you? Hearing Thor's question, Emperor Yan finally set his sights on Thor. You should know why I came. The final emperor's low and roaring voice resounded through the shop, and his eyes looked at Thor sharply. Go back with me, Thor, there is no place for you here. The Emperor Yan said lightly. No, I don't want to go back, I am Ling Yun's maid. Thor loudly refused. Ling Yun. The Emperor Yan frowned and looked at Ling Yun, who was aside, a mere ordinary human being, not even the most basic cultivator. Thor, according to the rules, we must not interfere in this world. Come back with me. Don't. Thor. The Emperor Yan raised his voice, as if he was angry at his daughter's disobedience. Is it this ordinary person who made you remember? An ordinary person who has never had a lifespan that can coexist. The Emperor Yan glanced at Ling Yun and said lightly. Even so. I don't want to leave Ling Yun. Thor is very persistent. Hello, can I insert a sentence? During the conversation between the father and daughter, Ling Yun raised his hand and asked. Do you have anything to say? Human. Finally Emperor Yan said. Are you here to open the can? Ling Yun took out a can from the stage and asked with a smile. The system was moved to cry after hearing this. Deserves to be the best store manager in 10,000 realms, and at this time he still sells cans. The final Emperor Yan's eyes squinted, obviously thinking that Ling Yun was entertaining himself. Will he open a child's jar in the end? Immediately said indifferently, the jar? What is that thing? No need, the mere humans get out of me. Immediately, Ling Yun's eyes changed. Oh, hee hee. Even if you don't even have leaks, you dare to spread wild on my sight. Ling Yun chuckled. Gently pushed the glasses on the bridge of the nose. lazy eyes instantly became cold. Then, can you please get out of here? What did you say? The Emperor Yan stared, and the terrifying aura spread. The boss of his dignified and chaotic camp was said to be by a mere human one day. Click! The red magic power around the angry Emperor and Yan entangled in the void like a water snake, and the surrounding space was overwhelmed with a cracking sound. Of course, this is because the Emperor Yan is still outside the shop. If inside the shop, no matter how the opposing coercion is, it will not cause any impact. Hehe, I want to grab my Kanban girl without saying anything. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jing grew. The red collapse could explode, and with a wave of his hand, 2 turrets of the Key of Truth emerged from the void and landed on Ling Yun's shoulders. The next moment, several blue lasers burst out instantly. Ling Yun. Tor stared blankly at Ling Yun, which was full of red collapsible energy. This guy. What's the matter? Obviously, I couldn't sense any energy before. The eyes of Emperor Yan finally changed. With a quick leap, the laser of the Key of Truth blasted to the original place. Pang! The ground burst. The Emperor Yan looked silently at the power contained in the soil. Looked at Ling Yun's gaze changed. Ling Yun, be careful. Tor knew that this was the look his father would show when facing opponents of the same level. Ling Yun smiled at Thor with a relieved smile, and turned his eyes to Emperor Yan. Want to grab my signboard girl? No matter who he is, I have to ask me if I agree. Kaizo Yukin. Ling Yun snorted coldly. A scarlet samurai sword was constructed from the void instantly from the hilt. Only in an instant, the key of the gods Jizo Yuhun appeared in Ling Yun's hands. Of course, there is no bell. As a violent wind swept across, Ling Yun exploded like a bullet. Finally, Emperor Yan quickly backed away. Was forced to the sky by Ling Yun. Ling Yun seized the opportunity and slashed. A huge red arm with attached armor appeared next to Ling Yun's right hand, and he slashed it with a large sword that was more than 10 meters long. The Emperor Yan finally saw this, and the red cloak quickly opened up. The so-called cloak was the dragon scale, protecting it inside. As soon as the sound of steel collision sounded, a red light of erosion emerged, and Emperor Yan was forced to retreat into the air 10 meters away from Ling Yun. Looking at the red robe on his body, Emperor Yan's pupils shrank slightly. A red spot is constantly eroding his scales. The huge magical power was shocked, dissipating the corrosive gas, and solemnly looked at the huge red warrior behind Ling Yuhun. In the sky, Emperor Yan, wearing a red scale robe, looked at Ling Yun and said in admiration, "It can erode my dragon scales, boy, I admit that I underestimated you." Ling Yun smiled, each other. "But, just because of this strength I want to convince me, it's still a bit short." The final Yandi's voice changed, and the whole person turned into a red phantom and disappeared into the air. Thor, floating in the distance, watched this scene nervously. Is her father on one side, and her favorite person on the other? At this time, Thor really doesn't know who to help. Ling Yun collected the Jizo Yuhun. Put his right hand on his left waist. I started to conceive the weapon in my mind. Suddenly, his pupils opened. An icy blue sword appeared on Ling Yun's left waist. Ice sky and frozen cloud. An icy blue enchantment quickly unfolded around Ling Yun. www.readaloud.com. The cold enough to freeze everything, spreading towards the surroundings, even the ethereal space was encrusted with a layer of frost. The Emperor Yan, who was moving around Ling Yun, preparing to find the opportunity, only felt his feet pause, and when he reacted, only his head remained unfrozen. Seeing this, Emperor Yan sank in his heart, the body is completely sealed. Of course, the original icy sky and frozen clouds could not freeze the final Emperor Yan, but don't forget, the system gives high-quality infinite energy. Ling Yun said, as long as you give me the characteristics of a thing, I can bring you a different experience. Right here. One knife, the bird breaks. Ling Yun quickly pulled out the ice skate in his hand from the void. Click click click. In the shocked gaze of Emperor End Yan, a dozen-meter-long ice crystal cleaved out of the void, and hit him perfectly. Boom! In an instant, the ice crystal shattered, and Emperor Yan finally flew upside down like a kite with a broken wire. Fortunately, in the end, Emperor Yan used the red magic power to form a protective shield, which avoided the embarrassing posture of falling into the building. Steady his figure, shook the ice crystals on his body, Emperor Yan fixed his gaze on the ice skate in Ling Yun's hand, and asked, "What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so weird?" At that moment, I actually felt connected. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Ling Yun gave a chuckle. Then speed? Sorry, I don't want to play with you. I directly freeze the space for you. Hearing the words of Emperor End Yan, Ling Yun said lightly, "This is one of the strongest weapons from another world. Its name is the Royal Knife, the Ice Heaven of Cold Hell." About the update. Ahem, about the late update. The first thing is that I have not saved the manuscript. The second is that I did not bring a computer when I came to the school to take the skill test. It is inevitable that there are too many typos and keyboard inadequacy on my mobile phone. Please bear with me. I went back and updated it immediately. The 5th is over and the 6th is back to normal. Vol 2 Chapter 42, Ling Yun vs Final Yandi. Ice Sky in the Cold Prison. Good name. At the beginning of drawing the sword, there was an enchantment that formed a world of ice and snow. If you were in it, your body would be frozen quickly. It was like a of ice. The Emperor Yan nodded and gave Ling Yun affirmation of the weapon in his hand. Emperor Yan stretched out his old hand, and there was a slight redness and swelling on it. This is the hand that resisted Ling Yun's ice crystal attack before. Even the thick dragon scales can't completely block it. Acceptance. Ling Yun gave a chuckle. I don't know if it's his illusion, I always feel that Emperor Yan finally looks at him with a trace of satisfaction. How do you say, it's like a father-in-law watching his son-in-law. Just as Ling Yun was thinking, the voice of Emperor Yan came from a distance. Good boy, I'm going to be serious next. Don't die. The blue sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. The clouds began to roll, the white clouds turned into dark clouds, and the dim sky announced the end. It's like a torrential rain that can cause floods in an instant. The red light overflowed from Emperor Yan. The black wings covered the sky, and the stalwart dragon stepped out of the light. At this point, Emperor Yan finally descended in front of the world with a complete posture. Looking at the huge red dragon in front of him, Ling Yun pulled his collar and raised the corners of his mouth. His burgundy eyes drew an arc of red light under the dark sky. In that case, I will also show you what it is. The true law of reason. Yanghai City KO Fan Branch. How is this possible? All the police officers looked at the red respirator display on the computer in disbelief. Completely overflowed the indicator. At the beginning of the battle between Emperor End Yan and Ling Yun, they detected the rising spiritual pressure in Yanghai City. But they would not have thought of it. In just a few minutes, Ryotsu had reached the same height as the decision-maker. Not even time to react. Damn, what's going on this time? Yang Chuan, the director of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs of Yanghai City, wanted to scold his mother angrily. How many days have passed since the last foreign invasion? Now there is a stronger existence. The only thing to be thankful for is that the chief is here, otherwise Yanghai City will really be over. Thinking of the 4 people who came here before, Yang Chuan exhaled, temporarily calming the big stone in his heart. Marshal, shall we stop them? A roof. Sun Kai looked at the red dragon and the red radiant Ling Yun in the distance, and asked the man in front of him. The marshal stopped him, looking at Ling Yun and whispered, "No, let me see how this man named Ling Yun is." Sky. System, energy must keep up. Ling Yun said in his heart. Ding. No problem. Okay, then I can also try the trick of the original Walter. Ling Yun narrowed his eyes and said with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Unlimited energy? That's a shit. At this moment, it is the time to pretend to be forceful. At the moment when the words fell, a magical light burst out from the core of the law of justice in Ling Yun's body. This is... The pupils of Emperor Yan shrank slightly. He clearly felt that the surrounding space was throbbing. However, the next moment he heard a voice from the other side. Are you ready to face the true power of the law of reason? The core of the law of reason is the power of Walter, the leader of the three anti-entropy in the comic collapse, and it has the ability to reconstruct the power of complete analysis. Walter has reconstructed countless warships and declared war on God as a human being. And today Ling Yun will also use this power to attack the dragon. Ling Yun opened his hands, and under the urging of the core of the law, the outlines of countless battleships, fighters, mechas, and tanks were outlined in the void behind Ling Yun by burgundy lines. This is... At the moment these warships appeared, countless people who followed this scene were stunned. This is the arsenal of which country has been looted. There was even a slumber on the internet. What did I see? Tanks? Space battleships? Aircraft carriers? And annihilation fighters? These are once the most important weapons of the country. What are they now? What is the ability of this Nima? So handsome. So domineering. Netizens are about to explode, and everyone is shocked by the scene in front of them. Countless sci-fi blockbusters and extraordinary abilities have all been seen in movies. But they never saw such a spectacular scene. At this moment, Ling Yun's back is like re-engraving the civilization of the world in one person. This, what the is this? Chong Feng, Sun Kai, Chu Lan, and others who were observing this scene from a distance opened their eyes wide and looked at the battleships and tanks gradually emerging from the void in disbelief. The shocked color in the pupils of Marshall did not diminish the three of them. Record. Creation. This, the millennia of human civilization is gathered in one person, no wonder he can be called the shopkeeper. Horrible, this is the power that truly belongs to human civilization. Marshall took a deep look at the Ling Yun in the sky. Humanity's weapon. The Emperor Yan was also taken aback when he looked at the military weapons constructed in the sky. Although he is not afraid of the gadgets of human beings, he would not believe that Ling Yun's power is only these. Boy, is this your ability? The Emperor Yan asked. Emperor and Yan. Let's test the power of human beings. Examine how the so-called ordinary people in your mouth pull you from the high altar down the abyss. Ling Yun stretched out his hand and smiled at Emperor and Yan. Ha ha ha, interesting, in that case, let me take a look. The moment Ling Yun's words fell, Emperor Yan burst out laughing, and the red magic power stirred the aura between heaven and earth. The red magic power forms an impact layer attached to the surrounding Emperor Yan. Turbid, blood red, represents the coming of destruction. Ling Yun took off the glasses from the bridge of his nose, raised his bangs with his right hand, and a strange light flashed through his burgundy left eye. The cold voice resounded across the sky. All teams, fire! Boom! With an order, countless missiles mixed with flames sprayed out from battleships, fighter planes, and aircraft carriers. With dark tail smoke, all towards. Roar! The dragon in the sky roared deafeningly. The whole body turned into a meteor and rushed towards Ling Yun. Countless missiles bombarded the final Emperor Yan. Go away! The dark dragon wing slashed a red arc blade, smashing dozens of missiles. The Emperor Yan is very strong, but there are too many missiles. Blocked one of the groups, and the other missiles blasted on the final Emperor Yan without any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, in the end Emperor Yan could bear no less than 10 intercontinental missiles. Under the sound of explosions and dark mushroom clouds, the red dragon scales of Emperor Yan gradually became black. However, after one group, there was another group of thousands of missiles, one group after another, and it did not give the final emperor a chance to breathe. Too frightening. Endless. Is this guy's aura infinite? Is this the power of technology? Pull the dragon down into the abyss. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Fuck, why does such a second-year term listen to my giant burning? Upstairs, it's not that you think so personally. Damn, I see my blood boil. No matter what, this person will be my idol from today. Upstairs +1. Plus 10,086. Numerous netizens watched this scene in a daze. After a series of bombings, Ling Yun waved his hand to stop the attack. The breeze blew and the dust dispersed. Countless people couldn't help taking a breath. The dragon over 10 meters long was panting in mid-air. The red dragon scales of the final Emperor Yan were dyed black, and the red blood flowed out from the pitch-black scales, and the blood dripped down, very embarrassed. The solid space was slightly cracked because of this, but it was quickly repaired. Haha, kid, are you running out of aura? Dragon Eye Bleeding Emperor Yan laughed when he saw the battleship and mecha gradually disappearing behind Ling Yun. Although I was traumatized, depending on the situation, the other party should have reached the limit. At this, Emperor Yan looked like he was holding victory. Is it? The corner of Ling Yun's mouth raised, giving the final emperor a bad premonition. The next moment, I heard Ling Yun's plain voice ringing in the void. Judah's Oath, 0 rated power. Crack. The sound of mechanical separation sounded. Below the emperor and Yan, a handful of golden crosses appeared at some point, and suddenly opened. Vol 2 Chapter 42, Banned. It's a little bit uncomfortable. Obviously I just reproduced the scene of Walter hitting Siren, and it didn't work for me. Vol 2 Chapter 43, Death Sickle. Ling Yun's majestic voice echoed in everyone's ears. What? The Emperor Yan in the sky only feels cold behind him. The next moment, I saw the golden cross below, and the overall appearance of Judah's Oath changed. Layers of gears protruded from the inside, superimposed in the void. A spiral-shaped ladder constructed of golden gears to the sky. 4 golden chains shot out from the void, sealing the wings and legs of Emperor Yan. Is also sealed. My magic. The final Emperor Yan looked at Ling Yun in disbelief. The magic power in his body was dispelled, and no matter how he released the magic power, he could never break through that barrier. Cough. Not only the Emperor Yan, the transcendents within 100 meters of the enchantment of divine enchantment all knelt on one knee. Looked at the ground at a loss. An emotion called fear fills my heart. The aura in their bodies disappeared. The Oath of Judas, the 11th key of God and the key of restraint that broke the pre-civilization of the world. Its Zeroth-rated power divine enchantment has the energy to completely neutralize everything in the enchantment. It is reasonable to say that Ling Yun will also become weak because of the disappearance of energy, but who makes him Ling Yun infinite energy? Rises faster than disappears. No way, there is a system that is so crazy. In the enchantment of divine grace, no one except Ling Yun was spared. Thor also fell to the side of the roof at the last moment when the magic disappeared, looking weakly at the sky. Chong Feng and others looked at the indifferent Ling Yun in the sky in horror. The aura in their bodies also dissipated, but relying on the strong physical body, the weak body did not fall down. Danger! Sun Kai covered his chest, frowning. There are weapons that can seal aura in this world. Cough. Said halfway, a mouthful of blood spurted out of the marshal's mouth. Marshal. The other 3 people were surprised and quickly helped the middle-aged man in front of them. It's okay. Marshal waved his hand. In this kind of enchantment, the stronger the aura, the greater the damage received. The terrifying aura of Marshall's body is different from the newly promoted people of Sun Kai, so the dependence on the aura is even greater. Was drained of all the aura in the body in an instant, and it was inevitable that it would cause damage. I can't imagine, if alien creatures have this kind of weapon, then The marshal looked deeply at the cross beside Ling Yun. There was a flash of fear and happiness in his pupils. Is afraid that Ling Yun possesses such a terrifying weapon. As soon as this thing comes out, all creatures that use aura will become lambs for slaughter. But, fortunately, Ling Yun is a human being. Chong Feng and others heard the marshal's whisper, and they were shocked in a cold sweat behind their backs. Looked at the figure in the sky with horror. Just imagine, the power is blocked in the battle, it is no different from the lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How could this kind of weapon specifically aimed at Reiki appear in the world? There are so many weird things. Looking at the huge spiral gears around, Emperor Yan finally sighed. Indeed, Ling Yun's weapons one after another really caused him a headache. Forget it if it is some ordinary artifacts, but each one is still very powerful. This makes Emperor Yan very uncomfortable. You are the Dragon King and Emperor Yan, if I don't work hard in other places, I would not dare to fight with you. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and said something that made the final Yan Daiden painful. The corners of Emperor Yan's mouth twitched slightly, MMP. Don't talk about other things, just the move you just created to create weapons is enough to ask the top of the chaotic camp. Boy, you are very arrogant. The huge dragon eye of Emperor Yan erupted with a sharp light. With each other. Ling Yun said with a smile. You are very nice, it's a pity. Emperor Yan gave Ling Yun approvingly. You don't think I am really that kind of arrogant dragon, do you? Oh. Ling Yun raised his brow. Suddenly, Ling Yun only felt a gust of wind blowing across his face, and the space around him actually marked out a light blade. Click! The chain on Emperor Yan's body was severed, and the cogwheel of the divine grace behind him was also cut in half. Ling Yun looked at this scene in surprise. But it was not too surprised. As the leader of the Chaos Camp, how could he be able to suppress his men without a whole card? Finally, Emperor Yan turned back into a human form and stretched out his hand. Snapped. A weird giant sickle outlined by two colors of black and red flew into the hands of Emperor Yan. Click! The white light flashed across, and the nodules of God's grace that pierced through the heavens and the earth began to shatter. Numerous pieces of gears fell from mid-air, turned into stars and disappeared into the air. This also relieved Chong Feng and others who were watching the game. You need to know that the cogs of the divine grace nodules are not small. If no one prevents them, it will be a huge disaster. Their aura at the moment has not been restored, and it is quite difficult to pick up the fallen gear of God's grace. Fortunately, the divine grace gear disappeared directly, turned into a golden cross and was taken into the system space by Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at a crack on the Oath of Judas in the system space, and couldn't help but raise his corner. Interesting. That is Death's sickle. The moment the sickle appeared, Thor's complexion changed. Marshall's brows are also frowned. On the sickle, he felt a very uncomfortable breath. Reaper's sickle? Ling Yun asked. That said, it is a regular weapon held by the of Death in the legend. It has the ability to cut space, time, and deprive everything. In the Age of Myth, the of Death will give this thing to a witch of the human brave team. In the brigade of crusade against the Demon King, countless monsters were killed, soaked in the blood of 1,000 dragons, and finally bathed in the blood of the demon with the holy sword. The end of the Age of Mythology is because of his achievements. He became the only super artifact in the world with the attributes of slaying dragons and killing gods. It is one of the 3 artifacts in the Chaos Camp. www.readaloud.com tour is doing very well. The work of narration and narration. I didn't expect my father to even use this weapon. Listening to Thor's explanation, Ling Yun's pupils flashed clearly, cutting the space? It's no wonder that it's really good to be able to break through the blockade of the Divine Grace knot and forcibly break through the space of the Divine Grace boundary. This Reaper's sickle is estimated to have reached the level of a golden item, otherwise it would be impossible to instantly break through the blockade by relying on the level of the purple item of Judas' Oath. In that case, maybe you can give it a try. The system, I remember you said that the upper limit of the core of the law of principle is a golden item, and it can be reconstructed as long as there is enough energy and time. Ding. Yes. Then you help me see what the sickle opposite is. Ding. Testing. Testing completed. Item, Reaper's Sickle. Grade, Golden. Introduction, the of Death gave mankind a divine weapon. It gained the power of slaying the dragon by slaying the dragon, and it had the ability to kill by killing the devil and soaking in the blood of the god. Good stuff. Ling Yun's eyes lit up suddenly. Killing the gods and slaying the dragons, the two most powerful forces in the Western fantasy world converge into one, and they also have the power to cut space and time. It would be a great regret in life if such things were not held in your hands. Suddenly, Ling Yun seemed to have thought of something interesting, and his gaze toward Emperor Yan changed. Is like looking at a moving treasure house. Okay. The Emperor Yan frowned, and there was a bad feeling in his heart. But he can't tell. Vol 2 Chapter 44, Scatty of Skyfrost. How long does it take to complete the analysis? Ding. Under the huge energy base of the system, it takes 10 minutes. But due to excessive energy consumption, the host will experience a day of weakness. You won't be weak after refactoring, right? Ling Yun asked the question he was worried about. Ding. No. The host will begin to weaken after 1 hour away from the battlefield. Okay, let's start analyzing. In an instant, infinite energy began to pour into the core of Ling Yun's body from the system. Next, just drag the opponent. Ling Yun stared at Emperor Yan who was flying over with a sickle. On his right hand, a giant sickle with a blue light blade and a pitch-black sickle handle emerged. After rotating the sickle in his hand a few times, a ripple appeared in the air. Ling Yun's figure fiercely moved, bursting into the final Emperor Yan. The sparks leaped, and the two sickles collided together. After a short stalemate, the two began an attack. The speed is so fast that it is almost invisible to the naked eye. Other people can only see Mars colliding in mid-air, but in the next moment, there are already 4 or 5 places where Mars re-emerged. The sound of is endless. Pang! Ling Yun controlled the sickle to remove the death sickle's attack. Attacked the building on the side, and in an instant, the building was annihilated and turned into a piece of scorched earth. It's really terrifying power. Ling Yun patted his chest after fear. Boy, you have so many weapons. Emperor Yan looked at the sickle in Ling Yun's hand. The artifacts came out at random, making him jealous. What's the use of a large number? Isn't it still not comparable to the death sickle in your hand? Ling Yun shrugged. The Emperor Yan nodded undeniably. He still trusts 100% of the death sickle in his hand. Boy, the next blow depends on whether you can bear it. Finally Yandi laughed. Twirled the sickle in midair and placed it horizontally in front of him. Gently stroked the red sickle with his left hand. A drop of blood dripped from the finger of Emperor Yan. Fell into the groove in the center of the sickle blade. Hum! The strange red light bloomed from the sickle, and it instantly flooded the sickle. At the next moment, everyone only saw a huge phantom wearing a cloak and holding a long chain sickle suspended behind Emperor Yan. The black energy symbolizing death invades the void. The black cloak, the black face. That's not good, Ling Yun run. Tor's pupils suddenly shrank when he looked at it, quickly turning into the posture of a giant dragon, grabbing Ling Yun and flying towards the distance. Hey! Ling Yun stared at the fast-passing scenery around him dumbfounded. Was taken away by Thor for no reason? It's useless, Thor, you should know the power of the death scythe, you can't escape. However, Emperor Yan finally didn't care. The words of Emperor Yan finally fell, and the color of the world quickly disappeared. The silver chains intersecting several times blocked Thor's path. Thor silently looked at the chain that blocked her in front of him, the light flashed, and she became the Dragon Mother again. Thor shielded Ling Yun behind him, his eyes fixedly looking at the phantom of death behind Emperor Yan. "Father! I will never allow you to hurt Ling Yun." Emperor Yan's eyes slammed, and several chains protruded from the void. "What?" Thor screamed, and he was chained aside. "Stop it, my father!" Regardless of Thor's shout, Emperor Yan slowly raised the sickle in his hand. The phantom of death behind Emperor Yan also raised his head, and inside the dark cloak, a pair of red eyes opened in the abyss. It was synchronized with the movements of Emperor Yan, and he also picked up the sickle in his hand. "Ling Yun, run!" Facing Thor's scream, Ling Yun pressed his head, as if giving up resistance. "Marshal, shall we?" Chu Lan asked. "Hold on." The marshal stared at the phantom of death behind Emperor Yan. "The kingdom of death." With the arc, Emperor Yan waved it down without expression. "Winter is coming." At the moment of slashing, such a murmur came from the ear of Emperor Yan. "What?" The pupils of Emperor Yan suddenly shrank, and he looked at the death sickle that had been bounced away in his hand in disbelief. The ghost of death behind also disappeared quickly. "Ling Yun!" Thor also murmured in disbelief. Ling Yun raised his head, holding the ice sickle that popped the death sickle before. But the difference is that there are even traces of red on the sickle blade. "What have you done?" "Emperor Yan, do you know what winter looks like?" Ling Yun answered the question that was not asked. The words fell, the Hengshuang in his hand changed, and the white quickly covered from the sickle handle. The ice-blue sickle blade expands in a circle. A terrifying chill radiated from inside. Now in August, there is a heavy snowfall in the sky. "Hurry up, expand the barrier." The moment the marshal saw the ice-blue sickle, he looked terrified, shouted, and quickly disappeared into the distance. The other three were also taken aback, and quickly dispersed to three directions. A large array with a diameter of 100 meters shrouded here. The spreading ice was quickly stopped. Neither Emperor Yan nor Ling Yun had any doubts about this. They knew that they should have been discovered after fighting for so long, and this battlefield was the official battlefield prepared for them, and it was also a protective shield to protect the safety of the residents. "What have you done?" Emperor Yan looked at the sickle in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun smiled at the corner of his mouth, and gently stroked the sickle in his hand. "This name, Skadi of Skyfrost, is also the Scythe of God." When Emperor Yan finally paid attention to his surroundings, he realized that this place was already a world of ice and snow. In the white world, everything is silent. "My name is Jonan www.readaloud.com and I am a high school student who has just graduated. Because of the awakening of the most basic ability called gas application. Although I became an awakened one, I knew that with this talent alone, I could only drown in the vast sea of people. I met him when my life fell into a trough. He didn't have the awakening ability, so he left school after high school. He is the manager of the grocery store behind my house. I desperately want to exercise the ability, every time because of the improper control of the ability, the walls of my house are broken. And every time I can see the encouraging look of the store manager Ling Yun. Over time we became good friends. University is about to start, my abilities still haven't improved. Just when I was about to give up, Ling Yun changed me. I don't know what the reason is, the appearance of the shop has changed from the original grocery store to a jar specialty store. I opened a jar in it. I was held to try my mentality, but from it I came up with something that could change my life. Blood Awakening Potion. Before, Ling Yun told me that he is a superpower that can reverse the universe of the sun and the moon. At first, I didn't believe it. But I didn't know until today that everything he said is true. Jonan looked at the August flying snow outside in a daze. The figure holding the frost sickle, and the old man holding the red and black sickle. What happened today is so damned. A man came over and said that he wanted to accept him as a disciple, but now he has discovered the iron backer in the future. Nima, can I really be the protagonist? Do you have the old master and patrons? For a while, Jonan couldn't help being confused. Vol 2 Chapter 45, Wake Up, Owner of the Refrigerator. In the barrier, countless ice crystals spread around the barrier. White snowflakes fell from the sky. The inside presence an ice and snow world independent of mid-air is full of the beauty of death. Here, even the existence at the apex of the dragon race like Emperor Yan finally felt a bit of cold. Boy, what did you do? Took a deep breath, the Emperor Yan looked at the sickle in Ling Yun's hand, and there was a trace of solemnity and fear in the vertical pupil. It's nothing. I just found that ordinary weapons seem to have no effect on your sickle. Ling Yun changed the sickle from the right hand to the left hand, and dropped a fancy casually, then returned to the right hand and said with a relaxed expression. What are you talking about? The Emperor Yan's brows frowned severely. Can the artifact be upgraded? What international jokes are you making? The meaning is very simple, that is. Ling Yun's words were stagnant, looking at Tianchuang in his hand, a ghostly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Click. Under the comments of several people, a crack appeared on Ling Yun's body unexpectedly. With the sickle and the surrounding scene shattered like broken glass. It's cracked? No, the space is broken. The Emperor Yan was taken aback first, and then suddenly thought of something. He quickly turned his head and blocked the sickle in his hand diagonally above. As expected, the void shook for a while, and an ice-blue sickle pierced the space, driving the power of frost, and violently smashed the sickle handle of the death sickle. Under the shattered space, Ling Yun's figure was reflected. I can continue to beat you up. With the force of his right hand, Tianchuang instantly changed its direction. The huge ice sickle waved, and the raised sickle backhand hooked the sickle handle of the death sickle. A sharp mention. Not good. In the end of Emperor Yan's shocked gaze, he was thrown into the sky by Ling Yun along with the death scythe. Although a little caught off guard, Emperor Yan is worthy of being a strong man who has not known how many years he has lived, and he quickly reacted. The red magic erupted behind him, quickly stabilizing his figure. With the help of the force of falling, his legs glared fiercely, and he swooped down from the sky to Ling Yun with a red sickle. Ling Yun below waved the skyfrost fiercely, and the blue ice crystals on the sickle blade were shaken away. Ah! Chuckled lightly, and shot the final Emperor Yan who dived down. The sound of collision between heaven and earth is unnoticeable. The two of them are like violent wind sweeping fallen leaves, and each attack is either a space shattering, revealing a dark torrent. Either the space is frozen, stained with a blue frost. Does not have too many gorgeous skills, just a simple point-to-point collision. But every blow has the power to destroy a comet. One person, one dragon battle, and the few people who watched the battle were frightened. Every time they collide, they can clearly feel the vibration of the enchantment. As if as long as they want, this enchantment is like paper, easily crushed. Yang Chuan, the director of the Extraordinary Bureau of Yanghai City, came and took his adjutant with him. But when he watched the battle of the people inside through the barrier, he was also frightened. This Nima casually stabs Yanghai City and it's gone. Boy, what is the sickle in your hand? In mid-air, Emperor Yan became more and more frightened as he fought. The death scythe that had been with him for many years was vaguely suppressed. What's even more terrifying is that Ling Yun can actually get up to his speed. Dragons are powerful representatives. They are not only born with powerful magical powers, but also have unyielding bodies. Is the existence that stands at the fixed point of all things. But now, a small human being can actually keep up with the high-intensity battle of the dragon. This had to scare the final Emperor Yan. Didn't you tell me everything? It's just a promotion. Ling Yun smiled softly. The icy blue light flashed on the sickle. A huge icy blue shadow appeared behind Ling Yun. Dressed in light armor, holding the shadow of Skadi of Skyfrost slowly hovering behind Ling Yun. If anyone in the previous life saw this scene, they would shout, "What a big ice tower!" Damn! Looking at Ling Yun's moves, Emperor Yan finally yelled out of his unawareness of his heart. Isn't the true Nima a skill of Lao Tzu? Thor was also dumbfounded. Obscure moon streaming light. Blue night moon soul's special move. Ling Yun gave a soft drink, and synchronized with Rita's phantom, the sickle came to a fancy in his hand, and then he waved it towards the final Emperor Yan. The Kingdom of Death. The Emperor Yan also reacted quickly and shouted. Took the Phantom of Death and swung his sickle to face it. At the moment when the two sickles collided, the two phantoms over 50 meters long also collided together. In an instant, the world faded. The enchantment was shrouded in red and blue light, so that people outside can't see anything. After a long time, the light gradually disappeared. How is the situation? Chong Feng asked loudly. Detecting. Wait, what is this? What happened? Yang Chuan walked over quickly. The four of Sun Kai are still maintaining the barrier, so they are not together. The life reaction disappeared. The inspector murmured in disbelief. What? The rest of the people were shocked. What does it mean that life reaction disappears? Died? Dimensional shop. Ling Yun allows the shop to shield the outside world, independent of the void. He doesn't want to deal with those adults yet. I didn't expect my daughter to learn how to make tea. Emperor Yan looked shocked at Thor, who was wearing a maid costume and holding a plate and handing a glass of water to him. The expression seemed to have met his daughter for the first time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. It's not just that, I also learned how to cook and wash clothes. Thor said with his fingers as if showing off. You let my daughter work as a slave. The final Emperor Yan stood up and glared at Ling Yun. The nature of dragons is destined to not clean, so there are many slaves to make their lives exquisite. But now you listen, the boss of the dignified Chaos Camp, the daughter of Emperor Yan is here as a maid for someone else? Calm down. Ling Yun said he was calm. I'm such a big person, and I lose my temper like this. The Emperor Yan. My father, I like my life now. Thor said solemnly. The Emperor Yan looked at Thor, his eyes opened wide. Thor responded unwillingly. After a long time, Emperor Yan finally sighed. My stupid daughter. Emperor and Yan, do you want to open a jar? Suddenly, Ling Yun asked. No need. The Emperor Yan coldly snorted and stroked his hand towards the void. Wants to cut through the void and leave here. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the space. Okay. The Emperor Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then he swiped again, but the result remained the same. Finally Emperor Yan suddenly stopped believing in evil. One-handed is not good, just two hands. Quickly paddling with both hands. An old man frantically gestured to the air, but there was still no fluctuation in the space. This. Ling Yun and Thor looked at each other, facing each other. Sheila Z. Vol 2 Chapter 46, The Jar of Emperor Yan. After experiencing a brief mental retardation behavior, the final Emperor Yan was pulled back into his seat by Ling Yun. Ling Yun said solemnly, Youth, you are old. The Emperor Yan. So, in this jar, all the treasures in the heavens and worlds can be opened. Emperor Yan looked at the jar in front of him and said. Including my death sickle. Yes. Ling Yun nodded. The final Emperor Yan frowned. It's not that he doubts the authenticity of Ling Yun's words, but that this kind of thing is really too fantastic. Would you like a jar? Ling Yun showed a professional smile. Let's have one. The Emperor Yan pondered for a while and nodded. You can't jump to a conclusion about everything, try it first. Took the can, and finally Emperor Yan was very skillful in breaking it. Click. 2 green of light and 1 blue ball of light flew out of the jar. Catch a ball of light and finally Yandy is a pinch. Crystal gift pack, 100 crystals can be drawn out, and 280 crystals can be collected for one supply. Supply. The corner of Emperor Yan's mouth twitched, looking at the crystal treasure chest in his hand, silently placing it in the space of the black card. Next. Click. Another green ball of light shattered. The same treasure chest appeared in the hands of Emperor Yan. The Emperor Yan looked suspiciously at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, are you sure you are not playing with me? Ahem, everything depends on luck, I don't know what to prescribe. Ling Yun said with a fake cough. It's really not that he lied, and can you blame me for your bad luck? By the way, Thor sells purple items alone. The Emperor Yan. Daddy is not as good as the daughter series. Ling Yun patted the end of Emperor Yan on the shoulder, and comforted, but don't care too much. There is one last thing. How do you say blue is only this purple item? I think it shouldn't be too bad. After Ling Yun's persuasion, Emperor Yan finally put his gaze on the blue ball of light. Click. A card with a chain pattern fell beautifully from the air into the hands of Emperor Yan. The Law of the Sky, summon the Lock of the Sky for 1 minute, can only be used once a day. The Lock of the Sky. Feeling the message in his mind, Emperor Yan finally raised his doubts. But when he saw the introduction below, his expression changed. Tor also looked at his father curiously. What was it that made her father's look change drastically? You need to know that her father, Zhou Yandi, is already one of the existences at the apex of the world. A blue object can change his look? Noting Thor's puzzled gaze, Ling Yun started his side business and explained. The Lock of the Sky, the treasure of the legendary hero King Gilgamesh. The higher the divine nature of the target, the harder the treasure. It can be said to be one of the few armors for the gods. Simply put, you can temper the gods. Law God. Thor was taken aback, then his pupils shrank sharply. She already understands why her father's expression is so solemn. She herself came to this world when she was shot down by the gods. Naturally, she knew how powerful the gods were. But now, there is a weapon that can block the gods. As expected of Ling Yun, this powerful weapon can be sold casually. Thinking, I admired Ling Yun even more in my heart. At this time, Emperor Yan also reacted from shock, looked at Ling Yun and asked in disbelief, this, you really want to give it to me? Ling Yun smiled and nodded, since you drove it, it belongs to you naturally. This is one of the tenets of our shop. Although the Lock of the Sky is strong, it is also aimed at people with divine nature, and it is just an ordinary lock for creatures without divine nature. Ling Yun reminded. The Emperor Yan snorted, what other creatures besides the gods can hurt me? Ling Yun was taken aback, then suddenly smiled. Also, if it is someone else, it may be scared, but the leader of the Chaos Camp is in front of him, and his strength is even more terrifying. In his world, it is estimated that only gods can pose a threat to him. Said that, but Emperor Yan knew in his heart that if you use this chain, you must be able to kill with one blow. Otherwise, if the gods knew that there was something to deal with them in this world, the consequences would be unimaginable, and it would be more likely that all the gods would join forces. In the face of the threat of life, all grievances will no longer exist. I take back what I said before, you really are not easy. The Emperor Yan looked deeply at Ling Yun. Facing the end of Emperor Yan's sight, Ling Yun smiled slightly, I just want to be the owner of a kin shop. As long as no one else troubles me or hinders me from selling cans, the other basics have nothing to do with me. What about Thor's business? The Emperor Yan asked. Ling Yun opened his burgundy eyes, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, Sisi Bengbeo can jump in it, if you dare to do something to my Kanban girl, I won't let him go easily. I believe you have clearly felt it. Right. Was smiling, but it was like facing an abyssal beast. Ha ha ha, good. Thor, leave it to you and I can rest assured. At the end of Ling Yun's ridicule, Emperor Yan was not only not dissatisfied, but also very happy. After finishing speaking, he walked towards the shop door and opened the space channel. Tor, I hope it will be 3 people when I come back. Turned his head and said to Thor. Hey! Thor was stunned. Then it seemed to think of something flashing in his eyes, and his small face was full of energy and a smile. Yes. Thor's excited answer. There was a rare smile on the old face of Emperor Yan, but that smile looked a little crippled. Then stepped into the space channel. Ling Yun looked at the question mark on the door of the shop. What happened? Yazi who feels they are very happy. Ling Yun, it's late, I'll cook for you. Tor didn't wait for Ling Yun to ask questions, so he bounced toward the kitchen. The huge dragon tail swayed constantly behind him. Brings out the joy of the owner's heart. So what is the situation? Ling Yun walked to the chair behind the counter and sat down. Shook his head, forgetting this beforehand. Ling Yun took out the Skyfrost Scatty from the system space and placed it on the counter. Looking at this sickle exuding chill, Ling Yun couldn't help but show a smile. This is his first re-engraved artifact. Vol 2 Chapter 47, Group Chat Invitation. In a building. A young girl looked through the window at the aircraft flying around on the road outside. Why did the surrounding scenery change after she just slept? Where is this place? She is just a little white buried by learning. Has been submerged in the sea of books since childhood. Her parents firmly believe that she can become the of the sea and drown all obstacles in the sea as long as she completes the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulation of Huanggang exam papers. Could it be? I crossed it. The girl looked at the room around her in a completely different style from her previous life. Although she has never read a novel or chased a TV series, she still has a girlfriend. Every time my best friend will whisper the plot of some TV series or novels in her ears. So even if she doesn't understand, she has some simple understanding of the crossing. Ah! It hurts. Suddenly, the girl only felt a pain in her brain, and some unknown memories poured into her mind like a torrent. The pain caused her to pass out for a while. At the moment when she was in a coma, the door of the room was quickly pushed open, and a little girl sculpted in love from outside came in. Sister, sister, I'll come to you to play. Sister. But when she looked at her sister who had passed out on the ground, she walked over suspiciously. Zhang Linyuan, who fell on the ground, closed his eyes tightly and frowned, as if sitting in a nightmare. Zhang Linyuan, an excellent young girl in the 21st century, has been complained about as a gardener in the school because of the image of top students and well-behaved babies. But even she joined the army of the Traversers on her 18th birthday. Crossed over to the girl who had the same name as her. The girl's name is also Zhang Linyuan, but she suddenly died in her room because of excessive depression. As a result, Zhang Linyuan, who came through, took advantage of the loopholes. Countless memories flooded in. Accepting the memory that came in his mind, Zhang Linyuan was completely stunned. This world is not only different from the world she was in before, but also something called Reiki appeared. This is an era when humans set foot in the universe. When humans explored the universe, they met so-called aliens for the first time. From that moment, human beings knew that there were tens of thousands of races in this universe. After hundreds of thousands of years, mankind finally stood out among the 10,000 races and became the master of this universe. In this era, human beings have reached their peaks in both technology and practice system. Space battleships that wipe out the stars abound. Of course, technology is only one aspect. The most noble profession in the entire universe is the awakener. Everyone has an awakening factor in their bodies. The human race and the 10,000 races have formed an alliance to jointly establish major schools. The time set in high school will awaken the students with supernatural powers, and those who succeed in the awakening will become the awakeners respected by the people. After crossing, Zhang Linyuan faced a problem that most of the traversers had. She did not become the awakened. The reason why Zhang Linyuan died before was because he was too depressed because he did not become an awakened person. So depression can really kill people. A soft moan came from the girl's mouth. Wake up, Yuan Yuan is awake. After receiving the memory, Zhang Linyuan opened his eyes in a daze and heard excited and happy shouts. The one who caught the eye was a woman who looked like her 7 to 8. Ding! Dimensional group chat is helping you. At this moment, there was a voice in Zhang Linyuan's mind. Who? Surprised her suddenly. The woman in front of him looked at Zhang Linyuan in confusion. Yuan Yuan, what's the matter with you? I'm your mother. No. Nothing. As if thinking of the system necessary for the Traverser army mentioned by his best friend, Zhang Linyuan said quickly. Mom, I want to sleep a little longer. Yuan Yuan is tired, let's go first. A handsome middle-aged man whispered to the woman. Zhang Linyuan looked over. This is the father of this life. The man took away the worried woman. Zhang Linyuan closed his eyes and asked carefully in his heart according to the description of his former girlfriends. Are you, my golden finger? Ding! Dimensional group chat is for you. The cold voice sounded in Zhang Linyuan's mind. Group chat. When Zhang Linyuan was puzzled, a memory flooded into his mind. In an instant, everything about the dimensional group chat came into my mind. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Linyuan murmured in a daze, the heavens and the world, chat. What is this all about? Let her go to chat with some other people in the world? She is not familiar with herself, chatting with so many people, she always feels like a sheep enters the mouth of a wolf. In addition, he is a little white himself. I heard from my girlfriends that the people in the heavens and worlds are all big men who can destroy the world at every turn. I am a little white who is not even an awakened person, will be snooped completely. Is even thinking of those top powerhouses that my girlfriends said can kill people along the long river of time. That's even more terrifying. If you say something wrong, you will be wiped out. We'll definitely do it. For a while, Zhang Linyuan thought a lot in his little mind. Wu, what should I do? Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Is vividly interpreted in Zhang Linyuan's body. System. After knowing what Zhang Linyuan was thinking in his heart, the system suddenly became speechless. I'm drunk on a host like this. This brain supplement is not so powerful. www.readaloud.com ding. Ask the host to invite the first group friend. No. I don't want to. I want to live. Zhang Linyuan refused frantically. System. Ding. Do you want to invite group friends, Ling Yun? In the end, the system reluctantly selected a person for Zhang Linyuan. Ling Yun. Zhang Linyuan, who covered his head in the bed, poked his head out of the familiar name. I sank into the group chat and saw the familiar figure on the page. Zhang Linyuan's pupils lit up suddenly, as if grabbing the last straw. Invite. Invite. Dimensional shop. Ling Yun is gradually adding the ability to re-engrave from the death sickle to the robbery. Since the robbery has already taken shape, you need to be very careful if you want to add some abilities. If you fail to achieve it, it will explode. Some people will say why not just refactor and destroy it. Ling Yun just wanted to say, can this be the same? Can the weapon constructed for the first time in life be discarded so easily? Ling Yun's addition is 10 minutes. Hey, it's finally all right. After carving the last pattern, the scarlet pattern flashed past. Ling Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the rejuvenated robbery with satisfaction. Sure enough, the core of a rational law is good, and it is convenient to create whatever is lacking. Just as Ling Yun sighed, a system window popped up in his mind. Ding! Remind the host that you have received a message. Ling Yun. News? What the hell, you are a system, not a mobile phone or a computer. Vol 2 Chapter 48, Ling Yun, not easy. Where is the ad? block it for me. Ling Yun didn't even think about it, but his manipulation consciousness crossed out this message. His mind re-emerged on the robbery. The other side. Hey! After waiting for a long time, Zhang Linyuan looked at the above disapproval in a daze. Is it possible to rest? Zhang Linyuan comforted himself so much. Said and ordered another invitation. Dimensional shop. I wipe it. Hasn't it been blocked? Why are there any more? Looking at the window that popped up again, Ling Yun's violent temper came up. System, have you got a virus? Ding. Nothing. The system answered honestly. There is no virus, then why did you pop out of this window twice in a row? Ling Yun pointed to the pop-up window in front of him with a black face. This? Host, wait. The system responded quickly after a short silence, and then fell silent again. Ling Yun. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Ling Yun for joining the fantasy group chat. Ling Yun looked at being pulled into the dark interface with a black question mark face. Is this the answer you gave me by the system? Agreed directly to me? The other side. Go in, go in. Zhang Linyuan said excitedly. System, you're going to get rid of labor and capital. Ling Yun said angrily. Ding. Back to the host, this system is temporarily malfunctioning and needs 2 weeks of maintenance. Ling Yun looked at him with blind eyes. You pretend, you pretend? For a long time, after seeing the system's core pretending to be dead, Ling Yun sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's all here, let's see what it is. Ling Yun, anyone? After a message. A message came back immediately. The hard-working little gardener, well, are you really Ling Yun? Hey? Someone else would know me in other worlds. Ling Yun was surprised when he saw this news. Ling Yun, are you? The hard-working gardener, Zhongcheng Foreign Language Middle School, do you know Class 5 of Year 9? In an instant, Ling Yun's eyes cooled down. No, how could he not know, this is where he went to junior high school. But this is not a good thing for him now. Ling Yun, who are you? Zhang Linyuan on the other side took a deep breath when he saw Ling Yun's news. Just don't deny it. It seems 80% right. The hard-working gardener, well, I wonder if you are familiar with the name Zhang Linyuan. Ling Yun was taken aback. Zhang Linyuan? Isn't this the monitor of the 3rd year of junior high school? Wait, this ID. Ling Yun had a very absurd idea in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. Asked tentatively. Ling Yun, are you the squad leader? The hard-working gardener, ah. Thank God, I finally saw the people from my hometown. Ling Yun. It should be a long sigh of relief to see the situation on the other side. This is the fact. In a strange world, the feeling of being able to find fellow villagers is really amazing. Zhang Linyuan spoke directly in his voice, Ling Yun, I'm so happy to see you. I've crossed into a strange world inexplicably. This world is terrible, and it can destroy the planet at all times. I just watched TV, and the two of them were beaten in a duel between the glaciers. No more. My God! Is this still a human? More than that, I also awakened an inexplicable system called Fantasy Group Chat that allows me to chat with characters in various worlds. But how do I know the personalities of people in those worlds? If I say something wrong, it is very likely to be straightforward. Killed by the rest of the world, woo. Seemed to have found a window to talk, Zhang Lin kept talking about the anxiety and panic in his heart. Ling Yun. Listening to the familiar voice, Ling Yun couldn't help but wonder. Is this really the unsmiling squad leader in his previous life? Why is it a bit like a child or talkative? Ling Yun, squad leader, don't you read novels? The so-called, you will be settled, you think so much is actually useless. The hard-working gardener, I haven't read novels, but I have listened to short novels. Zhang Linyuan's best friend, the two grew up together, so they can be said to be their closest friends. Lingyun, it's really hard for you. It is indeed difficult for a Ziobai to travel through a modern and mysterious world. A scholar like Zhang Linyuan should be more appropriate to travel through in ancient times. What kind of paper, refined salt, or something? Hard-working gardener, by the way, I can't be an awakened in this world. I dropped out of high school after 3 years. Lingyun, this. Lingyun is a little confused. What's the matter with this familiar sense of sight? The hard-working gardener, listening to short stories, the system is a thing that can take the owner to fly. Can it let me survive in this world? Take a look, this is the pursuit of ordinary people. Unlike those protagonists who want to fight monsters and upgrade every second, they just want to survive. Lingyun didn't know what to say for a while. I have a system and want to live the life of an ordinary person. Is there no pursuit at all? For a long time, Lingyun sighed. Lingyun, hey, squad leader, it's not easy to see you, let me give you a life-saving thing. The group chat novel Lingyun has still read a little. Group chat system. To put it bluntly, it is to fool the people who join the group chat with their skills and let them send them to the host by means of red envelopes, and then the host relies on these skills or equipped with a system that pretends to be in the main world. Has a series of abilities like publishing tasks and opening space channels. But Zhang Linyuan is a noob, he doesn't even know the plot. How can you read www.yuyukanshu.com fool others? If you are fooled into opening the space channel of your own world, just wait for the cold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the red envelope presented by the group friend Lingyun. Red envelopes? But I don't need money. Zhang Linyuan was a little dazed, but out of curiosity he clicked. Suddenly, a light flashed. A red sword fell from the void. Fell on the quilt. This is... Looking at the red sword falling on the quilt, Zhang Linyuan's mind was clouded. Suddenly saw the attached note on the side, picked it up, read the words on it. Instructions for use. Tadao Jizo Yukin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the first red envelope, whether to open the novice gift package. The voice of the system followed. What? Ding! Do you want to open the novice gift package? The system repeats it helplessly, and you can see if other travelers see the novice gift package which is not very excited, open it quickly. What's the matter with the doubt on your face? Open it, it hurts. Talking too fast, biting his tongue. System. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of prepared Xiling fairy clothes, a space ring, and the water system ability awakened. Reward distribution. In an instant, Zhang Linyuan only felt a ray of light melted into his body. So comfortable. The warm light disappeared, and Zhang Linyuan looked at the water glass on the side, gently facing the void. Following the method in my mind, the water in the cup turned into a water snake and jumped into the air. Vol 2 Chapter 49, Use other people's systems to raise their own guests. Dimensional shop. Lingyun is still that blind eye. System, let's talk about your maintenance. Ding! The system refused to answer this question. Very good, then please answer why I was forced to join that fantasy group chat? I remember that I asked you to block it, which means definitely to refuse. Ding! Before answering this question, ask the host to answer a few questions about this system. Hey? I didn't expect the system would ask me questions one day, you said. Lingyun said with interest. Ding! Is Zhang Linyuan cute? Lingyun was taken aback, and subconsciously said, cute. But then he reacted. No, what question are you asking? Ding! Once a scumbag, do you envy and hate the scumbag? Lingyun narrowed his eyes. System, I warn you, You can eat rice but you can't talk nonsense. When did I become a scumbag? However, the system continues to ask questions. Host, you like Zhang Linyuan, right? No, don't talk nonsense. Ling Yun retorted. Ding. Please don't pretend the host. May I ask who will give a big sword comparable to a purple item to someone who has nothing to do with him? So, what do you want to say? The purpose of this system is not to let the host leave regrets. So after the communication between this system and the fantasy group chat system, it was decided to change the host to the administrator of the fantasy group chat. Exchange with it, the host needs to help the fantasy group chat improve group activity. Even activity level. Ling Yun sounded a little dazed. This is not the same as the group chat system I know. Isn't it how many people are invited and then upgraded? Soon, the system explained Ling Yun. Ding. Fantasy group chat needs to be upgraded through the corresponding activity value, and activity is naturally the top priority. Shock. The first system that requires chat and fart to upgrade. So in order to upgrade, that fantasy group chat sold Zhang Linyuan. Ling Yun said suddenly. Ding. That's right, although the fantasy group chat system is not as good as this system, it uses that little power to communicate to this system. After careful consideration, this system found that not only did not cause any harm to the host, but it was also okay. The most important thing for the first love is to imagine that the group chat system is a system for making friends. The host can use this platform to attract guests, so that they are no longer stuck on the door. After listening to the explanation of the system, Ling Yun complained, I think the previous ones are all imaginary, and the last one is your real thoughts. In order to prevent this from being a trap of the fantasy group chat system, this system has sealed the consciousness of the fantasy group chat system, leaving the most basic operating system. It can be said that everything in the fantasy group chat will be controlled by the system. Ding. Please, the host believes that this system will not harm the host, and things are profitable and harmless. It was said that it was a transaction. You sealed someone in the blink of an eye? Sure enough, you are still the garbage system that I am familiar with. Ling Yun rolled his eyes after listening. At the same time, I have another understanding of the power of my own unscrupulous system. System, it's not the awesome system, but it's too good to be in the same industry. Wait, you just said that this group chat is now our world. Ling Yun suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and asked quickly. Ding. Yes. Then you said, how about I pull the customers who have entered the store into this group? Let the people who have opened the jar in the store promote the jar in the group chat, and use the magical items in the jar to attract a steady stream of customers. What do you think? Ling Yun asked. Furthermore, according to the content of the group chat, there will be various missions or power UPS. When the time comes to kill any traverser, reincarnation, a large amount of points will be recorded on the black card. Wouldn't it be the use of someone else's house? Group chat to raise our own guests, and it is possible to get rewards after the event is completed. Carrying out the purpose of the stronger the leak, the more we earn, will we make a steady profit without losing it. In addition, the store will open a higher level in the later period. The cans will definitely require no less points, and there is no need to worry that regular customers won't be able to get points. Ling Yun said that his eyes are shining. These are full of points. System. The system was completely shocked by Ling Yun's thoughts. Can still play like this? It's a pity that you guys don't go to open a shop. Ding. Everything depends on the host. Very good, the system is very clear, just let it go. The sealed fantasy group chat system, oh, although I am not a human being, you two are real dogs. Hard-working gardener, Ling Yun, I have awakened the ability, it is water control, is this ability okay? Extraordinary Zio by Zhang Linyuan asks for advice online. Ling Yun, who was chatting with the system, heard the prompt tone, opened the group chat, and immediately became happy. Hey, System, don't tell me, this kind of feeling of being asked questions by a scholar is quite flavorful. Ding! That's not it. The system came out very proudly. Ling Yun immediately began typing. Ling Yun, it's quite a good ability. If you practice well, you can control the sea and use the tsunami to attack. The hard-working gardener, control the tsunami. Expression, shocked. Ling Yun, this is just the most basic ability. According to the levels you mentioned, it seems that there are constant stars and planetary stars. Each level must correspond to it. Wait until you have cultivated. At that level, it is not impossible for stars or planets to explode directly, or to find a barren planet and use your ability to control water to block the atmosphere, infuse water, and make it the next planet that breeds creatures. Hard-working gardener, 0.0 stunned. Zhang Linyuan was stupid. Is it so awesome? Is this kind of fantasy thing really something humans can do? If she knows that what Ling Yun is talking about is only one of the smallest points, she doesn't know what kind of expression it is. Zhang Linyuan patted his tender face, regained his senses, and whispered, No, no, Zhang Linyuan, wake up, this is no longer the earth you are on. This is the legendary world of cultivation. Destroy the sky. The earth is all very easy things. You must quickly adapt to these things. The natural disasters on the earth are nothing more than easy things in this world. You must quickly adjust your thinking. Come and let me see what the newbie gift packs give me. Xiling fairy clothes, legendary top fairy clothes from the cultivation continent. You can change the style at will according to your own preferences. All attack damage below the Ganges realm is halved. Space ring, storage ring coming from the fantasy plane, containing 10 cubic meters of independent space. Zhang Linyuan cut a picture of these two introductions and sent them to Ling Yun. www.readaloud.com. The hard-working gardener, Ling Yun, you can see if these two things are good. Can you save your life? Ling Yun. Ling Yun received the two pictures with a dazed expression. I'll go, girl, please have a snack. Is the whole card exposed to others like this? But when he saw the news behind Zhang Linyuan, he suddenly smiled. Poor child, my wish is very simple, I just want to live. Ling Yun, just send me this kind of stuff, don't show it again when someone joins the group chat. The hard-working gardener, oh, hi. Ling Yun, why did you become an administrator? Ling Yun, it is probably approved by your system, but it's a bit uncomfortable to look at me with this green and green color. The hard-working gardener. The hard-working gardener, those who can do more, who makes you the administrator. Typed on his hand to comfort, but Zhang Linyuan, who was outside the system, had already covered his mouth, and smiled tremblingly. As an earthling, she certainly knows the meaning of green. There are also some sighs at the same time. In this strange world, she unexpectedly found a feeling of home in Ling Yun. Ling Yun, okay, back to the topic, you can understand the space ring as a mustard. There is a space of 10 cubic meters in it. You can put clothes, weapons, etc. in it. Wow, so convenient. The purple Ling fairy clothes, you just wear them, don't take them off at ordinary times. Yeah, I got it. As soon as they finished chatting, a reminder sounded in their ears. Ding! A new group member joins the fantasy group chat. Vol 2 Chapter 50, Kiyo Take. In a valley. The girl leaned against the mountain wall. Looking at the waterfall in front of her, her eyes are blank and the corners of her eyes are red and swollen. You can know that she has cried a lot before. This is the place where girls usually like to come, and it's also the first day I met it. That day, a little girl playing outside met an injured golden eagle cub on the lawn. The little girl felt pity upon seeing her, and took the golden eagle cub back to take care of her and named her Xiao Tiao. In the huge sect, because she is a disciple of the palace lord, no one dared to get close and talk with her. Countless disciples respect and admire her, but they don't know that she is also a teenager. She longs for friends, but every time she talks with people, they look terrified. Especially after becoming the lord of the young palace, although everyone is expected to return, he is even more lonely. A teenage girl can only find the warmth of her friends in Xiaochu. When you are happy, it will accompany you to dance with you. When it is sad, it will touch your head with the golden wings to comfort you. It can be said that Xiaochu is completely equivalent to the little girl's closest creature besides the palace lord. Has a master who loves her, and has the most intimate friends. The little girl originally thought that everything would go on like this, but today, everything has changed. My name is King Kingzu, and I am the young master of the 9 heavens taking palace, one of the 8 sects of the eastern profound region, but today, my best friend Xiaochu died, because the maid's negligence caused the little beast to break into the bedroom and kill Xiaochu. But I don't have the slightest ability to avenge it. If I can, I really want to kill those 2 negligent maids to avenge Xiaochu. But I can't. As the young palace master, she can't kill 2 people just for an ordinary little beast cub that can't even be counted as a monster. In the end, in order to maintain the prestige of the young palace master, she also regarded Xiaoqiu as a stubborn, ordering the maid to clean and throw it away. Everything must be considered first with regard to sections. I thought of the teacher's teaching in my mind. Master Ming Ming's orders are everything. Why do you want to cry? Ayashitake looked at the waterfall ahead blankly. Rainbow rises from the pool. Clear tears also slipped from the corners of her eyes. Listening to the chirping birds around, the little girl slowly closed her eyes. I really envy you, you can live for yourself. Ding! Fantasy group chat invites you to join. Who? The sudden voice in her mind made Qing Qingzhu open her eyes instantly and watched her surroundings vigilantly. Ling Yun, there are new people joining so soon. The hard-working gardener, Ling Yun, what should I do? Could it be a demon that destroys the world? If we figure out our details, will it kill us across the world? Ling Yun, no one has come in now, you ask me how I know. Maiden, you think too much. How could those big guys take the time to deal with you? Seriously, Ling Yun was quite curious, what kind of cognition the little guy had instilled in Zhang Linyuan. Ling Yun, calm down, don't worry, you have to know that you are the master, puppet, in this group chat. Ding! Xiaoqiao join the group chat. Little tweet? Why don't you call Xiaoji asterisk? Ling Yun vomited. Who are you? Why did it appear in my mind? Is it the spy sent by the demon region to investigate the information of the eastern profound region? The hard-working gardener, hey, Yukai? Yukai? Well, can you let me take a look at the monsters? I have never seen a real monster. Ayakayoshi looked at the information that appeared in his mind with a dazed expression. This person, isn't the monster beast in every region? Also has this name, so I can't talk about it. Don't be sloppy with me, I will report everything that happened to the palace lord. Let her tell the other 7 sects of the eastern profound realm to prevent the invasion of the demon realm. Ling Yun, boy, you haven't passed 16 this year, and don't you have no friends? Xiaoling Kingzhu was stunned, how did he know? How do you know? The hard-working gardener, is there a child on the other side? Ling Yun, my child, you are too tender. The world is sinister, so don't pretend to be forced. Pretend to be forced? What is that? Ling Yun, as soon as you join the group, you will say that we are spies in the demon domain. If I were you, I would not do that. Instead, I would go inside and secretly ask for information and purpose. You will directly say that we are spies in the demon domain. No one knows that it has been exposed. Ling Yun, and if I really are a spy from the demon territory, I will directly withdraw from the eastern profound territory that you are talking about. Then your palace lord will not find me if he finds himself dead, which means that you let the enemy go away with your own hands. This, how did you know that I am a child? Ling Yun, my child, are you stupid? Are normal people so arrogant? You have been used to it since you were a child. Xiaoling Kingzhuo almost cried. Why is this person like this? He just opened his mouth without even seeing him. The young palace master of the 9 heavens taking palace, has never been so wronged. Zhang Linyuan sent a private message to Ling Yun. The hard-working gardener, well, it's almost all right, I'm still a child. Ling Yun. Am I doing this for you? When you encounter a problem, it's over. In the group chat system, you can see who draws the big pie, and whoever fudges is more powerful. Do you know you will suffer like this? But since the other party said so, you can't be a licking dog. Ling Yun, go ahead, whatever you want. Go to the main group. Ling Yun, what is your kid's name? I am a girl. King Kingzhua pursed his mouth. www.readaloud.com. Ling Yun was taken aback. Girl? Is it Xiao Jiao? Xiaoju is still a success, but the name Xiaoju is easy to misunderstand. Damn! If you miscalculated, you would not be confused if you knew it. But Ling Yun quickly threw this idea out. Ling Yun, these are not important. Do you want to open a jar? Dimension Store will serve you wholeheartedly. Hard-working gardener, Ling Yun, have you opened a shop? Ling Yun, I'm so boring, I opened a shop for fun, but it's a pity that sales are bleak. So far, only 7 people from around the world have come to open a kin. 7 worlds? There is a sentence I want to ask, since you are not from the demon domain, where is this place? Ling Yun, you can explain. The hard-working gardener, this is a fantasy group chat, which is simply a place for people from all over the world to communicate with each other. You mean, other planes? Ayakayoshi is small, but he still knows a little bit about planes. For example, the legendary Fuzu came from other planes. The hard-working gardener, plane? What is that? She can still understand the world, but she doesn't quite understand the words used in fantasy novels like plane. Ling Yun, you can treat it as a small world. Many planes can form a world. If you want to learn more about this group, you can click on the group avatar. Hearing Ling Yun's words, Qing Kingzhou curiously clicked on the group portrait. The next moment, countless pictures changed her face. She came up with a shocking fact. The heavens and the world? Her world is just one of them. Vol 2 Chapter 51, Ayakayoshi, please help Xiaokaiu. The hard-working gardener, do you sell jars? Or is there something in this jar? Ling Yun, hey? I almost forgot if you didn't tell me, would you like to send a jar? Zhang Linyuan on the other side looked at Ling Yun's message dubiously. Is this being promoted? Ling Yun, the shop I opened is called the Dimensional Shop. All the items in the heavens and the world can be opened from the jar. The hard-working gardener, there are nuclear bombs too. Ling Yun, only you can't think of it, and you can't drive without you. Before, a man named Xia Yuan drove out Kakiti. The hard-working gardener, Kek Emperor, what is that? Ling Yun, forget that you are Xiaobai. Simply put, it is something that can resurrect creatures. Xia Yuan, who used the Emperor Keek, resurrected his cremated daughter who had been dead for 2 years. Ayakayoshi, who was peeking into the screen, was shocked. Resurrection. Faintly caught the light of hope. The hard-working gardener, how is this possible? Can a person who is still 2 years old after cremation be resurrected? What kind of artifact is Kadai at this moment? Ling Yun, the artifact is hard to say. At first, it was just an ordinary ability to recover from injuries, but after it was strengthened by the rules, it had this ability against the sky. The hard-working gardener, there should be restrictions, after all, things like resurrecting people are too much. Ling Yun, what is the resurrection? This kind of thing is every day in the fantasy world, a little bit of cultivation will leave some back. As far as I know, it is in the profound sky continent. Yes, it is the profound sky continent. The 8 ancient masters inside, among them, the Ice Master and the Master of Life and Death played with the reincarnation seal. Profound sky continent. King Kingzu's face was blank. Isn't this the continent she is in? But what are the 8 ancient masters? She does know a little about the seal of reincarnation, but it is extremely difficult to break through the reincarnation realm. Even the palace lord of her master 9 heavens taking palace is nothing more than a mirror. Ling Yun, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Oh, nothing, it's Ling Yun. Ling Yun, hey. Is the thing that can revive people real? Ling Yun, it's true, I never make a joke about the reputation of the shop. I still have a video here, can you see it? Hardworking gardener, okay, let me see what Ling Yun your world is like. Ling Yun, it's nothing, it's almost the same as the earth, but it's also a real world. Ding! The administrator Ling Yun uploaded a video. Ayaka Yoji and 2 of them quickly downloaded it. Soon, they saw a middle-aged uncle in the picture, buckling a bullet into the gun, and the bullet shot turned into a huge retro clock. At that moment, it seemed that everything was going backwards. As the hands on the clock turned crazily, the model of a little girl gradually condensed. The video didn't end until Xiaoran resurrected and yelled out the word father. The hard-working gardener, so strong. Zhang Linyuan has one more understanding of Ling Yun's power, and at the same time he clearly knows what terrifying background the world he is in has. Ayaka Yoji on the other side was excited and speechless. Really, it can be resurrected. Typing quickly immediately. Such items should be expensive. Ling Yun, alright, Xia Yuan spent 1,000 points when he smoked, but I think he should have used up all his European energy, ha ha ha. European gas. Ling Yun, you don't need to care about this. Oh, then I don't know how to get this point. Ling Yun, simple, just kill monsters. Every time you kill a monster, you will get corresponding points. At the same time, everyone will carry the origin of the world more or less, which can also be converted into points. Can you give me a test then? Ling Yun, sorry, our store does not support online can opening for the time being. You can open cans only inside the store. Then how can I go to your store? King Kingzhou couldn't wait to ask. Ling Yun, I said in advance, this can be opened completely by luck. I don't have the final say on what can be opened. I can only say that there is a certain chance of opening what you want. Isn't it certain? King Kingzhu's little face was a little disappointed. But then he recovered. What if that happens? I will try whenever I get the chance. Ayaka Yoshite got up from the ground. I want to try. Ling Yun, okay, send me the coordinates, and then help you open the channel. Okay. Just can you wait? I have one more thing to do. Get out. Get out. Qing Kingzhou pushed away all the people who stood in the way, and even used Yuan Li to push the disciples away. The whole person quickly ran towards his bedroom. Hey, young palace master, be careful. The disciples back and forth couldn't believe it and looked at the prudent and dignified young palace master who had such an urgent side. Came to the bedroom, looked at the maids who were cleaning, and then looked at the ground. Young palace master. Where is Xiao Jiao? The maids were taken aback. I ask you a little tweet. Seeing that Qing Kingzhou was so anxious, a maid quickly walked out and said, Young palace master, Xiao Qiu was sent to the back garden for burial. Knowing the location, Qing Kingzhou quickly ran out of the bedroom towards the back garden, leaving behind the bewildered maids. The backyard of the 9 heavens taking palace. King Kingzhou came and saw a court lady put a golden bird into a pit dug in the ground. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. King Kingzhu saw this and shouted, "Stop!" The palace lady was taken aback by this sound. Young palace master turned his head and looked at Ayakayoshi, who was running in disbelief. At this moment, the palace lord, who had been informed by the maid, also came to the back garden, just to see the scene of Ayakayoshi taking Xiao Chu from the hand of the maid. "King Zhu, do you know what you are doing? Put it down." As the young palace lord, how can I disregard the face of the 9 heavens taking palace for a brute? Now, put it down and go back with me," the palace lord said solemnly. Apparently, she was annoyed by Ayakayoshi's willfulness. However, King Kingzhu did not do what she thought, instead holding Xiao Chu and bowing to the palace lord. "Sorry, master, I can listen to you all else, but Xiao Chu is my best friend, so, this time I can't listen to you anymore. Take me away." "Ling Yun, hey, don't talk like an elopement, okay?" The moment he raised his head, there was a firmness in his clear eyes that the palace master had never seen before. "What?" The palace lord was obviously confused by Ayakayoshi's sudden resistance. However, before the palace lord could react, a dark space opened behind Ayakayoshi take. The chaotic and terrifying power suddenly shrank the palace lord's pupils. The next moment, the black hole moved forward and swallowed Kingzhu in. "Kingzhu!" The palace lord swiftly swept forward, but there was no clear bamboo in the same place. The other disciples looked at the palace lord, who was standing alone among the flowers, and looked at each other. Vol 2 Chapter 52, Guess What's Inside? In the dark space, Ayakayoshi looked at the bright door ahead, and ran towards it without hesitation. Click! Opened the door, Ayakayoshi saw a painting style completely different from her world. The people here are actually three-dimensional. Cough, joking. As soon as she opened the door, she felt a cool rush on her face. As if the whole body and mind were relaxed under the comfort of this cool breeze. Actually, it's just pure air conditioning. Halfway through the enjoyment, Ayashitake suddenly remembered his purpose, and quickly walked towards the counter. But before she got there, she felt a gust of wind blowing and her petite body was picked up. "Wow, what a cute little girl!" Tor looked at Ayakayoshi in his arms with amazement. Suddenly, his playfulness soared, and he reached out and poked, full of flexibility. This white and tender skin, big clear eyes, wow, is it about to be turned over by cuteness? So soft. For a moment, Thor directly pressed his face and started rubbing it up. "Let go! Let go!" Ayakayoshi, who was hugged, only felt the blood surge, and her delicate face flushed slightly. Two small hands kept pushing Thor's hand, but how could the strength of the dragon be something that King Kingzhu in the primitive realm could resist? Ayakayoshi, who lives in the palace all the year round, felt the threat of suffocation for the first time. "Okay, Thor, let go, I guess it will be suffocated to be held by you again." At this moment, Ling Yun walked out of the kitchen and said helplessly when he saw this scene. Thor, who heard Ling Yun's words, immediately placed Ling Kingzhu on the ground, and he stood behind Ling Yun obediently, looking like a good baby. "You're Xiao Jiao, right?" At the moment when he saw King Kingzhu, Ling Yun was also amazed for a while. With a soft face, big eyes that are as clear as water, and a light pigmented skirt, 3,000 green silks fall to the waist. It is not difficult to see that in the future, she will definitely be a peerless beauty who will harm the country and the people. "It's really cute," Ling Yun praised. "Okay, let's not say much, you hold this card, it can detect how many points you have." King Kingzhu quickly took the card. In an instant, the number of 600 appeared on the black card. "I rely on 600. Ling Yun received the card, his eyes protruding, and he looked at the little girl in disbelief. "A little kid, you tell me you have 600 points? Is this Nima one of the protagonists in the world, or is she in a big world?" Is it enough to smoke the jar? Qing Qingzu said timidly, twisting the skirt with both hands. Now she is not an icy fairy for later generations, but a helpless little girl who has just lost her friend. Now you can open 6 cans, of course, there is no guarantee mechanism. I know. Ayakayoshi said firmly. This kind of thing had already been understood the moment she touched the black card. Now that you have decided, let's start. Ling Yun deducted 600 points and handed the black card to Qing Qingzu. Qinjui 600. Walked to the counter, Ling Yun waved his hand lightly, and 6 unpretentious jars appeared on the counter. Say it in advance, everything in the jar depends on personal luck. Ayakayoshi nodded, holding a jar with both hands and throwing it to the ground. 2 white and 1 green. Come again. Qing Qingzu's teeth bit his lip and said. 1 white and 2 green. Come again. Come again. After 5 times, Ayakatake looked desperately at the last jar on the counter. Ahem, I forgot to tell you, our jars prefer thick and thin hair and accumulate energy, so it's normal that you can't produce good things in the front. After all, you are not the European emperor. Throughout the history of opening the jar, Ling Yun discovered that the jar in front may not be good, but it can definitely produce good things at the last moment, of course, except for non-chiefs. Really? Qing Qingzu looked at Ling Yun with bloodshot and tearful eyes. At this look, Ling Yun's heart hurts. Oh, how can it be so cute? By the way, Xiao Tweet, what's your real name? Ling Yun asked, starting with the tea that Thor made for him. Ayakayoshi take. Oh. Ling Yun took a sip indifferently. However, the next moment. Puff. The tea in Ling Yun's mouth was sprayed out, drenching the jar in front of him. Quickly put down the cup, wiped his mouth a few times, and looked at the puzzled Ayakayoshi in shock, and asked with some uncertainty, You, what did you just say your name? Ayakayoshi take, is there any problem? Ayakayoshi asked in a puzzled way. Question? The problem is big, alright. I go. My favorite goddess in junior high school was in front of me, but I didn't recognize it for a long time. Xiao Tweet, Eastern Profound Domain, Profound Sky Continent, I should have thought of it long ago. Ling Yun whispered. Ayakayoshi take, from the novel Martial Universe is one of the heroines in it. The first time Ling Yun saw the comics in his last life was Martial Universe. The exquisite style of painting made Ling Yun's young mind ready to move. During Ling Yun's bewilderment, Xiao Ling Qingzu had already smashed the last jar. The next moment, her eyes closed tightly, her hands clasped together, and she prayed silently. 3 light balls, 2 white and 1 blue, flew out of the jar. Almighty analysis card, you can easily analyze all the properties of creatures. This is... Ling Yun was taken aback after seeing the card. Reached out and took it. Then the color of thinking appeared on his face. At this moment, Qing Qingzu has opened his eyes, seeing the blue ball of light, his small face is full of despair. No. Is it open? Seeing Qing Qingzu like this, Ling Yun stretched out his hand to comfortably touch Qing Qingzu's head, but the latter did not move at all, as if he was stupid. Ling Yun is very clear that although hope and despair are only a word, they can easily crush people. Especially when I gave a little hope in despair, but found that this hope is still endless despair. Big ups and downs can make people's heart collapse instantly. Looked at the Kyunkan bag on Ling Qingzu's waist, and the red light radiated from the Kyunkan bag. In an instant, the universe bag broke away from Ling Qingzu's waist and flew into Ling Yun's hands. What do you want to do? Give Xiao Tiao back to me. At this time, Ayakayoshi also reacted. You reading www.yukansha.com. Wait, don't be so anxious. Held Xiao Qingzu's head with one hand, the height difference allowed her how hard she tried, and she couldn't reach Ling Yun's hand no matter how she jumped. In the anxious gaze of Qing Qingzu, Ling Yun opened the Kyunkan bag, took out the golden bird in it, and placed it on the counter. Small tweet. If you want it to be resurrected, please don't speak quietly. As soon as Ling Yun said this, Ayakayoshi took off immediately. Instead, he looked at Ling Yun a little sluggishly. What did he just say? Ling Yun took out the almighty analysis card that Ayakayoshi had drawn out earlier. Was placed in the sky above Xiao Chu. The next moment, a ray of light flew out of the card and scanned Xiao Chu in, then the card turned into a ray and flew into Ling Yun's mind. So that's how it is. This card not only clearly records Xiao Chu's information, but also engraves his memory and personality. In other words, after reconstruction, does it mean resurrection? After receiving this answer, Ling Yun not only shook his head and laughed. Are all resurrection, but the method is slightly different. Immediately stopped hesitating. Xiao Qingzu is still watching eagerly. Stretched out his hand, the core of the Li Jie flashed, and the blue brilliance lit up in Ling Yun's palm. The two blue light wheels revolved in Ling Yun's hands. The light blue stars around it gradually converge from the void. So beautiful! Ayakayoshi's clear eyes were filled with light. For a long time, Ling Yun held each other with both hands. Waiting until the blue light wheel disappeared, he squatted in front of her in Ayashitake's curious gaze. Guess what's inside? Vol 2 Chapter 53, Thrilling Emergence. Ayakayoshi Take, 0.0. Force. The blue light gleamed in Ling Yun's half-handed palm. Qing Qingzhou can't see what Ling Yun has in her palm, but the girl's sixth sense tells her that this must be what she hopes most now. Give me, give me. Xiao Qingzhou jumped up, grabbed Ling Yun's hand, and said with a milky voice. Immediately, Ling Yun stopped teasing Aya Qingzhou. Dang dang dang, is your favorite bird? Ling Yun smiled with his open hands, a golden bird head drilled out, and there was a phoenix-like bird crown on his head. System, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence. Little tweet. Qing Qingzhou happily looked at the golden bird in Ling Yun's palm. Tweet. Tweet, tweet. The little guy was very happy after seeing Ayashitake. Fluttering with small wings, quickly flew towards Ayakayoshi Take. Maybe due to the remodeling, my body is a little uncomfortable, and I stumbled a bit during the flight. Seeing this, Qing Qingzhou quickly reached out his hand and hugged Xiao Chu into his arms. The moment I saw my good friend again, my slightly cool heart was completely melted, my little face rubbed this little hairy side face, and happy tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Feeling a little wet on his head, Xiao Chu raised his head curiously, and gently rubbed his master's face. Seems to be comforting. This scene made Ling Yun smack. Fortunately, I also have pets. Ling Yun hugged Thor and gently stroked her head. Thor shook his head happily. Is still an old problem, the horns are a bit resting on the neck. But it's cute. After a short recollection, Ayakayoshi wiped away tears. But the corners of my eyes are still red and swollen. Stop crying. Ling Yun raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly. In fact, he just took a lot of photos while Ayakayoshi was crying. Judging from the plot and Ayakayoshi's character, I shouldn't cry anymore. It's better to save this kind of dark history early. Hey! Hearing Ling Yun's words, Ling Qingzhou blushed, slightly embarrassed. Ling Yun shook his head. I have bound your pet to the black card for you, so let's put it in the black card space in the future. Aya Qingzhou, who was still a little embarrassed, was taken aback, staring at Ling Yun blankly. Apart from the palace lord, he was the first person to treat himself so well since he was young. Thank you, Mr. Ling Yun. A 90-degree bow, this is the biggest way Ayakayoshi can think of thanks. The little bird on the head of Ayakatake also lowered down with Ayakatake. It's all right, let's get up. Have you eaten? After helped Qing Qingzhou up, Ling Yun asked suddenly. Goo. It's okay not to say that, I feel embarrassed when I say Qingzhou. She is in the earth element realm now, she hasn't reached the realm that can open up grains, so she still needs to eat. Was tied to Xiao Qiu's body before, causing her to have not eaten yet. Okay, go wash your hands, come over and eat. Ling Yun smiled and went to the kitchen to serve food. Thor naturally followed behind. On the table, King Kingzul looked at Ling Yun curiously. He has never seen such a magical man. The impenetrable cultivation base, the magical pot shop, and the group chat that can be communicated in the mind. Children are very receptive to new things, but they are also full of endless curiosity. So she wanted to know everything, but the cultivation of the Nine Heavens taking palace let her know that she would be disrespectful and even annoying if she inquired at will. So I can only discover the mystery through the look. Is there anything on my face? Ling Yun asked, turning his head. I was watched by Qing Kingzi for a long time, how could I not feel it? No. Nothing was discovered. Qing Kingzi blushed, quickly lowered his face, and climbed up the rice in the bowl. Ling Yun looked at Thor suspiciously. Hey! Thor looked at Ling Yun with a smirk. Xiao Chu, who was eating rice on the side, yelled twice happily. Mr. Ling Yun, Xiao Qi and I will leave first. Well, okay, if you can, I still call my brother, my husband always feels like being called old. Then. Brother Ling Yun. King Kingzhu smiled sweetly, everything faded. After speaking, he opened the door and left. As expected of the martial heroine, she has been like this when she was a child, and she can grow up. Ling Yun secretly smacked. Ling Yun, didn't you say that the things opened in the store can only be used by the people who open it, and others can't use it? Thor asked. How can this be taken seriously? In case someone pulls something out of the shop to deal with me and you backhand, what should I do? There is always some guarantee mechanism. Ling Yun said. Yes. Thor nodded. Profound Sky Continent. East Profound Domain 9 Heavens Taking Palace. The outline of a gate appeared in the garden. The female disciple guarding here was taken aback when she saw this scene, but then she was shocked when she saw the figure walking out of the door. Quick! Go and notify the palace lord, the young palace lord is back. A female disciple quickly ran towards the palace where the lord was. King Kingzhu didn't go anywhere, standing still, staring at the door behind him disappearing. Soon, the palace lord came here with a group of elders from the Nine Heavens Taking Palace. The moment entered the eyes, the palace lord's pupil shrank. Looked at the golden bird chirping on Ayakate's head in disbelief. How is it possible that ordinary little beasts that are not even monsters can be resurrected? Master! After seeing the visitor, Qing Kingzhu bowed respectfully. Kingzhu, where have you been before? After a quick return, the palace lord looked at King Kingzhu and asked, his tone full of worry. King Kingzhu is her only disciple after all, and she has been cultivating King Kingzhu as her daughter and the future palace owner of the Nine Heavens Taking Palace. I'm sorry, Master, Tuer left the Nine Heavens Taking Palace without authorization, and is willing to be punished. Qing Kingzhu said, neither humble nor overbearing. Ayakayoshi take, do you know what the black hole that took you away before is? The palace lord hadn't spoken yet, an elder on the side spoke. The palace lord frowned, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. I don't know. Qing Kingzhu frowned, not knowing what he wanted to say. Very good, then let me tell you, it is a strange monster. I believe the palace lord also feels the dark and abyss-like power in the black hole. Ayakayoshi can leave the palace without hiding from the guardian formation and come back without any signs. I seriously suspect that Ayakayoshi is a spy sent by an alien to the Nine Heavens Taking Palace. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar around him. Different demon? Isn't that the demon who invaded the profound sky continent in ancient times? How could it have something to do with the young palace master? The young palace master is a strange demon? How can it be possible? Don't worry, www.readaloud.com. Listen to what the 5 elders say. Different demons. It was a species that invaded the profound sky continent in ancient times, but in the end it was sealed because of the ancient 8 lords and Fuzu, but there were still many fish that slipped through the net. 5th elders. Please pay attention to your words. King Zhu was brought by me since I was young, and you told me that she is a strange demon. Is it possible that I am also a strange demon? The palace lord looked at the 5th elder who had just spoken very badly. Is it right? You will know if you try it. The 5th elder laughed, and reached out to Ayakayoshi. Take. What? The rest of them were taken aback. Obviously they didn't expect the 5th elders to make a sudden move. Ayakayoshi was also taken aback. But at this moment, a chaotic ball of light flew out of Ayakayoshi's chest, and bounced away the 5 elders' protruding hands. The chaotic ball of light hovered in the sky, blooming with scarlet light. It was just a moment, everyone present felt their bodies sink, as if they were carrying a big mountain. The violent wind blows Ayakia Shitake's bangs, and countless petals fly up, forming a scene of the goddess' scattered flowers. Star of Eden, 0 rated power. Suddenly, a solemn voice sounded. What? A scream sounded like a black hole instantly formed in front of the 5 elders. The powerful suction and strangulation power did not give the so-called 5 elders a chance to swallow it. However, before the body of the 5th elder was completely swallowed, a wisp of red and black demon energy quickly drilled out of the body of the 5th elder, trying to break through the void and escape. That's a different demon. The moment the palace lord saw the devilish energy, his pupils shrank sharply. Vol 2 Chapter 54, Are you teaching me to do things? The red quasi-black hole is suspended in the air, and countless petals and branches are turned into spirals and are generally sucked in. However, in front of the black hole, a ray of magic energy has not been sucked in. Is doing the last negative stubborn resistance. This is the of life in the profound realm. The palace lord looked at the Star of Eden glowing in the sky in disbelief. Oh my God, at a young age, there are artifacts to recognize the Lord. You deserve to be the young palace master. A group of elders in the profound realm of life and death looked at each other. Is the Star of Eden touched? Ling Yun in the dimension shop opened his eyes. Alien demon? What a familiar name. Ling Yun sighed with the message sent through the black card. Damn it! Obviously only a little bit. But how can you have such a fetish in a small earth realm? The wisp of magic in the sky growled unwillingly. He is also in the profound realm of life, but he is a Xiaocheng in the profound realm of life, and he is a little bit behind the Star of Eden. I am irritating, do you dare to move my group members? Star of Eden, maximum power. The previous voice sounded again, this time everyone noticed it. The voice came from Aya Shitake. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but wonder what Aya King Zhu encountered while leaving the 9-day taking palace. Although his strength has not increased, he has a powerful fetish. God fetishes can be met and unquestionable, and some people will never see what a fetish looks like for a lifetime. Spare me. Senior, spare my life. The devil in the sky was shocked when he heard this voice. Madly begged for mercy. He is a human who ate the demon species by mistake. In order to gain power, he swallowed the magic seed. For many years, the magic seed took root in his body. While gaining power, he himself was also controlled by the strange monster hidden in the dark. Oh? Then tell me what is your value? The voice sounded again, and Qing Kingzhu took a moment to take out the black card from Ling Yun from the Qunkan bag. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from the black card. A red core is quietly suspended between the sky and the earth. Does the senior come from outside the territory? That demon Chi asked tentatively. Yes, I do come from other worlds. The speaker was not mindful, and the listener was mindful. After hearing that Ling Yun was coming from outside the domain, his expression was a little wary. You know, the strange monsters back then also came from other worlds. Since we are also from outside the territory, why didn't the seniors help us open the seal of the space crack and let our emperor enter this world? At that time, my emperor will only take one thing: how does this world belong to you? In an instant, the voice in the devil's energy changed, and it was clear that the consciousness of the 5 elders had been controlled by the alien demon through the demon seed. The reason why the 5 elders will act is entirely because the alien monsters have seen the black hole that took Ayashitake away. They felt that the black hole that took Ayashitake away had the ability to break through the world's barriers. And if it gains that kind of power, the alien demons can use this to bypass the space crack set by Fuzu and descend into this world. Alien Demon King can also break the seal. But it turns out that their actions were a little too anxious. Are you teaching me to do things? The red gem throbbed and turned into a young man sitting cross-legged in the void, with one hand against his chin, and said with interest. Ling Yun's current posture is one of the abilities of the system, incarnate outside. This kind of avatar has a very buggy ability, that is, in which world the avatar appears, that is the strongest strength. It can be said that Ling Yun's current strength of this clone is a real ancestral realm, but it also has a time limit, only 5 minutes a day. Don't dare, I just hope seniors will think about it. Ling Yun beckoned, the black hole disappeared and turned into the Star of Eden again and fell into Ling Yun's hands. He smiled disdainfully, hee, a branch of an extraterritorial demon clan, that even Heavenly Sovereign does not have, are you embarrassed to negotiate terms with me? If you guessed correctly, you should be the Heavenly King Palace of a different demon, right? As soon as I heard this, everyone's color changed. The Palace of the Heavenly Kings, that is the strongest person under the legendary King of Demon. The Ice Master, once one of the 8 masters in ancient times, also suffered a heavy blow by the will of the same surrender. Are you from the Great Thousand World? The tone of the devilishness suddenly changed. Tian's Hizun is the division of the Great Thousand World system, an absolute powerhouse. The Great Thousand World and the Outer Demon race are deadly enemies. It would be hard to handle if they were really from the world. The strongest person who can cross the barrier of the world must be Earth Supreme Dzogchen at the lowest level, which is exactly on the same level as the alien demon Emperor and Fuzu. He is not an opponent of this ordinary Earth Supreme. The conversation between the two people was confused by others. What is this, the Great Thousand World? But it seems that the two are not in the same group, and the Palace of Heavenly Kings seems to be very jealous of this person. I don't care about other places, at least Ayakayoshi is my cover, you know. Ling Yun looked to the west and smiled slightly. But this unintentional move made the Palace of Heavenly Kings shocked. He knows that the base camp of his magic prison is in the western profound region. Okay, goodbye. Before the Palace of Heavenly Kings could speak, Ling Yun waved his hand gently. The next moment, the group of devilish energy dissipated in the air. Under the gaze of many disciples www.readaloud.com, Ling Yun smiled and waved to King Kingzua below. Now that the danger is gone, I will leave Zio Kingzua first. Oh, by the way, I'll give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to end up like the person just now, stay away from Yuanmin. Ling Yun's voice suddenly appeared in the Palace Lord's mind. The Palace Lord was taken aback, and when he looked at the people around him without the slightest change, he knew that it was sound transmission. Asked quietly, I don't know, Senior, this Yuanmin. The time has not arrived. Before the Palace Lord could finish speaking, Ling Yun interrupted directly. The next moment, it turned into a black card and fell into Ayashitake's hands. Ayakayoshi looked at the card in his hand forcefully. So, what happened? West Swanyu. Dark place. In the center of the black flowing water, a black coffin is quietly suspended. Inside the coffin, a very handsome figure wearing a black robe suddenly opened his closed eyes. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding river vibrated and splashed dozens of huge waves. After a long time, the people in the coffin seemed to have finished venting the anger in their hearts and closed their eyes again. The moment the figure closes its eyes, the surrounding black river water has also returned to stability. Dimensional shop. Ling Yun started a happy life in the water group. The hard-working gardener, welcome back, you have worked hard. Ling Yun, it's okay, so, just a little chicken. Thank you, brother Ling Yun. Thanks to you, my life in the palace has been much easier. The elders who used to be very serious are now smiling at me. Vol 2 Chapter 55, The Hanzhou Maple. Nowadays, the shop ushered in a person who gave Ling Yun a headache. There is only one kind of person who can cause Ling Yun's headaches now. That's right, that's the European Emperor. Even if Yu Huang brought his friends, this guy who was even more exaggerated brought his parents too? I said that I have to pay for something. Ling Yun looked very speechlessly at the family of three in front of him and a light blue Shurakamine Risa who wandered around Thor. Yes, the evil Yu Huang Ben Xiaofeng is here again. This matter should start 5 minutes ago. Ling Yun, who was taking a nap, was very energetic after hearing the sound of the door opening. But when he saw someone coming, Ling Yun's face changed. It's her, it's really her. The nightmare of all non-chiefs. Hanzhou Ed was wearing a dark armor and walked out with the shield from Ling Yun in his hand. However, as soon as Hanzhou Ed came in, he cried, "Manager! I finally found you after a month." Ling Yun. I saw Hanzhou Ed and continued, "Isn't this a game? Why can the shield from you be brought into reality?" Ling Yun immediately became happy. When did I tell you that this is the game world? But, the sword fairy before. Hanzhou Ed thinks of the kingship hegemony. Then have you ever seen a Western fantasy game with a fairy element? Ling Yun vomited. Hey? No. Hanzhou Ed raised his head and said curiously. Ling Yun. And many more. Suddenly, Ling Yun seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Ben Tiaofeng with a look of horror. Are you going to complete the second transformation? Hey, I just became an angel. Hanzhou Ed scratched his head embarrassedly. Let a person who is good at gluttony and poison use become an angel, Ling Yun is already unable to complain about this game has been completely broken by you. The official series of players forced to death. By the way, the store manager, how much does the previous shield cost? Money. Ling Yun was startled, why did he get the money? Yeah, you didn't know that I took the shield back, but I was scolded by my parents for a long time, especially after knowing that I hadn't paid the money yet. Oh, look at the bag on my head. It still hurts. Hanzhou Ed pitifully touched his head with his hand. No, I think your parents' hands should hurt more. Ling Yun said solemnly. Hey? That's too much. Hanzhou Ed pouted. She is obviously just full of defense in the game. In reality, she is still a weak girl. This is the shop in the game that Maple said. At this time, a voice came from the door of the shop, causing Ling Yun's face to change. I saw a brown-haired girl in blue light armor walking out of the shop door, behind which there were two middle-aged men, one man and one woman. Risa sauce. Hanzhou Ed narrowed his eyes as soon as he saw the person coming, and lazily pounced on the brown-haired girl. Oh, Maple, slow down. The shop manager, this is my good friend Risa. He said he wanted to come to see the shop, so I brought her here. These two are my father and mother, and they said they came to pay for me, hee. Feng said embarrassedly. Ling Yun's mouth began to twitch crazily. There is a sentence MMP in my heart that I don't know whether to talk or not. You, just bring friends, what's going on with your family? Wow, it's so lively, there are so many people in the shop at once. Dragon Lady Thor walked out of the kitchen and looked at the people in the shop in surprise. Wait a moment, I will pour some tea for you. Wow, are these tails and horns real? Just before Thor could go back, Risa smashed behind Thor like the wind. Looking at the green dragon tail behind Thor and the dragon horns on his head is like discovering a new world. Snapped. Just before Risa could touch it, Thor patted Risa's hand off with a smile, and then said politely, "Sorry, only Ling Yun can touch Thor's horns and tail." After speaking, Risa walked into the kitchen regardless of where she was. This sorry. Risa, who learned that he was rude, bowed in the direction of the kitchen embarrassedly. And Ben Tiaofeng's parents apologized to Ling Yun while giving money. "I'm really sorry, Xiaofeng, this child is careless, don't worry about it, we bought this shield, and we will pay for it." Yes, when we knew that this kid didn't pay and went home with a shield, we scolded her well. Looking at the two, Ling Yun looked helpless. Although Ling Yun hates Ou Huang, his parents are like this. Ling Yun feels a little bit of pain in his conscience. During the period, Ling Yun kept saying that Ben Tiaofeng had already paid, and gave them black cards. Let them know about the points. But Ben Tiaofeng's parents still feel that Ling Yun is a loss. In the end, tens of thousands of yen was stuffed. How to say, maybe this is the parents, don't want their children to owe anything outside. After seeing Ling Yun taking the money, Ben Tiaofeng's parents left, and before leaving, he told Ben Tiaofeng not to play for too long and go offline as soon as possible. Until now, Ling Yun knew that the four of them came here through games. Ling Yun, 0.0. CO author, you bought tens of thousands of gaming equipment before you came to give me money? Ling Yun watched the two leave with a dazed expression. Japanese parents are so strange. However, Ling Yun soon faced a new problem. Lower your head. That. Where did the tens of thousands of yen in your hand come from? Game currency www.readaloud.com. I seem to have seen the root of all evil. When Thor came out of the kitchen, he had just 2 glasses of juice in his hand. When was inside, she heard the conversation outside, so she didn't bring out 4 glasses. Please use. Thor said. Thank you. Hanjoka Ed said politely, then he took up the juice and drank it. Drink it well. Also showed an expression of enjoyment on his face, and Risa was similar. Ling Yun's mouth twitched. If you know what the ingredients are, you won't be able to laugh. The taste is good, but the fruit with teeth, do you dare to eat? Hey? Why would I know that it tastes good? Risa, right. Okay. Risa drank the juice and raised her head. Would you like to open a jar? Ling Yun took out a jar and said with a smile. Don't. Why? Ling Yun was taken aback, he was the first person who refused to open the can. It stands to reason that after knowing these magical things in the jar, shouldn't you take advantage of it to send it? I'm not as monster as Kaed's luck, I'd better keep up for 10 consecutive years. Risa said with a lack of interest. It seems that he was hit by Hanjo Kaed in the game. Seeing Ling Yun slapped his tongue for a while, poor baby, dignified esports boss, and finally lost to the Ou Huang, lost to luck. And someone who was lucky enough to explode drank the juice without knowing it. Ling Yun looked at the task of the system. Only people from 8 worlds have come to open the jar. 2 worlds before Ling Yun will once again have his own exclusive jar. Vol 2 Chapter 56, The Real Horned Man with Green Face. Then, do you want to open one? Ling Yun turned his gaze to Hanjo Maple, who was paddling aside. Hey? Don't stop. If I take a shield and go back, I must be scolded to death by my parents. Hanjo Maple shook his head hurriedly, the juice in his hand was not fragrant. Ling Yun's mouth twitched. The evil emperor, even if he refuses, it hurts so much. What does it mean to take another shield? Do you think the purple items here are easy to smoke? There is no harm without comparison. Ling Yun said that only the golden jar can comfort my little soul. Hanjo Kaed, oh my god, the true root of all evil has always been before my eyes. Squeak. Just when Ling Yun was overwhelmed with thoughts, the door of the shop was pushed open. A man in a white battle suit walked out from inside. "Hey? Daegu? You are here too?" Ling Yun looked up, and was surprised to find that the person here turned out to be the real king, the new debtor. "Manager, who are these?" Daegu nodded to Ling Yun and was taken aback when he saw Maple and Risa in the shop. There were not so many people last time. It seems that the shop is more popular than he thought. "Oh, who is this little brother?" Risa said. "Do you know the special drama?" Ling Yun said. "I know, what's the matter?" In response to Risa's curious gaze, Ling Yun began to explain. "Very good, the one in front of you is the human body of the special drama Ultraman, really great." The moment Ling Yun's words fell, the two women stayed for a while. "Hanzhou Kaed, what is Ultraman?" Ling Yun. This idiot. Compared to Kaed Hanzhou's stubborn Risa, he was much more enthusiastic, and looked at the shy Taiko with a look of disbelief. "Nanini, can you become a giant 50 meters tall?" Sri Kuniichi. "Ah ha ha ha, okay, okay." In the Dimension Store, Daegu, who encountered this situation for the first time, scratched his head in confusion. "Oh, yes, group owner, you see how many points this is worth." Daegu remembered his purpose when he came, and patted his head. Just in the curious eyes of everyone, he took out the magic light stick from the black card. Sacred light stick. Ling Yun was dazed. It turns out that the store manager also knows. "Yes, you can help me see how many points can be exchanged. If the points are enough, I want to draw a few more auto cards, the more difficult it is to deal with the recent monsters." Ling Yun looked at him dumbfounded. "No, you plan to buy him?" Ling Yun quickly reacted. "Yes, is there any problem?" Daegu asked puzzledly. "What's the problem?" "The problem is big. It's over." Under his flicker, Zhenjiao Daegu really intends to give up his original power and go farther and farther on the road of Debt King? However, since this is the customer's request, Ling Yun can't say much. "The system, check how many points the Shenguang stick is worth." Ding! The detection is completed. Since most of the energy is absorbed by the Diga circle during the stone statue, the light particles contained in the light rod at this moment are detected, which is worth 800 points. The system answers quickly. Ling Yun repeated the system's words with Daegu. 800? It's much more than I thought. Hearing the price quoted by Ling Yun, Daegu was shocked. "Confirm one more time at the end, are you sure to exchange?" "Yes." Zhenjiao Daegu said without hesitation. "It is good." Ling Yun took Daegyu's black card, and the magic light rod turned into a ray of light and disappeared in Ling Yun's hand, and was recovered by the system, but the black card in Ling Yun's hand increased 800 points. For a time, the points in Daegyu's hands turned out to directly break through the 15th mark. This is Ling Yun's richest person after witnessing the end of Emperor Yan. "It's great, in this case, let's try your luck with one round of 10 consecutive rounds." Daegu looked at the numbers on the black card in his hand, and finally had some insight in his heart. 1,000 sincere benefits. Ling Yun smiled softly. He likes such a person. Come to him to consume, especially rich people like Zhenjiao Daegu, Ling Yun is all welcome. 1,000 points were deducted, and there were only 650 points left on Daegyu's black card in an instant. The points are spent so fast. Risa smacked aside. Ling Yun walked behind the counter, waved his hand, 10 cans appeared on the counter. Daegu can't wait to pick up a jar too. Click. As Daegu continued to smash the jar, light of different colors also flew out of it. Wait until the 5th jar is broken. The purple light makes Daegyu's face glow. Yub's native card, hosting the original power of Yub Ultraman. The smile on Daegyu's face didn't conceal it after seeing that it was the auto card he had dreamed of. ecstatically took the card in his hand and looked at the other form of Ultraman in the card, with joy on his face. Suddenly, Dagu was taken aback and took out another card in his arms. Is Ultraman's card impressively? Ultraman's card even radiated a faint light after feeling Yub's native card. The two cards resonated the moment they appeared. This is... Vaguely, Dagu felt that his Tiga was about to unlock a new and more powerful form. And two big purple cards are definitely better than the composite Tiga made of two blue cards. It's a pity that Tiga, who originally relied on monsters to upgrade, has become a dead pretense. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The corner of Ling Yun's eyes twitched slightly when he saw this scene. This is to unlock the heavy light form. Carry on. Dagu, who opened the new card, had a bright heart, and he was full of expectations for the jars behind. Is this just opening a can? It can really produce so many weird things. Risa watched silently. Also knows more about the magic of this shop. Even the legendary Ultraman came here to open the jar, and the power of it is self-evident. And the shop in another world linked through the shop in the game is really interesting. Risa is full of curiosity about this shop. What kind of person is this store manager? So many weird things are sold to others so easily, what is it? Dagu's work continues. But the things from the next 4 consecutive jars are not very good. During, a card was issued. But, what is the green auto cue? Seeing the red and cute little bit, Dagu's face turned green. Ahem, don't care, there is one more, take your time. Yet. Dagu patted his face, cheered up, and carefully looked at the last jar inside. Click. In an instant, the purple light flew out in an instant. The purple items are indeed very exciting, but... Zhenjiao Dagu looked at the purple object in his hand with a dazed expression. Ling Yun also subconsciously covered his face, afraid to look. According to the memory in his mind, Dagu looked at the thing in his hand and read, Aode Capsule. Vol 2 Chapter 57, Dreambius. Looking at the Aode capsule in front of him, Ling Yun also gave up the explanation. What do people do? Another sublimator? Come on, now Yub's debt hasn't been paid off, and he still owes a sum of money? The purple light disappeared, and the light on the capsule flashed, revealing the Ultraman pattern on it. This is... But when Dagu saw the pattern above, his pupils suddenly shrank. Beria. Dagu uttered the name of Ultraman on the capsule in a daze. What? Ling Yun was still shocked when he heard the name. But when he clearly saw an extremely blatant evil Altman on the auto capsule in Dagu's hand, the corners of his mouth twitched again. I'll go, beat the undead old bay. It should be said that it is a system. Give the power of the evil Ultraman to Ultraman, you think Dagu is dead? You just said Beria. Just when the two of them were in a daze, the door of the shop was rushed open, and a man with messy hair came in staggeringly, clutching his right shoulder. With pain on his face, I look at his right shoulder again, it should be injured. Tor, arrange it. Ling Yun said. Please take a rest. Thor came up. Hey? No need. However, the man's words did not affect Thor at all, and he was dragged away by Thor. This guest, please don't disturb Ling Yun to entertain the guests. Please wait a moment if you want to open the jar. I'm not here to open the can, the man said. Then I can't let you disturb Ling Yun. Thor put a cup of tea on the table next to the man and said with a smile. Man. The man took a look at the surrounding layout and the scenery outside the window, and said, Is this, the earth? No, this is the ball, Thor said solemnly. The man looked at Thor blankly. Do you think I am a fool? Why does this guy look familiar? Ling Yun looked at the man and said inwardly. Dagu didn't care after taking a look. Since the Dimension Store is known as the Heavens and Myriad Realms, it is normal for some weird people to come in. Immediately continued to ask, Manager, Can this Beria capsule be exchanged for points? Beria. This time, the man sitting on the sofa finally couldn't help it. Because he clearly saw the auto capsule pattern on Daegyu's hand. As he was just defeated by Beria, he can never forget this face. Ling Yun, Daegyu, Ben Xiaofeng and others were also taken aback. Risa, this person is terrible. Homajika Ed whispered beside Risa's ear. Looking at him, you know that you don't have a girlfriend. Man! My God, is it really good to say such a heart-wrenching thing? This guest, please calm down. Thor pressed the man down with a smile. It hurts. The man let out a pain. Why is this woman so strong? Thor, let him come over. Ling Yun's voice came from a distance. Then Thor put his hand down and made a request. Man! He was concerned about Beria's affairs, and ignored the rest, staggeringly stood up and walked to the counter. Ling Yun suddenly realized when he saw the dream of bias on his left hand. It turned out to be him, so he said why he looked so familiar. Daegyu, let me introduce to you, your colleague. Alongside. The ancients were taken aback. There are only two identities. One is the super victorious team guarding the earth against the monster. Second is Ultraman. The owner of the former disdained to talk about it, it can only be the latter. Immediately, Deko grabbed Hinobi Miku's hand excitedly and said, Hello, Senior, I am Tiga Ultraman of the Earth. Are you also Ultraman? Hibino was taken aback for a while, looking at Deko in disbelief. The word also made Daegyu more certain of his thoughts. Hibino carefully felt that he did sense the energy of light in Daegyu's body, but this light was not the same as their pure light energy. Very warm light. But it is undeniable that even the light of the other party felt a little warmth even if it was Mobius. It is estimated that this is the light that only exists in the human heart. Hello, my name is Hibino Miku, and I am the Dream Bias Ultraman of the Land of Light. Hibino Miku stretched out his hand and laughed. The Kingdom of Light? Daegyu asked with a shook hands. It's my hometown, it's just. The look of Miku Hibino, the country of light that was frozen by the ice, looked a little lonely. And Daegyu was also keenly aware that something was wrong, and did not continue to ask. But when Hibino Miku lost his mind, a black card came into his sight. This is... Hibino Miku was stunned when he saw the card Ling Yun handed over. It will tell you everything. Ling Yun laughed. Took the card, and instantly, everything about the shop entered Hibino Miku's mind, and he immediately looked at Ling Yun in surprise. There is such a magical place in the universe. There are no wonders in the world. Ling Yun let out a laugh. So too. Otter universe is a multiverse. They have not explored it clearly in their own home, and they have no right to talk about others. Then, this Beria capsule was also opened from the jar. Hibino asked uncertainly in the future. Yes. Daegyu nodded, and then asked, Do you know Senior? www.readaloud.com Daegyu, men bias should call you Senior. Ling Yun said with a fake cough. Zhenjiao Daegyu looked dumbfounded. You are the first Ultraman of Heisei, the strongest warrior on Earth 30 million years ago. Ling Yun whispered. 30 million years. The dream is more stunned than us, this age is much older than the king of Auto, all right. Other people in the store were also taken aback when they heard this. Is this age a bit too big? Hello, Senior. Mobius lowered his head decisively. Zhenjiao Daegyu. What? I don't know how old I am. Oh, speaking of this, Daegyu. Ling Yun smiled mysteriously. You don't need to find a wife. Your 30-million-year-old wife, Camilla, is sleeping. If she wakes up, she might be ashamed and ruin the world if she finds that you have married another woman. Nanny. Daegu was taken aback by Ling Yun's words. Owner, don't scare me. So, Lena's affairs can be given up. Ling Yun patted Daegyu on the shoulder. Of course, I don't care if you want to be just right. Shrugged, anyway, this matter has no effect on Ling Yun. Eumobius is so envious. This senior is so awesome. Actually have 2 wives? It's a pity that I'm still bachelor. Now it's very difficult for him to think about his brothers having wives. Ling Yun had to sigh. I thought that Xiao Qiu could back then. Yeah, I was wrong. I thought back then that Giulardo couldn't fly, and today human bias couldn't marry a wife. Vol 2 Chapter 58, Intermediate Jars come out. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. Ling Yun took a faint sip of alcohol-free liquor. Quietly listened to the story of Beria's invasion of the Kingdom of Light. So now you are going to find a Earth Leonix called Thunder, right? After listening, Ling Yun raised his question. Yes. Hibino Miku nodded. Oh? Then don't you worry, Beria has inspired Leonix's militant gene in Lei's body, so he is controlled to become your enemy. Ling Yun raised his brows and said what happened in the original book. It's unlikely. Hibino was stunned in the future, he hadn't really thought about this situation. You know, Beria is no ordinary Leonic. Faced with that situation, do you think about what to do? Without any foreign aid, relying on the faint light of Tyro's protection. Or are you waiting for Ciro? How did you know Ciro? When he heard the word Ciro, Mombius raised his head fiercely, and looked at Ling Yun in disbelief. Are these important? The most important thing now is that the entire Kingdom of Light can't beat a Beria without having a plasma spark tower. You think it's just a little bit of light plus thunder and you old, weak, sick, and disabled. The Ultra Warrior wants to destroy Beria. Also, I have a question I want to ask for a long time. Where is your King of Auto? You could easily seal Beria before, why didn't you see others this time? The king is teaching Ciro. Mombius said. However, Ling Yun's words made him stagnate. The Kingdom of Light is gone, train an Ultra Warrior, what about your brain? Of course, it is undeniable that he wants to exercise Ciro, but he always feels unsafe unless he has a back player. Ling Yun analyzed. This. Mombius was a little confused listening to Ling Yun's words. Altman's brains are very simple, they are pure light, and they don't think of any tactics. Only the front hard steel is king. The dream of going to the earth is more positive and full of guys than us. So, boy, others are unreliable. Only when you are strong can you protect more people. Let's take a shot. Ling Yun quickly put one on the table. After so much preparation, if he doesn't buy a jar, Ling Yun really doesn't know what to say. Ben Tiaofeng and others suddenly realized that this is a routine. Fortunately, they have been thinking about it for a long time, and they deserve to be the store manager. However, Mombius had obviously been deceived. Only when you are strong, can you protect more people. Hibino Miku murmured. That's right. Ling Yun nodded and continued the language bombardment. Think about it, if you are really strong, will the Parliament of Light fall? Will be easily thrown into space by Beria? In the end, do you have to rely on a human being on Earth to save the nation of Light? You want to know about Beria, but the contradiction within the Kingdom of Light draws innocent people in. Does your Ultra will really allow you to do this? Does your honor as an Ultra Warrior allow it? Ling Yun questioned loudly, saying that in the end Ling Yun himself almost believed it. Not allowed. I want to open the jar. Hibino Miku suddenly said loudly, his pupils seemed to be filled with raging fire. That's right. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction, and secretly raised at the others. Yes, Ziobai in the Kingdom of Light is a lie. This article Maple. True Angle Daegu. Risa. It turns out that the store manager still has such a side. Come on, let me see how many points you have. Please. Hibino Miku solemnly handed over the card and bowed. However, when Ling Yun took the card, the look was straightforward. 10,000. System, you can't make a mistake, right? Is this too much? Ling Yun asked in his heart. Ding! Not much. Menbias has grown up for thousands of years and has the purest light. In addition, it has completed the story of the Earth, and has accumulated part of the origin of the entire Menbias universe. 10,000 is normal. I rub, part of the world's origin is so awesome? What if all the origins should be? Of course, Ling Yun just thought about this kind of thing. Yes, he is worthy of being a fighter in the Kingdom of Light. The same Ultraman is much stronger than Daegu, and he has so many initial points. Ling Yun had a new understanding of the Plasma Spark Tower while stunned. We must know that the Plasma Spark Tower is the strongest item that supports the entire Auto universe. A world is so strong. It is hard to imagine how many points the Plasma Spark Tower is worth at the center of the multiverse. Many. Daegu and others were directly shocked. They have never seen so many points in their lives. Not much, if you can, your points will be more than him. Ling Yunrao glanced at Daegu with profound meaning. In the finale, when the light of all mankind is gathered, how many points do you get? It is estimated that the will of the earth has come directly, that origin. Ling Yun can't imagine it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for someone reaching 10,000 points and starting to unlock the intermediate jar. Ling Yun gave a violent shock when he heard the system prompt. Are you coming? The legendary golden jar? The middle level jar, the upper limit is golden, and the guarantee for Shillian is still purple. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yun looked at Menbias. Now you have two choices. One is that you can smoke a low-level pot with 10 rounds and 10 consecutive rounds, or 2 medium-level pots. The shop manager, this will cost 5,000 intermediate jars. Daegu said in disbelief. They are still wondering about the fun of breaking thousands, and some people jump directly to the big list of 5,000. Ling Yun didn't speak, but looked at Menbias quietly. I'm going to send an intermediate pot. Menbias said calmly. He wants to save his brother more than these illusory points. It is good. Ling Yun was also a little nervous, comparing this to the first time he took over such a large order. Ling Yun took out a jar with gold threads from under the counter. The exquisite patterns are probably available in the museum. But here in Ling Yun there is only the part to be smashed. Pang! According to consciousness, Hibino Miku threw the jar to the ground. The next moment, the golden light shone into the entire shop. This is... Daegu stood up in shock. Ling Yun's pupils also shrank slightly. He is very familiar with this situation. www.readaloud.com. So dazzling. Hanzhou Maple covered his eyes. Boom! The golden particles flew out of the ball of light, turned into a bracelet, and landed on Hibino Miku's right hand. This is... When the golden light disappeared, Hino looked at the bracelet on his arm. A flash of horror flashed in his pupils. Paraji's shield, according to legend, in order to protect the universe, Noah created an artifact with the ability to travel through time and space and across different universes. Vol 2 Chapter 59, Shop Manager Shot Roll. Paraji's shield, according to legend, in order to protect the universe, an artifact created by Noah has the ability to travel through time and space and across different universes. Hibino Miku whispered the introduction of the bracelet. The whole person fell into a sluggishness. Noah? Who would not know this? Isn't this the final form of one of our nation of light soldiers? Cough cough, wrong, isn't this one of the 4 mysterious legends called the King? It turned out to be a weapon he built. Is a real artifact. The power in it is to make Hibino Miku be bewildered, travel through time and space, across different universes. This kind of thing is too shocking. You must know that in the original book, the power of the entire Kingdom of Light can be combined to allow one person to go to other universes. The happiness came so suddenly, it made the whole person a little bit trance. The manager is this. Several people next to cast their eyes on Ling Yun. Ask the manager if something happens. Paraji's shield, how can I say it, it's really strong, cutting a planet is not a problem if you release it with all your strength. Ling Yun said after a little thought. Cut the planet. Dako and Kaed Hanzhou were taken aback. My god, golden objects are so scary? For a moment, Kaed Motoho and Risa looked back at Hibino Miku. This person is in great danger. The ranks in the Otter world can be roughly divided into middle and advanced warriors, elite warriors, legendary warriors, and immortal warriors like Xiao. I don't know if Lingjia counts. The fusion of Daegyu's cards through Hitler and Durham before was only at the level of an intermediate fighter. Even if he obtained the cards of Ultraman and Yub, Daegyu only felt that he could become an elite fighter. But Pelagi's shield can instantly give the host the power to rival the legendary powerhouse. The gap is not small. Well, you don't need to pay too much attention to it. Golden objects must have a reason to be golden objects. Moreover, Maple, your European Emperor's shield is probably not weaker than Pelagi's shield in terms of defense. Ling Yun thought of the monster-like defensive power of this Maple, twitched the corner of his mouth a little. There is. Ling Yun turned his head. Paraji's shield has the ability to travel through time and space, crossing two bugs in the universe. So. Ling Yun patted Hibino Miku on the shoulder, and solemnly said. To create the ultimate Dreambius garrison, the task of maintaining peace in various universes is up to you. What? Hino was surprised by Ling Yun's sudden words. I don't understand, but I don't know why, but I'm a little excited. Seeing that Menbai's curiosity was aroused, Ling Yun continued. Paraji's shield can be regarded as the ultimate power in another universe. If you use it well, you can save more people. With this, you can also be invincible in the next battle. Okay. Hibino Miku nodded heavily. As an ultra warrior, he is very sensitive to light. Just like now, he can clearly feel the extremely pure light and huge energy contained in the bracelet. These, even his brothers have never felt it. I have finished pumping the intermediate pots, do I need to come to the lower pots for 10 consecutive days? Ling Yun looked at Mombius and said. Let me remind you that it is already very bad to be able to open a golden jar. Please don't rely on being able to open 2 golden jars on the same day, that is impossible. Ling Yun ruthlessly interrupted the dream of Mombius. Hibino Miku, who had some expectations, heard Ling Yun's words and reflected it. 2. Something so powerful must be very rare. It's totally out of luck that he can drive one. Then, please trouble the shopkeeper, please open 10 more low-level jars for me. Eumobius has experienced that being rich is self-willed. Okay. Ling Yun's face was full of smiles. It's good for someone to come and give money, unlike someone who comes to rub the air conditioner. Ling Yun glanced at Risa subconsciously. However, just when Ling Yun wanted to take out the jar, the voice of the system came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. A guest in the shop opens a golden item and rewards the host with an exclusive pot. The system's prompt sound made Ling Yun stunned for a moment, and then he smirked. It's really timely to come, and finally you don't have to look at others sour. Owner, what are you? Ben Tiaofeng looked at the jar Ling Yun had taken out of the system space by Ling Yun. I often see you opening cans, especially when I see the cans opened by Miku Hibino, some of my hands are itchy. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Manager, isn't your jar different from ours? Daegyu said suspiciously, looking at the pattern on the jar. Illusions, those of you are all illusions. Ling Yun smiled perfunctorily, quickly picked up the can and threw it to the ground. Click! In an instant, the jar ruptured, and a brighter light lit up than before the dream that Bias opened the golden object. The orange light illuminates the shop instantly. The inside story. This must be the inside story. Risa yelled, closing his eyes. madly told the sadness of the non-chief. When the light disappeared, everyone turned their eyes together. An orange transparent lotus bud stands quietly on the counter. Ling Yun tapped lightly. Wow! The sound of rippling water came out. The orange lotus buds on the table gradually bloom, and the orange starlight falls with the opening of each petal. Finally, in the center of the flower bud, a card covered with orange light was quietly suspended inside www.readaloud.com. Ling Yun saw this and picked it up. Ling Yun looked at the card in his hand and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This is a bit interesting. Manager, what did you open? Temporarily keep it secret. Ling Yun smiled mysteriously and put the card into the system space. Hanzhou Maple pursed his mouth unhappy. Okay, go ahead and open your jar. But I think you have to hurry up, now Beria may have gone to the monster cemetery to resurrect his 100 monsters. Yumabia's expression changed. I know. Picking up the jar quickly means throwing it to the ground. 10 jars shattered. It seems that I ran out of luck by opening golden items before. This time, except for a guaranteed purple ball, everything else is basically white. Of course, Mombius didn't feel the slightest dissatisfaction. After all, Parangi's shield had already earned him blood. Yumabius quickly smashed the purple ball of light. A blue card appeared in his hand. It's just that when he saw the card in his hand, his face was a little weird. Store manager shot roll, you can ask the shop manager to make 1 shot for free. Ah, this. Don't say it's Mombius. Ling Yun looked dazed. Can my be treated as a commodity? Owner, thank you, please. But Mombius didn't think so much. He thought it was Ling Yun deliberately put it in, and looked at Ling Yun with emotion. Seeing Mombius's extremely sincere gaze, Ling Yun really couldn't refuse for a while. Ling Yun, MMP, System, you pit me. Vol 2 Chapter 60, Tiga Ultraman Heavy Light Form. Ling Yun said that he was a little confused. Is this a curse from Sai Bunny? He just arranged the plot behind the race rabbit, and in a blink of an eye he was unlucky. I'm lucky, but it looks good, just try the newly opened card. Ling Yun felt awkward, looking at the sleeping card in the system space, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Since you have issued this card, then I will help you. Consciousness exited the system space. Ling Yun raised his head and said. Hibinomarai was overjoyed after hearing this, and bowed again, thank you. Daegyu, do you want to go? Me? Daegyu was taken aback. Let me think about it. Although there are 100 monsters in the monster cemetery, Beria and his master, most of them must be controlled by me and Dreambius, and the rest are scattered points. I'm going. The moment Ling Yun's words fell, Daegyu's pupils lit up. Things that can earn points are good things. It just so happens that he can also try his newly acquired power. The manager, I want to go too. Homajika Ed said that it was an event that she also wanted to participate in. You? Yes, just stay behind and be a nanny. The angelic form of Maple can just give a wave of healing to those Ultramen with residual blood. Oh, yes, the next thing to go is the real world is not the game world, monsters can't be eaten. Ling Yun warned seriously. For this terrible existence that ate the boss poisonous dragon raw from the beginning, Ling Yun replied with deep admonition. Hey? Wouldn't I not be able to acquire skills then? Han Zhou asked dumbly. Ling Yun. Ling Yun's mouth twitched fiercely. No, how noisy are you? Who told you that you need to eat to gain skills? Risa also held her head on the side. The child's 3 views on games are completely hopeless. Because I'm too afraid of pain, I have a full defense force. This series is typical of the 3 views following the 5 senses. What a cute girl has to do so many shocking things. The main reason for Ling Yun to chase this episode is that the protagonist is cute. Just in case, this is for you, to prevent this Maple from getting too nervous, she will leave it to you for protection. Wow, what is this? Double guns. Risa looked at the heavenly fire sage in the form of 2 guns in surprise. Don't get me wrong, this is not the robbery in Ling Yun's hands, but a regular version made temporarily by Ling Yun. It is probably as powerful as Otto's quasi-skyfire sacred decree created by Voidman Zhang. Of course, in order to protect the safety of the two, Ling Yun deliberately sealed the Eternal Tribulation Exterminate Jin inside. After a brief explanation with Risa, Ling Yun began to communicate with the system. System, connect the world channel, I will wait for me to come back to the issue of hand rolls. Ding! Connected. The voice of the system fell, and the door of the shop opened instantly. A pitch-black vortex gradually revolves in the darkness. Tor, let's go. Ling Yun handed the Skyfrost Scatty to Thor Deo. Yes. Thor looked happy and quickly followed. She almost thought Ling Yun would forget herself. Country of Light. The Kingdom of Light at this moment lives up to its previous prosperity and beauty, and the entire planet is like a Death Star. The Kingdom of Light that lost the Plasma Spark Tower has fallen into an ice age, and the cold has silenced the entire planet. Except for the falling goose feathers and heavy snow, I could hardly see anything else moving. Death replaced this planet that was originally full of light and hope. At this time, a dark black hole opened here. Ling Yun several people walked out from inside. Knowing that the Kingdom of Light was opened by the frozen Ling Yun ahead of time, everyone did not feel the slightest cold even though they were in the snow. This is the hometown of giants. Daegyu looked at the surrounding ice and snow in disbelief. This is completely different from what he imagined. Look under your feet. Risa suddenly yelled. Except for Menbias and Ling Yun, everyone else looked underground. However, this look made everyone's pupils shrink. At their feet are countless frozen ultra warriors. It is not difficult to see how painful they were before they died. These, all of them. Daegyu murmured in horror. The Land of Light was originally a very beautiful country, because Beria took the Plasma Spark Tower. Hibino Miku gritted his teeth. How strong is Beria who can easily capture the entire Kingdom of Light? Daegyu thought secretly, and there was a touch of solemnity in his heart. Roar! Just when everyone was shocked, a roar suddenly came from the sky. 2 huge bird-shaped monsters flew towards here. Daraku and Bimunstein. And Salamandola. Hibino was surprised at the future. It's so big. Hanjoka Ed sighed instinctively. Okay. Ling Yun's gaze sharpened, and the Skyfire Greatsword instantly unsheathed, slashing at the void. A huge blade of fire slashed out. What? Screams sounded, and a person wrapped in copper-colored armor was struck by the blade of fire and fell into the sea of fire. Sharply star. Hibino Miku, who heard the scream, turned his head quickly and recognized the person at once. But very quickly, this Cypriot star was turned into ashes under the flames of annihilation. As soon as the wind blows, it dissipates in the world of ice and snow. So strong. Hibino Mirai marveled at Ling Yun's strength. It's okay, Daegyu, these 3 monsters will be handed over to you to practice, right? Ling Yun glanced at the 3 huge monsters and said. Okay. Daegyu smiled confidently. How could he find it bothersome to get points for free? Immediately took out the Tiga circle and 2 cards. That is. Hibino Miku took a step forward and looked at the 2 cards in Ogu's hand. Especially when I saw the Ultraman card, my mind was full of doubts. Daegyu pressed the button on the circle, and the next moment he appeared in a purple space. Ultraman. Yub native. As Daegyu inserts 2 cards into the ring www.readaloud.com 2 Ultraman appeared behind Daegyu. The Tiga Phantom behind is also solid. Daegyu held up the ring, please lend me strength. Up. After the sound of, the 2 Ultramans and Daegyu stretched out their hands at the same time, and Daegyu also became a black and white Ultraman. In the next moment, Ultraman and Yub Ultraman merged towards Tiga. Tiga Ultraman heavy light form. The white light bloomed, and it suddenly lit up the surrounding space. So dazzling! Risa half covered her eyes with a hand. Senior's light! So warm! Hibino Miku also murmured. The light disappeared, and Tiga, which was more than 50 meters high, stood opposite the three monsters. This is Tiga. Hibino Miko looked at the huge figure ahead shockedly. The first generation and Saiwen in the distance saw this mysterious giant suddenly appearing for a moment. Could it be the rescue that Mombius brought back? Let's meet in the past. It is good. Just. Tiga yelled, and the whole person ran towards the three monsters. With a single-handed move, a blue 8-point light wheel appeared in his hand. Salamandola in the middle is hacked away. Ang! A sad scream sounded. Salamandola's arm was directly cut open and fell to the ground, his left hand was holding the armless right shoulder in pain. The first generation in the distance was taken aback and stopped. Isn't this my skill?